So, yesterday I did something I haven't done in a little while, which is I read a book cover to cover, a fiction book. Um, it's called The Wasp Factory, and frankly, I don't recommend it. I'm going to spoil the book right now, so if you have any interest, if you know about The Wasp Factory and it's like on your planning list, you might want to skip ahead a little bit to the next segment because I am going to spoil the ending. But frankly, I don't recommend the book. I was very disappointed by it. Um, so why did I start reading The Wasp Factory? Well, I've been reading a few uh, Thomas Ligotti short stories recently. I kind of what happened exactly? I don't remember the exact series of events, but for some reason I was like in the mood for some cosmic horror, so I was like reading through some of the Thomas Ligotti short stories that I haven't read yet, which aren't like actually really, they're not all cosmic horror. Some of them are, but they more so fit into the genre of weird fiction. So I was like, I want to read some more weird because I like Ligotti quite a bit. I know some people don't like him, but I like his stories a lot because of the matter of fact way that he writes. Like Lovecraft is cool and all that, but something I always find kind of annoying about Lovecraft is his characters. Or one of the reasons I like Ligotti a lot is that unlike Lovecraft characters who they see some fucking insane shit and they quake in their boots and scream with horror or whatever. Ligotti's characters just seem kind of annoyed, and that's really funny to me. I find Ligotti's stories have like this really cool like dark humor, cynicism in them, which I don't know it's very appealing to me for some reason. I like it. I really enjoy the way he will make these bizarre and extreme and strange horror circumstances uh, almost come across as just mundane. To me, it actually like enhances the horror. That's how it's always been when I've experienced something horrifying in real life. Is that the thought that I have is like, wow, this is just real. This is just normal reality. That this is I don't know. Anyway, whatever. This is not about Ligotti. And so I was like, I want to read something more like this. So I went on Goodreads and I searched for like weird fiction. And yeah, one of the books that came up was this book, The Wasp Factory, and I thought that title sounded interesting. So I had like a bunch of different books up on Goodreads, and I was reading the synopses, and seeing like which one looks interesting. And I thought this one looks cool. It's like a splatterpunk kind of thing. I like a bit of splatterpunk. I'm in the mood for something edgy. Let's give it a shot. So I started reading it, and I found the first few chapters to be really engaging and really interesting. Um, the book is about a guy who lives on he's like a 17-year-old who lives on like a very remote Scottish island with his dad, who is like kind of nuts. His dad's clearly kind of nuts. He clearly has like nutsness runs in his family, and he's like an also psychopath. You know, the book opens with a scene of him checking, like going around checking these like spikes that he's attached animal heads to all across the island. There's a lot of animal killing in this book. This book is like mostly focused around a guy that really likes to. It's mostly about guys that kill animals. This main guy killing animals in a lot of different ways and stuff like that. There's a lot of animal abuse in the book. Uh, but the way that it was written, because it's all like basically the entire book is almost like one really long first person monologue, internal monologue. And so the thing that was enticing to me about it is the way he talks about his system, his day to day life. as if you already know it because he's talking to himself. And that was really effective at building intrigue for me because he starts talking about stuff and he gives everything little names and you don't know what it is yet. And so you're like, oh, I want to find, what's that? What is that? And then like, what is this? What is the wasp factory? You know, that kind of stuff. That's a thing in the book. What is it? He mentioned the factory and it's like, oh, what is that? What is the, you know, um, and coming to learn about this guy's weird life is all quite interesting. Uh, but the main plot of the book is that this guy's brother is in a mental institution after he was killing dogs, and his brother has escaped the asylum and is coming back to the island, right? And so all throughout the book, his brother keeps calling the house, and the main character like answers the phone, and the brother is just clearly insane, and seems to be getting more insane the nearer he gets to the house, and it's that's the rising tension throughout the book is this guy who is clearly insane and dangerous, slowly coming closer and closer as this guy goes about his daily rituals, right? Um, sort of the main impetus. And then there are some other central mysteries. Anyway, I thought that setup was quite interesting, and I enjoyed reading about this guy's weird ass way of thinking. Right, he's a very superstitious guy. He's almost has like a shamanistic, ritualistic, pagan way of thinking, where he's made up all of these rituals of sacrifice and stuff, and uses it to make predictions and to whatever. And he also is strangely childlike, He still plays with toy soldiers, and it's like this weird mix of like childlike playing along with psychopathic tendencies that all get mixed together into like, games and rituals that involve killing animals, and it's all very strange. And that that sounds interesting. But then, sort of offhand, he's like, oh yeah, I killed 3 people, but that was just a phase I was going through. I don't really want to kill people anymore, just animals. And that's like, I like the fact that he mentioned that it's like just a phase. Like, that was funny, right? The book starts to kind of go downhill towards the middle part, where it feels like they had a really solid beginning and that they had an ending, like, written out, right? Like, they had an idea for an ending. But in the middle of the book is just sort of a big lull where nothing much happens. And you get a lot of flashbacks. You see how he killed all of those 3 people when he was a child. And honestly, that stuff wasn't that bad, but it was less interesting. Because it's all in flashback. And it's also quite long. Like, the descriptions go on, and frankly, they're not that gruesome. Like, if so they're kind of boring ways of killing people, I guess. Like, when you watch a horror movie, like a slasher movie or something, you want to see, like, creative kills, right? Creative, flashy slasher kills. I didn't really find that these were particularly interesting in that way. They were kind of, they were a little more, uh, I don't know. They didn't have that satisfaction of a cool slasher kill. I don't know if that makes me sound like a psychopath, but that's how horror is. Um, and those descriptions go on quite a long time. But you do, the middle of the book is definitely somewhat boring, but you do learn more about this guy's sort of life. You learn more about his history. You learn more about his brother. You learn more about the way he thinks about the world and all of these rituals that he does. You learn what the wasp factory is and how it works, which I actually thought was pretty disappointing. I felt like the wasp factory was kind of cool, actually. The actual wasp factory in the book, the wasp factory, was kind of interesting. Although I think it could have been more interesting. What really threw me off about the book, what really made me disappointed in it, was the ending. I really felt like the ending, uh, how do I put this? Like they wanted to have a very bombastic and action-filled ending with a big twist. And I just don't think the book needed that. I've read other similar books about people with twisted ways of thinking, and like that's one of my favorite genres of fiction is books about a weird little guy from a first person perspective where you get to see these um, sort of psychotic thought patterns as if they're and read them as if they're your own. And I find that very fascinating, right? The best book like this that I've read is called The Tenant by Roland Topur. Uh, it does an excellent job of this. Also, I think Cross Channel, the visual novel, does an excellent job of something along these lines, although that's a little more supernatural. And The Tenant's also kind of supernatural, but Cross Channel is a little different, but I think it also has a kind of similar thing, right? Um, and I don't, I guess The Tenant also kind of has, both of those kind of have a bit of a bombastic ending, but I found the ending to just be kind of a mess. Obviously, the guy's brother finally comes to the island. They kind of have a fight. There's a big fire. It's very action heavy, which kind of felt at odds with the rest of the book. Uh, but then the real thing is right at the end. There's a big twist. There's a big twist, and the twist was just so stupid that it kind of ruined the book for me. Um, the twist at the end is so this guy, the main character. One of the interesting things about him is that when he was a kid, he was mauled by a dog and had his genitals bitten off, and so he has like a mangled. He's missing his penis, right? Uh, and this informs. I found this to be quite. I don't know. It was a decision. Throughout the book, he's regularly very misogynistic, um, and he's clearly also self-aware about this misogyny. Where he's sort of like I think I'm like overcompensating. He's like, men are better than women type of shit, but I'm like neither. I'm like not a real man. So don't. It's a little odd, but I didn't feel like it was completely against his character. Um, but what happens at the end is as it turns out, the guy was not really did not have his penis bitten off by a dog. The reason that he doesn't have any genitals is because he was born female, and his father has been feeding him male hormones without his knowledge. Uh, and so he thinks he's a man or whatever, but he's actually not. And this is supposed to be a shocking twist for some reason, but to me, it's just like, okay. Like, why? I was just like, it came fucking out of nowhere. I don't understand why his dad did that. His dad seems to have just done that for some reason. Just Nantonaku. Uh, just, just because. And, I like, I think it's like supposed to be implied that that's why he's like so psychologically fucked up, but if you like, I don't really understand like why or how. Um, it seems to be completely pointless. Like it doesn't add anything to the story. It's supposed to be a big final twist, but it's a twist is it affects. A twist is supposed to recontextualize everything that you've read before it, but it really doesn't. Like it doesn't matter to the story whether the main character is male or female. It really doesn't fucking matter to the story at all. Like it is a bit of a revelation in some ways, but it's also just kind of like, huh? you know, it's just like some sleepaway camp type shit. But like maybe I don't know. Maybe this was more shocking when the book was written. But I'm just like, okay, That's I suppose I. What's the twist? Like, how does this recontextualize the story up until this point? It really doesn't. It really doesn't. But the book acts like it does. Like this is a massive reveal that's revolutionary. But I didn't find that it really was. In fact, I found it to be very stupid. I found it to be very stupid. Um, because it's basically meaningless and comes completely out of left field right at the end of the book. It comes really right at the end, and it's treated like this huge thing, but there's no lead up to it, and it doesn't really matter. So I'm just kind of left me confused and wondering what the fuck was the point of all that. So to summarize, I think my problems with the Wasp Factory in the book are number one, the twist at the end is so random and out of nowhere and has such little impact on the rest of the story that it could barely be called a twist. And to that end, like, why is it even in the book when it seems to me to just sort of veer off, like there's a book that has a clear arc about this guy, Eric, breaking out of the asylum and coming to the island. And like they said, the conclusion to that arc is not particularly interesting to me. I found it to be somewhat bombastic in a way that was at odds with the rest of the book, right? Uh, but, you know, at least it's an arc. And then right at the end, it just veers off to the left with this random plot point about the hormones. And it's like, okay, now the book is about that, I guess, for the last few pages. Like, why? It just completely took away all the tension. I was very confused by it. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing I felt like a lot of the book was supposed to be propelled by a sort of shock factor of the way this guy is torturing animals and stuff. But I just didn't find it particularly shocking. I didn't find the descriptions to be particularly evocative. The imagery wasn't that crazy. Uh, I've read some fairly shocking books, and I've read 120 Days of Sodom. I've read The Story of the Eye, and I would not count this among those books that were the most shocking. I found the imagery to be mostly somewhat tame. Um, so yeah, weird book. I guess maybe like it's banking on the severity of the crimes to shock you without really providing anything beyond that. Like, oh, he's killing innocent things. He killed innocent children. He's killing innocent animals. Isn't that bad? But I was expecting something more shocking, more interesting than that. I guess more unique. I've seen all that before, and in fact, like it's not that shocking. It's not that strange. But almost all well, a lot of horror media is about killing innocent things. You know. In fact, isn't it the case that we're basically all killing animals all the time when we eat meat? It's not that shocking to me. It's not that like gruesome or horrific or horrifying or anything. It's just kind of like that's weird. And then, yeah, it wasn't what I was looking for at all because I kind of wanted something a little more like cosmic horror in terms of the weird fiction, and it was not that. But I thought I'd check it out anyway. Uh, I wanted to be put into like a particular psychological state of which the good sort of uh, weird fiction can put you in, right? A sort of I find that it can put me in a sort of trance-like state or sort of uh, altered consciousness state almost, where I'm inhabiting the thought patterns of someone who thinks in a particularly bizarre way. And I just didn't really get that out of this book after the first like few chapters. I thought the first few chapters were pretty interesting, but then it became a bit sort of boring in the middle, and then the ending, it's like a weird whiplash where it's kind of boring in the middle, and then the ending is like all of a sudden everything's happening, but actually I don't care about any of it. Yeah, that's how I would put it. So I do not recommend The Wasp Factory. This is my fucking miserableness, bro. I've spent pretty much the whole day looking for an anime to watch. Just one decent anime. I've gone through my entire fucking plan to watch list. Nothing. I have watched the first episode of, I think, 5 different shows now. Including, and some of those first episodes were double length. In fact, 2 of them were. So, like, I've already watched more than half of an anime's worth of anime to find an anime to watch, and couldn't fucking find a single decent fucking show. Not to mention that I also watched, like, multiple episodes of some of them. So actually, I bet if you tallied it all up, I've probably watched about, like, 12 episodes of anime just trying to find a fucking show to watch. It's not like all of them are bad. There were some shows where I watched the first episode and I was thinking, like, not in the mood for this right now, rather than this show looks bad, right? Other ones were just this show looks bad. And all because I've got it in my head that, like, I'm so close to, well, I mean, none of this fucking matters. I'm close to whatever. Okay, the point is, I'm just giving up on anime. I'm giving up on fucking anime, and I'm just gonna read a visual novel. It's been a while. I'm just gonna read a VN, and I'm mad. I'm just mad. I'm just mad because I spent all day trying to find a fucking show to watch, and there's nothing. I think I've just seen all the anime. I think I've just beat anime. I've just done it. There's nothing left to watch. Let me tell you where I'm at. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So let's give you the update. So, 3 days ago, I was in a fucking daze, trying desperately to find an anime to watch. I just wanted to find one anime that was actually going to keep my interest. I looked through so many shows. I kept going on my planning list and just hitting the random button. Let me pull that up real quick so you can see what I was doing. So, this won't load. Hello? Alright, so I would go on the... I mean, I've been slowly making my way through some of these shows, right? But I'm not marathoning any of them. Like, I've been watching a few episodes of Macross a day, whatever. A few episodes of Galaxy Angel, whatever. But the point is, I would go to my planning list and just press open a random entry. And I'd be like, oh, do I want to watch Owari no Setup? So I'd watch the first... Now, it wasn't Owari no Setup in this example. So then I'd watch the first episode, and then literally... I think if you go through, you can see, because I had just watched this show called Norden, which I really liked, but it was 4 different shows. I watched 4 different shows. The first episode, the first 2 episodes, like I watched the first episode of this Sentenced to be a Hero show, which is pretty big from last season. My take on it is that the entire show looks like that one. If I had Twitter, this would be like a perfect tweet. Like the entire show looks like that one scene in Mahou Shoujo Lyrical Nanoha episode 1, where they have dinner and everything is just absurdly over animated and it's like almost grotesque. Except in Nanoha, it's kind of funny. Like you see what they're trying to do. And it's like, oh, that's a cute little trick. Like, to me, that's like one of the things that's kind of nostalgic about Nanoha. It's like, rewatching it, getting to that scene. It's like one of the little quirks about the show. Like, it's like endearing, right? But with Yusha Kei Shosu, Chobatsu Yusha 9004 Tai Keimu Kiroku, the whole show just looks like that. It's so over animated, and to the point where it's kind of grotesque for the whole time, and it was incredibly off-putting. Also, I didn't care for any of the characters. That's a show where the first episode is like an hour long. Then, I watched another show from the same season, Shibo Yugi de Mesioku, which is playing death games to put food, to eat food, I think would be the translation of that, something like that. And that's another show where the first episode is like an hour long short film. And I watched it and I found it extremely uninteresting. Um, yeah, I just, there was, the death game setup was really, really boring. There was no, like the puzzle element was shit. And, like watching people do bad escape rooms, yeah, not very interesting. Although I will say the direction was great. Or maybe not great, very flashy. Very flashy visual design in that show. So maybe if you just want to see a show that like looks kind of cool and weird, it's worth watching. But I did not like it. Um, and then I watched a bunch of shows that I didn't even mark because I dropped them in the first episode. I watched so many shows, like literally. I think I watched the first like I watched maybe five first episodes or something. I'm surprised I didn't mark any of these. I don't even remember what I watched, right? I was just clicking like on the random button and just trying to find fucking shit to watch. And just none of it was of any interest to me. And it's not necessarily that all of the shows were bad. It's just none of them were like what I want to watch right now, if you know what I mean. Like I just come off of Norden and I just kind of want to swing with a similar vibe of like romance, comedy, light-hearted, not too drama heavy, not too act. Like I didn't want to sit down and watch an isekai or watch a shonen action show or something like that at that moment. And I realized by the time I had watched, I don't know how many fucking first episodes, including the two like hour-long first episodes, I was like, I probably could have watched a full anime. I've probably been watching like first episodes for like 4 hours, which is how long it takes to watch an anime. And so then I just gave up. And I was like, you know what I want? If I want a fucking romance, if I want a romance, light-hearted comedy, slice of life romance with a little bit of ecchi in it, I should just read a damn visual novel. What am I fucking doing going to anime for this shit? What am I fucking doing? I've got it in my head because I'm close to some round numbers in terms of total anime that I'm not allowed to read a visual novel until I hit those numbers, which is fucking meaningless and stupid. And if I'm not having fun, then I shouldn't do it. I just could not find anything to watch. It's just at the point where I've watched so much anime that it's just hard to, like, I don't know why other people don't seem to have this problem. Like, I talk to other people who have watched way more anime than me, and none of them seem to have this problem that I have where you just can't find anything you want to watch. All of them seem to be constantly watching stuff and having a great time. I just can never fucking find anything to watch. It's so annoying. Although I did find, like, this is the problem, right? Is that like this is what keeps me addicted. This is what keeps me gambling. Is that like you scroll through all of these shows that are ranked like a fucking 6 out of 10 or whatever, right? 60%, 64, right? You scroll through all these shows that are and it's like you keep going and you keep trying to find one that's actually decent, and none of them are decent. But then you come across Norden, and I really liked Norden. I gave it like an 8. Like I thought it was great. This is like exactly the type of show I wanted to watch, right? And that's what keeps you addicted. It's fucking, it's Shin Onuma, it's Silverlink. I have like a strange attachment to Silverlink as a studio. They're kind of like Shaft Light in a lot of ways. I really like Silverlink. I actually, for a long time, I planned to like go through and watch every Silverlink show. But honestly, I've already watched quite a lot of Silverlink shows. Like I'm not so far away from having watched every Silverlink show, to be honest with you. Uh, anyway, maybe what I should have done is just picked another Silverlink show and just watched it. That's what I should have fucking done. I don't know why I didn't do that. But anyway, eventually I was just like, you know what, I'm going to read a visual novel. Now, in terms of visual novels, let me talk about this. This is Kamida no Mi Shitsugite Ore no Mirai ga Yabai, aka Kamiyaba. AKA the pet. I don't know why. Why are the English titles of visual novels so bad all the time? Like Kamida no Mi Shugite, like Kamida no Mi is praying to God. Shugite means like to pass by. So it's like too. I think that's what that means. It's like too. I prayed to God too much, right? Ore no mirai ga yabai. My future is yabai, bad, right? Scary, dangerous, whatever. Uh, in danger, I guess. Uh, like I would translate that title as just like I prayed to God too much, now my future is in danger. Which is like that's what the title means, or something along those lines. I'm not a fucking Japanese translator. I barely speak Japanese. Um, uh, but if you look at what they translated it to, they translated it to fucking. If you look at the top of my screen right now, Kamiyaba, Dicking Destiny on a Dicey Deadline. What a terrible title. What a fucking horrifically bad title. It's not the worst I've ever seen. The worst I've ever seen is Son of a Witchy, which is the Japanese title is Son of a Witch, right? Like it's just that in katakana, Son of a Witch, which is already an English pun. It's already an English pun, and it's already an English pun, and they changed the title to Sabbat of the Witch. They changed the English title to Sabbat of the Witch. It's already an English pun. Like, these people are just beyond saving. I don't know what to say about them, man. Anyway, let's talk about Kamiyaba. So Kamiyaba, I don't believe it's like a particularly famous visual novel. I don't know that it's particularly sort of well known. It's by the company Hulot, who did a few other stuff. Only one of their other VNs has been translated, which is Ore no Cupid ga Ponkotsu Sugite Kawaii. But they're very, very, I don't know if you can probably tell a bit from the character designs and the title font, but it's got a lot of Ubisoft influence. Like, it feels very Ubisofty, but it's like short, snappy, much more snappy and less plot heavy than a typical Ubisoft game. Like a typical Ubisoft game, there's like a main heroine who has an arc and a plot that's generally like kind of supernatural, whatever. I know it feels Ubisofty in a way that I like. I'm a fan of Ubisoft, but it's and yeah, even the art style feels kind of Ubisofty to me. So I think if you like Ubisoft games, you would probably like Kamiyaba. I think almost certainly. But something about Kamiyaba is it was just calling out to me for months. It was calling out to me, and I don't know how to explain this. Like it almost feels supernatural in itself, right? I don't fully know how to explain what happened to me, but like at some point while I was just scrolling through my BNDB wish list or whatever the hell, like this game just started calling out to me, and it just made it very clear in my mind that like this is the game I'm going to play next. So like I knew that this was going to be the game. I was planning to wait like a month and finish some more anime before I actually play this game. But like I don't know why. It was just for some reason, instead of any of the like classics, like I still haven't read Shuffle. There's a bunch of classics I haven't finished. I still, after like 3 years, haven't finished Kazoke. I still haven't finished Snow. I've never read Shuffle. I haven't read Takako 3. I have a number of other like older visual novels to read, plus like more modern classics such as the game I'm going to read after I finish this, which is Tenchi Sozo Reboot, which is a Ubisoft title. Like there are many bigger games that I have on my list that I'm planning to read, but for some reason, above all, and not to mention, I am like maybe 5 hours, 7 hours into another game, which is I'm just gonna call it LPP, Love Pickle Poppy. Terrible name. And again, terrible titles. I don't know what's going on with visual novels, but I'm like 7 hours or so into that. Like probably like halfway through the common route-ish from the vibe I get, which is by SME. It's their newest game. And I didn't finish that. So it's like I put a bunch of games on hold. I'm not playing any because for some reason Kamiyaba just is like calling out to me. And I'm pretty deep into the visual novel. I'm probably about halfway through. I've been reading for the past like 3 days. Um, and yeah, I like it. I mean, I'm not going to give you a full review until I finish the game, but I'm on the final of the main heroines. There's three main heroines and three side heroines. So I'm probably about halfway through, I would guess. Depending on how long the side heroine routes are, I'm not sure. But anyway, the point is, I like Kamiyaba. It's a rare case. This actually doesn't happen to me very often in visual novels, where all of the main heroines are cool. Oftentimes with visual novels, it's like, let me see if I can find an example. Let me go to my list. Hold on. Alright, for example, Renai Royale, right? This game is like fine, right? I gave it a 6. It's like fine. But that's because this character is the only character I actually gave a fuck about. I don't remember her name. Hold on. Komachi Nonoka. Nonoka. By far the best girl. The only character I had any interest in. The only reason I played the game to begin with. And so I did her route first. Komachi Nanoka. I did her route first, right? And it was great. I liked it. I mean, it was pretty good. No, it was great. You know what? I'll give it a title of great. It was fucking good. I love Brocon heroines. I love Kinpatsu Shoujo. Very, very much up my street. This is precisely the categorical attractions. This is like an excellent fucking character, okay? But then the other characters were just like very mid to boring. So it was like after I finished the first route, the rest of the game just became kind of a slog, right? Because I just didn't really care. I mean, I finished it, but it's like I kind of feel like it was a waste of time, if you know what I mean. Like there was only really one interesting character that I had, and that's not particularly uncommon when it comes to visual novels. Like there's a whole like even if it's the case of with like something like MML, Magical Magic Lunatics, which I really liked this game, right? But again, it's like okay, there's a bunch of characters, but Ruruna is by far the best girl. Like I was much more interested in Ruruna's route than any of the others, or even like some of the other some of the Ubisoft games, like where is it? It should be here somewhere. Give me. I think Clover Days as an example. Like this is very very common. Is to be like, oh, this is best girl, this is the girl I'm interested in, and then there's some characters that I just don't give a shit. I mean, in Nukitashi, right? Like in Nukitashi, for example, like I did not give a fuck about this girl. Like this route sucked. This route was incredibly fucking boring. The rest of the game is pretty good, but this girl's route was fucking a slog to get through. Um, like that's what I'm trying to say is that's a standard issue for visual novels. Like you're going to expect that there's going to be like at least one girl that you're just not into, and getting through her route is just kind of a slog. It's the same in Senden Banka, right? Like Senden Banka has two good routes, right? This route, Lena's route, best girl by the way. Lena, best girl, and Murasame was pretty good. And this route was like not my favorite, but also pretty good. But like, yeah, I did not really particularly enjoy this route, right? Like that, it's just standard to have like at least one character. I think I've made my point. But in Kamiyaba, there was nothing like that. Every single character is appealing to me. Every route is interesting. And while it's not sort of it's a very, I mean, you know what you're getting into, right? It's a pretty much a straightforward slice of life romance. Like, you're not getting anything. You're not going to have any mind blowing revelations about the nature of philosophy of self or whatever the fuck you retards want from Skaji visual novels or whatever. Like, not that I don't like Skaji, but you know what I'm saying. You're not going to get a big, supernaturally melodramatic twists like you would in a visual arts key Jun Maeda nonsense. Not that I don't like Jun Maeda, but you know what I'm saying. Like, you're not going to get any of that. It's about as straightforward as it gets. And I think that's just not going to be really interesting for a lot of people, right? Obviously, like a straightforward slice of like romance visual novel is like kind of it's like a slice of life anime, like it's for a niche. But if you like that sort of stuff, if this is the sort of game that if you like Ubisoft titles and things like that, I can pretty straightforwardly recommend Kamiyama. So that's the otaku situation. I'm gonna finish. The way I read visual novels these days. I used to take a really long time to read them, like maybe read them over the course of a month and a half or longer. But then when I read, or unless it was something that was like super a page turner, like Tsubehebe, for example, or Grisaya, where it's very plot based and I just didn't want to put it down. I just like grinded through it, right? Or Chaos Head, I also was like this with. But aside from those games, when it came to stuff like, I don't know, Kino or Love Reach It, for example, right? Like, I read this over the course of months, and frankly, while it had some good moments, it was fucking ruined by the final arc, whatever that girl's called. Ria. She ruins the fucking game. the like epic twist. Oh man, it's so bad. Anyway, uh, like that was how I used to read visual novels. Even ones I liked, it would take me quite a long time to get through them. But then when I was doing the video for Yoakina, like I was getting through Yoakina so quickly for the video. Like I was reading basically one route per day that I realized that's something I can do. Like it's actually a more enjoyable way to read a visual novel more intensively and just get it done in like, a week or less. I basically common route day one and then like one route per day. That's how I read visual novels. And it's very fun and I enjoy it. And anyway, that's enough about visual novels. I want to talk about my bathroom sink now. I've been having the most fucked up experience ever with my bathroom sink where there was like a leak. It was a pretty small leak, but it was a leak in my tap. And it had dripped down to the floor and seeped through the floor and like made a very small flood and leaked into my downstairs neighbor's flat. And my downstairs neighbor was not happy about this at all. And of course, you wouldn't be. Impressed upon me the urgency that the ceiling was about to cave in from the massive leak and that I need to call an emergency plumber immediately, which I did. The plumber came, and not only could the plumber not find the leak, but the plumber touched the ceiling in my downstairs neighbor's flat and said that it wasn't even damp. And that's very strange, because if there was a leak, you would expect the leak to be damp. So I wasted a fuckload of money on that emergency plumber who came over and couldn't find the leak, but eventually did discover that the cartridge on my tap, and I know too much about taps now, the cartridge in my bathroom mixer faucet is broken and slightly leaky. And then he said, which I think he was like trying to be chill about it, and he was pretty chill about it. Like but it turned out to be accidentally a nightmare. He said like, you could like call us back and we'll come with a tap and replace it, or you could like call someone else who will probably be cheaper than us, right? Which is like a chill thing to do, to be like, we're expensive, you can go find someone cheaper than us. You'd think that was super chill, right? And he seemed super chill, and he seemed kind of weirded out by the fact that my neighbor had insisted on this emergency plumber where it wasn't actually an emergency and the leak was very, very small. He seems to be kind of the opinion that my neighbor was trying to fuck around somehow. But anyway, he left. I paid that money. Then I went on I tried to find review sites for plumbers, right? And I picked one of the top reviewed plumbers and called them over. I told them on the phone precisely what the issue was, right? I told them precisely what the problem was because the previous guy had told me what the problem was. Well, they asked for my fucking card information over the phone, which I gave them, stupidly. And then they took £100 out of my account as a fee for a plumber to come and look at the tap, which I thought was the fee for the plumber to fix the tap, given that I had told them what the problem was. But no, the plumber came over, and at the time, I was actually cooking something, so I had a timer going. So I know that that plumber was in my flat for precisely 3 minutes, almost exactly 3 minutes. And he looked at the tap and said, "Yep, looks like you're going to need a new tap." And I was like, I could have fucking told you that, and it wouldn't have cost me £100. So I called them back and was like, they called, so I was like, whatever the fuck, I just want to get this tap fixed, because my neighbor is bugging me about it, basically saying, like, this is where it gets complicated. My downstairs neighbor begins to say, like, we want to get the building's insurance to allow us to fix repair our ceiling where the leak has come through, to pay for it. And in order to do that, you need to get you need to have a certified plumber, provide documentation that they have fixed the issue, or we can't claim insurance. So this now becomes my problem. To clarify, the leak is extremely small, by the way. Just to clarify, it's a very small leak, anyway, so that plumber comes over, I spend my £100, he said he doesn't do anything, right? He just looks at it, and then he says, I'll call you once I get back to the office with a quote for how much it will cost to fix. They do not. It takes 3 days. When they finally call me back, 3 days later, they say it's going to cost £700, which is ridiculous, because replacing a tap is not that difficult. I could probably do it myself. I'm almost certain I could do it myself, but you need a certified plumber to get the insurance, so I can't do it myself. It wouldn't actually solve my problem. I say, fuck you, I'm not paying £700 for a tap. That's ridiculous. Also, can I have my £100 back? Can you refund me? They say, okay, we'll go on our system and refund you. I never got that money back. I've tried to call them again. They say, on our system, it looks like, when I called them back 2 days later and still hadn't got my money, they said, like, oh, on our system it says we've given it back. Whatever, I got scammed. I probably could have charged it back on my bank, but now it's probably too late, so whatever. I got scammed. That was my fault. I should have been more aggressive with how frequently I was calling them. But I do not like calling people. I am, like, socially awkward and anxious, and I don't like talking to strangers. It's my bad. I got scammed. Whatever. I called another plumber. That guy... So at this point, I'm like, plumbers are unreliable, right? They've tried to scam me on multiple occasions. What's going on here? Like, it turns out plumbers are unreliable, and that review site is unreliable. So then my downstairs neighbor's bugging me, like, hey, when are you going to get this done? We need to claim the insurance. So I'm like, I ask them, hey, do you know any plumbers? And they give me someone's number. I call them up, and that guy, turns out he's moved out of London years ago. He doesn't work around here anymore, right? There was one more plumber in between this who never even came around. It was a fucking mess. I don't want to talk about that because it was just boring. But anyway, that plumber who's moved out of London, I asked him, do you know any good plumbers in London that you can recommend? And he says, not that I can recommend, no. But then, like, a little bit later, he texts me and says, like, this guy's decent, and then sends me a number. So I call the number he gave me, and that's the guy who is supposedly going to come to my house today to finally replace the tap, which I had to buy a replacement tap, by the way. That is not included in the fees. So ultimately, I'm probably going to be spending like £200 today with the tap and that guy, assuming he actually fucking fixes my shit. Meanwhile, this has taken a long time because plumbers are unreliable. They do not text you back. I had to install WhatsApp to talk to this guy. I don't like having WhatsApp on my phone. I'm going to delete it the second this tap is fixed. It's been a total fucking mess is what I'm trying to get across to you, okay? It's been like 4 or 5 plumbers that I've gone through without actually having fixed the tap. I've spent hundreds of pounds on nothing. And there was one more thing that I've done, which is I was like, well, just because I don't want to be fucking flooding my neighbor's house, obviously, like, I'm gonna do what I can to fix the issue myself, which was I bought a bunch of bathroom caulk, like it's like sort of rubber stuff that you fill in the gaps with, right? I don't know, is caulk the right word for that? I think it is. I bought that, like a gun that you do that with, and I fixed it myself. It looks like shit, but it does prevent leaking. Like, it actually does the job. And I was like trying to impress upon my neighbor that like, hey, I've spent a bunch of, like, you understand, I've spent like £300 at this point, and still I don't have a tap. Like, that cork was kind of expensive. The plumbers that didn't fix it were expensive. Like, the emergency plumber was expensive as fuck. Like, initially. Like, I spent a lot of money on this for something that, according to that first plumber, was not really an issue. Like, let's be very clear here, okay? That is weird. It is really weird that such a minor leak supposedly caused massive damage, and yet, when only like an hour later a plumber shows up, he touches it and says it's not even damp. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but it's very strange, right? So, that's the situation. That's my fucking fucked up situation, and I'm not too pleased about it, frankly. It's been a fucking mess. It's cost me a bunch of money. It's cost me a bunch of time. I've had fucking random plumbers walking in and out of my house at random times of the day, which sucks. And all of them are extremely unreliable. Like, you text them, they don't answer. They answer like 3 days later with a like non-answer. Like, this guy, I mean, I don't even know. Like, this guy didn't even ask for my address, right? Like, he was like, yeah, I'll come to whenever. Right? He said I'll come. Firstly, he said I'll come on the weekend, and then he just didn't. And that was no longer. Now it's a week later. Now it is the next weekend, and like, I have to say, by the way, I never sent you my address. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this guy was like, I don't know, like, they don't care. I don't know what's going on with plumbers, man. I'm never gonna trust a plumber in my life. It's ridiculous. And like, Frank, like, I would have just fixed. I mean, I did fix it myself. It's not gonna leak downstairs anymore, and the leak is very minor. Like, I would have just, if it was up to me, this would have just been fine. But if they don't get insurance, they're gonna make me pay for the repairs, which is ridiculous. So, I think I've been appropriately mad at everyone in the situation, but there's nothing I can do, and hopefully, if all goes well, today will be the final episode in this saga, and yeah, it's just been fucking miserable, but hopefully it's over now. Something I want to say about Kamiyaba is, I summoned it previously, so I'm just playing the version that I summoned. But I did actually, once I started playing it, purchase it on Steam. But as you can see, I haven't even installed it. But I did buy it. I did buy the game because while I'm an advocate for the usage of summoning circles, I also believe in supporting Eroge Studios because they need the money. I'm sure my small contribution doesn't factor too much into their funds, but I hope it's something, It's a damn shame that they've all switched to making gotcha slop or just quit entirely. I'm pretty sure the studio doesn't exist anymore. I don't even know where the money goes. But I think it's good to try and support them to some degree. Also, the translation is pretty bad, by the way. I want to say the English translation of this game is not very good. I kind of even want to go over it and fix some of the grammar problems and poor translations and make my own patch. But that sounds like a lot of work. It is finally done. It is finally dealt with. It is finally over. You don't understand how much of a fucking comedy of errors getting this tap replaced has been. You know what? I'm going to show you. The new tap. I hope that's not leaking. I don't know what that is. There's water everywhere. I hope it's okay. Anyway, my sink is not dirty, but I got a new plug as well, and a new tap.
doesn't appear to be leaking. I think it's just whatever. But anyway, a new tap and a new plug. So the guy was actually very chill, and this is the strange thing about plumbers, is they seem very chill when you talk to them, but they're always trying to scam you. And also, they love talking about how every other plumber is bad, and they're the only good one. They love doing that. I've noticed this. I've talked to enough tradespeople at this point to understand the pattern. They're all like this. It's not just plumbers. It's boiler men, whatever the fuck you need, right? They're always like this, where they love talking about how all of the other people in their industry don't know what they're doing, right? So I tried to get him chatting about that a little bit. I wanted to talk to him because, you got to build up a bit of rapport, I feel like, when it comes to things like this to get better service. That's my attitude, right? If you've been nice to them, they're more likely to do the job well. That's what I assume. So I tried to talk to him. I had a little adventure beforehand. Fortunately I utilized augmentations to allow myself to converse more effectively, which are of course still in effect. And well, I think it went pretty well. Except when he asked, so what do you do? And I just panicked and said I'm a musician, and then I just kind of like had to wiggle my way out of that. That was a bit of a weird conversation. But aside from that, I think it went okay. And the guy didn't overcharge me. He charged me pretty much exactly what I assumed it was going to cost from my research, like how much it should cost to do that job, and how much he said it. Like, yeah, it was all smooth, and he did his job well, I think. The only thing that's of note about this interaction is that he did occasionally, I wasn't standing next to him the whole time, although I was for a lot of time sort of standing just outside the door, reading Hidamari Sketch on my phone. But a lot of the time, there were times when he had to come into this living room / kitchen area where my desktop is to clean stuff off in the kitchen sink. I don't think he needed to do because he could have used the bath sink, but maybe that's too awkward. Anyway, this place is a fucking mess, and I try not to let people in here who are strangers because it's completely messy. I'm not even going to show it on video because it's like crazy. I just refuse to be a slave to cleaning up. It's just not worth it because it just gets messy again. Like, what the fuck is the point? At some point, you reach like an equilibrium of mess where it just stays at a consistent level of messy. And I'm okay living like that. No one else is okay with it. Everyone who isn't me and Dotsmite is like, how can you fucking live like this? What are you, Asmongold? And I'm like, bro, where's the fucking real rotters? Where's the real fucking rotters who aren't gonna clean their fucking shit anyway? I'm over giving a fuck. I didn't have a shower. I smell terrible. I'm wearing dirty clothes. I'm wearing like oversized. Like, I don't give a fuck. And to the level of this is the whole time this is what my computer looks like. I'm reading fucking Kamiyava with the Chino wallpaper, and he's just coming in here looking at me like, you know what's going on, right? I got Dan Pachan up on the other monitor. Like, I'm beyond shame. I'm beyond any of this shit. He talked to me about it. He said, like, you gotta clean up your house to me. He said that to me. He was like talking about it to me, and I'm like, look, I know, I gotta do that, right? Obviously, I'm not gonna fucking do that. But I hope, I'm just wondering what this guy thinks of me. Because I look fucked, right? I haven't shaved my head in a really long time. So I'm very much balding, like, to an extreme degree. I don't show myself on camera anymore, but if you could see me, you wouldn't like what you saw. Because my hair is a mess, right? Like, imagine a guy with really thin, like really greasy hair who hasn't showered in like 3 days. Really greasy hair that's like maybe 3 centimeters long and very like wild, like sticking out at all angles, right? But then a big bald patch at the top and really, really thinning at the front. That's what my hair looks like. And then a really like weird, scraggly, massive beard that's like completely a mess. That's what I look like. And also probably clearly on drugs. Just reading fucking visual novels with the Chino whoop. Like, this is what the fuck, this is who the fuck I am. I'm wondering, what's this guy thinking, walking away from that, He's like, how is this guy making any money? How is he living? Who is this fuck? These guys, holy, like I'm imagining this guy's going, holy shit, those guys are real. The otaku that you read about are real. This guy lives in a fucking hovel, doesn't know what's going on, and is just reading like visual novels. Like, does he even know what a visual novel is? What does he assume is happening here? Like, it's all. Maybe I should have asked him. You know what I should have said when he said, "What do you do?" What I should have said is, "I make YouTube videos about anime." That's what I should have said, and then I could have gotten into a conversation with him about anime. Fuck, I fucked up the dialogue tree. Because you can just lie, right? Like it doesn't fucking matter what you say. Like I could have literally said, "Yeah, I'm on Digibro on YouTube if you look me up." Like I could have fucking said that, and like, what's he gonna do? You know, he's not gonna take his phone out and look it up right there. I could have said anything. I could have said fucking anything at that point. I don't know why I panicked. I don't expect that question ever. So I said musician, but then I mentioned, and I run like an online community, and I get some donations for, and I make some YouTube videos that gets me, like that's what I said. I kind of mumbled some shit about that, and then the conversation just petered out. But if I had opened with, oh, I make YouTube videos about anime, and by the way, just to clarify the situation we're in, right? Like this is the bathroom, this is where he is working on the tap and shit. I'm over here, right? And then right over here is a big box of like old books that I have, and you can see the top book is a history of manga. It's like 60 years of Japanese. This book's kind of shit, by the way. I do not recommend it. It's not a particular. It's long and massive, right? Just like my penis. Like it has a lot of really cool visuals and a lot of good like manga panels in it. As you can see. Like it's cool on a visual level. You got Slam Dunk, you got all of the Doraemon, you know, pretty much everything you would expect. But there's basically no mention of like the Moe boom or anything like this in this book. Like it's very like anti-Bishoujo in its history, very shonen focused. So I kind of don't recommend that book. But anyway, like that's the situation we're in. This says manga in massive letters. I also have this old how to draw manga book, which is really funny, and some like what is even in here? Like Russell Howard DVD. This guy is the least funny comedian of all time. I don't know why I have that, and a bunch of like magic stuff. This is how magicians sell their tricks. Cardistry of Ego. Anyone who knows this is a fucking legend, bro. If you know what the fuck this is, Cardistry of Southeast Asia, I have this deck somewhere. Then you're a fucking legend, because this is a classic. I don't know if I still have yeah, it's missing, unfortunately, but absolute classic. Some book about something. Who knows? It's more magic stuff. The Wonderful Man. Look, it has a note to me. I guess someone gave this to me for my birthday at some point. This is, some sort of, it's like a magic DVD. Andy Nyman, The Code. Interesting. Oh, here's the Cardistry of Southeast Asia DVD. Well, unfortunately, that's probably scratched. Oh yeah, you can fucking see. It's scratched to fuck. There's no way that's gonna work ever. What else is in here? Hopefully nothing that doxes me. More Cardistry of Southeast Asia stuff. The Hobbit. You got The Hobbit. 2D glasses. I got the fucking... Wait, when did I buy the Scott Tribute? When did I buy this? Anyone who knows who the fuck this is, comment. If you know who this is, comment his name. Because then I know you're a fucking real one who's in there. Hey, appropriate for the fucking world is quiet here. I used to use this. This was my diary a million years ago. And hey, look, I wrote my favorite next to this. Yo, that's fucking beast. And I wrote me next to. Look at me fucking laughing as a child. Holy shit! This is my Toonie phase. My Toonie phase was entirely series of unfortunate events phase. You can see it, like there's all the books, And then A Slippery Slope is my favorite, as you can see. It looks like this was this like it's called the Blank Book, and as you can see, it's just sort of blank pages. Well, I've written in most of them, but it's blank pages with some like quotes occasionally. It's cool. But yeah, I wrote my favorite, and then I put a fucking arrow next to Klaus and said me. That's who I thought I was. I was like, holy shit, he's literally me. I'm gonna read through my diary from. I'm not gonna fucking show it on camera because this is literally like, you know, the trope in anime, like oh fuck, what's that one anime that has almost this exact trope in it? Fuck, what is it? Hold on. What the hell is this anime called? I don't know. I don't remember the name of it. But anyway, there's like common trope in anime of like the girl finds the guy's old diary from when he was a toonie and like starts reading stuff out and like using it as blackmail. Like, this is that. I have this in real life, and it's this fucking book. So I'm not gonna show it on camera. Right, first of all, I'm gonna show you this from this notebook. This sick ass, trippy ass drawing that I made at some point. This was definitely doodling in class type shit, guaranteed. Damn, what was I fucking on? This shit's crazy, trippy as fuck. Anyway, there's that. They also found this gigantic Shingeki no Kyojin poster, which I will be doing nothing with because I fucking hate that show. I also have this. Let's find out. Oh, Aperture Science? That's pretty cool. I like Portal. You know what's crazy is when I got this, I had not played Portal. I got that at a con. I got that at some sort of gaming con. Yeah, so what I've learned from reading through my diary from when I was 13 years old is that I was insanely horny. All I talk about is that shit. It's crazy. It's actually not even toony, it's just really cringe fucking horny posting. About like girls in my class and shit. I don't even fucking remember them. It's extremely cringe. I'm gonna keep it away from me. I also found this little thing of Finn and Jake on BMO, which is actually quite nice. I might put this up in my room. I like Adventure Time. I haven't rewatched it in a long time, but Adventure Time's good. I might put this up for sure. Just to demonstrate, this is a typical meal for me if I'm not having rice, pasta, and tomato sauce, and chopped up frozen chicken tenders. This is real food, motherfucker. Okay, so this is I realized that I've seen a fuckload of Silverlink shows. Like, I think probably out of any studio, I've seen the most shows by Silverlink. That might just be because Silverlink puts out a lot of shows. Like, I'm sure I've probably seen, in terms of percentage, per capita, as it were, per anime, I've seen percentage-wise probably more from Shaft or maybe Joanne. But I think total, I don't know this for sure. I bet I could check, actually. I wonder if AniList tracks things like that. Studios. Okay, let's see. Okay, apparently it's not even fucking close. My number one is JC Stuff by like a big margin. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would be Shaft. That's actually crazy. What the fuck? How have they made... I mean, I guess JT Stuff just makes a fuckload of anime. It's not even that much. I feel like I haven't even seen anything. It must have just been, like, older stuff, I guess. I don't know. That's surprising. I did not expect JC Stuff. I mean, Madhouse kind of makes sense. Oh, is it tracking it in terms of time? No, it's count. That's odd. That's odd. That's odd. I don't know what to say. Mean score is okay, but the time watched Madhouse. Damn, JC Stuff. I didn't expect that. Anyway, Silverlink. I've seen 38 Silverlink shows. And I was like, that seems like a lot of Silverlink shows. I was just thinking about it, right? And then I was thinking, I wonder, maybe like it wouldn't be that hard to watch all the Silverlink shows. Now, not necessarily every season of every Silverlink show. Like, for example, like I haven't seen Strike the Blood 2 because I haven't seen Strike the Blood 1. Or like I've seen some Prisma Ilia, but I haven't seen this particular season. That's not, I just like an individual series, right? How many could there possibly be left? So I tallied them all up in a spreadsheet. It turns out there's 34. So actually, I'm not even halfway done, which is a little disappointing. However, there are some here which I'm comfortable of skipping. For example, Kira Kira 5th Anniversary Live Anime Kickstart Generation. Kira Kira is a visual novel that I do plan on reading at some point. So if I ever do watch this, it's going to be after I read the visual novel of Kira Kira. I'm not going to watch this without having played the visual novel, so we can probably discount this. And then there's also like Bonjour Koyaji Patisserie. This is like an otome male harem type of show type of thing, which not really my thing. So I'm probably not going to watch that one. There's another one that's similar to that as well. There's another one of those. Also, this Deep Insanity, The Lost Child, looks like maybe the worst anime ever made. So I'm probably going to skip this one too. I think this might have been the other. No, maybe not. Let's find out. Select the locale. What? I just want to go to open hyperlink. There we go. Yeah. Okay. No, I was wrong. This is something else entirely. Anyway. So actually, this is I mean, this is like maybe a little less realistic. I mean, 34 anime is not that much. 34 shows is entirely doable. What is that? Assuming each show is 4 hours. Still a little bit of math in our heads. 34 times 4. Let's not do it in our heads. I can't do that. That is 136 hours, which is quite a lot of hours, and that's not even counting season 2s, which some of these have season 2s and OVAs that I would probably want to watch if I enjoyed them. So, actually, this is a lot of hours. It's a lot of hours, but it's not an undoable amount of hours. Although there are some on here which are just like, why haven't I watched this yet? Such as, for example, Strike the Blood is another one of these like Sekken type shows, which I was sort of making my way through for a little while. Bakato Test, I don't know why I haven't seen that. That's probably pretty good. And also, Two-Car looks pretty good. And Isekai Shokudo looks pretty good. So that's one thing, is I want to try and make my way through some of these. You know what? I'm going to turn these green, the ones that are like particularly interesting to me. I'm going to check out C3, but I think this is a visual novel adaptation. So let me see if the visual novel has a translation. C3. No, it does not have a translation. Okay. Maybe. This is going to be yellow. That means maybe. Strike the Blood, I'm putting green. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. And then, what else looked interesting? Jahi-sama, I'll put that green. It's probably not, that was the wrong tool I just used. This show doesn't actually look that good, but I feel like I should check it out anyway. Sasaki Topi-chan looked pretty good. And I think it was one of these other ones that looked interesting to me. I'm forgetting which one it was now. It was one of the recent ones. Which one is it? Hold on a second. I'm scrolling on AniList. I'm trying to find it. Princess Session Orchestra. That's definitely worth checking out. And, oh yes, this is Dosan called Garu. Yes. And maybe a bunch of these more recent ones, actually. This one I'm actually currently watching, by the way. I'm like 3 episodes into this. Let's see, which one was it? Was it Sasaki Kopi? I already did that. Was it Yozakura? Okay. There you go. This is so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 shows. That's basically free. So that's one thing. Secondly, I'm still making my way through Kamiyaba, which is pretty good. I'm having fun reading this visual novel. And finally, the final thing is Precure. So there is a season of Precure currently airing. It is Meitante Precure. And I had this thought come into my head, which is I bet Precure is a show that is better to watch week by week, because the problem I've always had with not just Precure but all magical girl shows is that they're very episodic, and very episodic shows are not great for marathoning, right? Like you don't necessarily have the page turnery cliffhangeriness that makes you want to watch the next episode immediately after finishing the previous one, right? And also, I don't know if this is just me, but I find it easier to marathon shows when I know that it's like not going to take me too long, right? Like when I know I can marathon an anime in 4 hours ish, no less, although I don't know, a little more, roughly 4 hours. Like, and I can see like I don't know, it just makes it easier. Shorter shows, like if I'm like, oh, I'm going to dedicate the next few days of my life to marathoning a show, that becomes a little bit of a harder proposition. Anyway, the point is, I think it might be actually quite nice to be like, oh, every Saturday I get to watch the new episode of Meitante Precure. Isn't that cool? I don't know if it's like being simulcast or like I don't know what the translation situation is. But anyway, there's 14 episodes so far. It's going to be 51 episodes total. And this seems, I mean, I've seen some stuff about this season of Precure. It looks, from what I've gathered, everyone likes it. It's considered pretty good. It has a pretty decent rating. Yeah, I mean, you can see almost, there's a few, but it seems like generally well liked as a Precure. So this might be a good in, is what I'm saying. This might be a good in to the Precure franchise. So I think I'm gonna background try and catch up over the next week, because I have a week until the next episode comes out. So I think I'm gonna try and catch up on the previous 14 episodes over the next week, so that I can catch episode 15 when it comes out. That's my goal. I don't know if I'll be able to succeed, but that's my goal. We'll see if I actually like it. I mean, if I don't like it, then I obviously won't watch it. But that's in addition to finishing this visual novel. So I've got a lot of work ahead of me, is what I'm saying. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm going to talk politics. And I'm going to talk politics in the worst possible way. I watched this, to keep up with the news and to fill up dead time, like when I'm cooking. I sometimes watch this guy called Atriarch on YouTube. He's like a streamer. He just covers the news and mostly like economic stuff. More like economics oriented, which is probably not the best place to get your information about that stuff. I mean, I do read newspapers also. Like I would say I trust what I read in the Financial Times more than I trust Atriarch. But he also does make it clear, to be fair to him, when he's giving his opinion versus when he's stating facts and he shows evidence, whatever. He recently made a video about this, which will be old news by the time this video comes out. Also, welcome to this video, by the way. How's it going? He recently made a video about the Trump assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but he made two claims in the video that I thought were a bit silly. So, number one, he talks about how there's this class of people, especially in the US, who are like the college-educated working class, There are people who spend a lot of time and a lot of money in education and work really, really hard on getting a good education, and then left education into a horrible job market, right? And they're sort of overeducated, underpaid, blah blah blah. Because the shooter had like a master's in computer science and yet was working a shit job, something like that. And what he talks about with these people is that they are more likely than average to agree with the statement, something along the lines of political violence is necessary for change, or something like that. That this demographic, or college-educated people, agree with that statement more than the average. And he just sort of tries to psychoanalyze them and says like, oh, well, they think that way because they're out of options and they've just put in so much hard work and they have all of these expectations that their work will pay off, and it's not paying off. Their expectations are being left unmet, and so they're just disillusioned with the whole system. And so, I think this is a really dumb way to look at it. And obviously, Atrioc is a lib, and he's the sort of person that would have this take. But you know what? We always talk about sort of stupid postmodernist bullshit here. Let's bring it back to some bog standard leftism. When's the last time we did some boring ass lefty political analysis on this channel? Just to bring you guys up to speed. I don't know how familiar you guys are with political theory. So he says that, and then his chat responds immediately, based, right? And he says, everyone's saying based in chat. I don't think it's based. I don't think you guys really think it's based. It's bad or whatever, right? He says, I don't think you want to live in a world full of political violence. And he's right. We don't. But he, just like many liberals, is just willing to completely turn a blind eye to some forms of political violence. And so, to him, the forms of political violence which are normalized just don't count. And this is the lefty position. That is to say, there is no political position which doesn't endorse violence in some way. It doesn't exist. Liberalism is massively violent. Of course, it involves, and this is not to say any of these, independently, obviously there are some things here which I'm going to think are bad, but there are some things here which are this is just necessary, right, to maintain the system as it exists. The system is maintained through violence. I mean, policing is violent. It is, laws are a threat of future violence, right? That's just how they work. That's whatever. The state, a commonly used definition of what the state is it is the entity with a monopoly on violence in a certain area, where state violence is legal. There's a quote from Max Stirner, which just says, the state calls its own violence law, but that of the individual crime. Bit of a meme guy, Max Stirner, but I think that is a fairly self-evident statement. But you could also talk about economic violence. If the fact that millions of people in the world live in poverty without reliable access to things like food or clean water is not the way. It's not just a natural consequence of life. It is the result of the mode of economic organization, right? And if you are causing people to starve, if I think perpetrating mass starvation is violent. I don't think that's particularly controversial. Borders are enforced through violence, and there are so many examples of this. Of economic violence and police violence, military violence, etc. And none of those count as political, despite the fact that they are all the results of political decisions to Atrioc. And I think that's just ridiculous. I think that the reason that all of those college-educated people are answering that poll like that is that they just see this. They see that as being the case, that all political systems endorse or accept some degree of violence for some reason, and they are maintained by violence, and therefore they just answer the question honestly, that yes, of course some form of violence is required for political change. It's also required for maintaining the political status quo, but that's not the question you asked. That's what I would assume. I think Atrioc and liberals in general are being incredibly dishonest by ignoring this fact. But it's very convenient for them to say, well, that doesn't count as political violence. Of course it does. It's ridiculous to say it doesn't. And that's not to say that I even necessarily think all of those things are bad. I, think there probably are some people who ought to be locked up. I think there probably are some, especially under the present economic system, it makes sense to have some sort of, well, you know what, let's not get too crazy into it. This is kind of getting off topic. But that's the first thing. I don't want to spend too much time on it. The second thing I want to talk about is the video is kind of focused on the stagedness or non-stagedness of this assassination attempt. Because it seems social media has just decided en masse that this was some sort of false flag. Atrioc does not think it's a false flag. And if I'm being honest with you, I don't think it's a false flag in the same way that some people on social media are claiming. However, stagedness is a spectrum, not a binary. And I'm going to put it in terms of, for some reason, Minecraft YouTube. So, let me walk you through the history of Minecraft YouTube. So, the first ever YouTuber SMP, and if you don't follow Minecraft, an SMP stands for Survival Multiplayer. So, the first ever YouTube survival multiplayer server was called Mindcrack, but that rapidly kind of fell apart because of some stupid behind-the-scenes stuff, and so it splintered into another server called Hermitcraft. Hermitcraft was the first big one, and the Hermitcraft was pretty straightforward. It was just a bunch of friends, a bunch of people on the server playing Minecraft, pretty much just pressing record, recording for them, posting it without too much crazy stuff happening. Then, a while later, this YouTuber named Dream. This is quite a while later. There was a guy called Dream. He was a speedrunner, and he came up with a really good idea for a YouTube series, which was called a Speedrunner versus Hunter, which was actually Minecraft Manhunt was the name he came up with. And the idea is that he would try and speedrun Minecraft while his friends tried to chase him down and kill him before he could beat the game. And those videos got insanely popular, and so he started a Minecraft server based on that. And he invited to this Minecraft server this guy named Tommy Innit, who was like another YouTuber or streamer or something. I don't really know much about him. But that guy just went around kind of trolling people, and then that evolved into like an arc of like fighting back and forth between Tommy Innit and the people on his side and the other guys and the people on their side. It became like a feud. And everyone was streaming and putting videos up of all of this stuff happening. And so it sort of ballooned into like arcs, right? It went from ha 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 funny, but like maybe we'll like kill this guy and then they throw stuff and the guys put a prank on him that's like genuine, which is the sort of thing that happens on Hermitcraft. But then it ended up with the awareness of the cameras became people like acting it out as like a a more extreme version, and then people would start planning it behind the scenes before they actually acted it out on the server, and then it basically became scripted or staged to some degree. But they never let the kayfabe slip. Then there's this guy named Parrot. This is not. I'm actually doing a bit of revisionist history here, but just for the sake of simplicity, there's another server springs up after the Dream SMP kind of dies, which is called. I never watched Dream SMP, just to be clear, so you know where I stand. But there was this guy called Parrot who has a server called Lifesteal, and Lifesteal is a server with a gimmick, and the gimmick is that every time you kill another player, you steal one of their hearts. So in Minecraft, you have a health bar, which is like a bunch of hearts. And so if you kill someone, you lose one heart of your health bar, so you have a lower max health. And if you ever get to 0, you get banned off the server, right? And if you steal someone's heart, you can add it, so you get extra, even higher max health, right? So that's the gimmick of the server, hence the name Lifesteal. And the server is an anarchy server, which means there are no rules, except there is one rule, and the rule is make as good a content as you can possibly make, right? Because everyone on the server is a YouTuber, a streamer, whatever. And because of that, some things that happen on Lifesteal are fully organic. Some things that happen on Lifesteal are fully scripted. But most of the things that happen on Lifesteal fall into this middle ground, where people play along because they know that we're all going to make videos out of this, right? So like, let's say someone's leading you into a trap. Okay, you might know that it's a trap, but you say, I'm going to play along for the sake of this guy's video. I don't want to ruin this other guy's video that he's probably recording of this, so I'll play along so that he can make his video, and that we all play along for each other's videos, and it helps everyone. You know, if I'm in his video, that's promotion for me, blah, blah, blah. It just is better off if everyone plays along for everyone to make the videos as good as they can be. Now, not everyone does this, strictly speaking. For example, there was a guy on Lifesteal named Wreckrap, and he famously did not like playing along with people trying to lead him into traps. Like, he would just dip if he thought it was sus. Which made for some very good videos on his channel. And then he gains a reputation of being untrappable, so then other people get to it. Whatever. I'm getting too deep into Lifesteal. But the point is, it's a sort of, it's like staged, but not necessarily scripted. It's got this like implication behind it. And the guy that made Lifesteal, is like, well, if people are scripting videos on here anyway, if people are staging videos here anyway, what would happen if I just made fully staged, fully scripted videos that are pure fiction and didn't even try to pretend like they weren't? Because up until now, all of the Minecraft videos have been scripted versions of things to try and make something look like it's real when it's not real, to make it cooler. But what if you just didn't bother to make it look real? What if you just tried to write a story that was good and just have people act it out? And that is called the Unstable Universe series, and it has its own lore, and it kind of sucks, to be honest. There's like one good episode, but for the most part, it's just kind of bad. You might have also heard of Parkour Civilization, not part of Unstable Universe, but a similar premise. And then there's also like sort of Minecraft ARGs. Wi-Fi's recently made the second part of his Minecraft ARG, which is based on the lore of the book The King in Yellow, which is like a cosmic horror Lovecraftian thing. Although it predates Lovecraft, the original book, but you probably know about The King in Yellow. The King in Yellow actually has a cameo in Nyaruko-chan. If you've ever seen that anime. Anyway, so that's scripted and pretty good actually. So there's various kinds of scripted, is my point. And so I would say that this assassination attempt was definitely or likely not Unstable Universe scripted, but it may have been Lifesteal scripted. And what I mean by that is the playing along aspect. The, like, we know this is going to happen, let's just not try and stop it because we think we can make good use of it politically. Something like that, right? Like, we have a strong suspicion, we don't think this is going to be successful, but we know it's going to be a big media event. Like, let's allow it to happen. Let's play along for the sake of trying to revive Trump's horrifically bad ratings and trying to get this ballroom built, which he cares about for some reason. That's my take. That seemed, the level of security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was shockingly low for something of that much importance. And the US, they generally are very careful with their presidents. They get assassinated all the time, especially this guy who's already had multiple attempts on his life. You would expect security not to be so lax that this guy can just walk in there with a gun, not being on the guest list, and no one tries to stop him. There's even a clip of Fox News reporters, hot mic'd, caught talking about how they're just holding the doors open and letting anyone in, and that they're not even trying, right? And it's like, that seems a little convenient. It definitely seems convenient. And so if it were staged, which I'm not saying it is, but if it were, I don't think it's staged. I don't think it's scripted staged. But it may have been, like, if at all, the possibility that it may have been Lifesteal staged, which is, let's just play along for the sake of content. But I think there is a deeper level to this, which is, to what extent was this made inevitable by the decisions the administration has made? In other words, to what extent is this in some way they're doing, right? And I think that's a decent question to ask. I wish I had infinite methamphetamines, or perhaps Vyvanse would actually be the best option for me. Because what I need, so here's the problem, right, is yesterday I finished Kamiya, I talked about it already. I thought it was fine, it's like it's just decent, right? But I want to read more visual novels. Like, I've been sitting around since I woke up just sort of trying to figure out what to do. There's nothing to watch on YouTube, and recently I've just been really fucking struggling to find any anime that I actually want to watch. I don't know why. I can't find anything. Like, I keep watching fucking shows and dropping them after one episode. Like, I just can't find anything that's keeping my attention. Like, nothing is interesting to me right now. I mean, I'm like slowly making my way through Precure and Macross, watching like a few episodes a day. But besides that, like, I want to something to actually sink my teeth into, but I ain't got shit. I'm like out of options. Like, I don't have fucking shit to do, man. You know what I did yesterday? I was so bored I watched Now You See Me, Now You Don't, which is the third Now You See Me movie. That's one of the worst movies I've ever watched. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad, man. What's that one guy? Woody Harrelson? Is that his name? His performance, he is phoning in so fucking hard. Like, I don't know how much they paid him, but like, he clearly did not even give a shit. Like, he did the bare fucking minimum. It's like a terrible movie. What's the guy? Jesse something? The guy that's Mark Zuckerberg in that one movie? He's just playing the same guy that he plays in every movie. It's like the most phoned-in fucking movie I've ever seen. No one, like, there's the main villain, I don't know the actress's name, but the main villain, she's doing this terrible South African accent the whole time, and it's never believable, and it's like, it's almost, like, they are self-aware of what movie they're making, right? It's campy trash, and they even call attention to the fact that, like, magic because it's a movie. If you don't know about the Now You See Me movies, they're about magicians who do heists, basically. Um, and they do call attention to like magic is kind of campy, and I guess that's why the movie is campy. But like the movie is just no. I mean, I don't know. It's the twist at the end is phoned in. All of these movies have really phoned in twists at the end because the first one, like famously, has this big. The first Now You See Me movie was like, the one notable thing about it was that it had a big twist at the end that if you thought about it for more than 2 seconds didn't make any fucking sense. And I feel like ever since then they've just done that. Whatever. So that's how bored I was. I was so bored that I watched that fucking movie, which is just, it was bad. So I just, but I'm worried. I'm worried that if I jump into another, because I've had this happen to me multiple times where I've finished a visual novel, jumped into another one, especially a long one, soon after, and then never finished it. And I'm just like, well, fuck, man, you know? And so here's the thing. I thought that I was gonna just read Tenchi Sozo Reboot, right, Ubisoft game. And here's the thing, is that now I'm second guessing myself. Why am I second guessing myself? Number one, it's long. It's pretty long. It's pretty long. I've actually, out of the visual novels I've read, over the past year or something. None of them have been that long. All of them have been relatively short, like medium length on VNDB. So it's actually been a while since I've sat down and read a long ass visual novel. So I don't know how I'm going to react to that anymore, because the reason that I've been able to enjoy VNs again, well, not that I've stopped enjoying them, but like ever since I did the Yowakana video, and I've figured out that like I can do sort of like this more intensive VN reading where I read for hours each day rather than just like a little bit, and you know, but that's more fun for me. So but I don't know if I can keep that, you know, normally it takes me like 4, 5, 6 days, maybe a week to read a visual novel, depending on the length, right? But doing the calculations with how much I'm reading, you know, with assuming the VNDB number is correct and Tenchi Sozo Reboot is actually 50 hours long, which it probably isn't. I think it's probably slower than that, smaller than that. But like, let's assume, then reading like 4 hours a day, it should take about 2 weeks. And that's obviously double the length of time from normal. So I don't know if I can keep up like an intensive reading schedule for 2 weeks. Like I think I might burn out. That's kind of worrying to me. So that's one thing. Second thing is that despite the reason I want to read Tenchi Sozo Reboot is because of the, oh, who'd have fucking guessed it, the Emoto character, right? I see Emoto character in a visual novel, and I just can't say no, right? But when it comes to Yuzuge in general, I've liked some of the Yuzuge, you know? I thought Senden Banka was pretty good, right? I liked Senden Banka. Son of a Witch has like 2 good roots, you know, out of the 4. The other one, you know, like Riddle Joker has like maybe 1 pretty decent, cool route, I guess. But it's like, okay, out of the Ubisoft games, Tenchi Sozo Reboot is not one of the better liked ones, right? It's actually considered one of the worst Ubisoft games. I was reading through some of the reviews, and I don't know, people they weren't loving it, right? Obviously the art is great because it's Ubisoft, but like, the people weren't necessarily going crazy about it in the reviews, right? Which also kind of put me off, because like, well, if I'm going to put the next 50 hours of my life into something, do I want it to be something that's probably going to be like kind of mediocre? I don't know. So like, that's kind of the thing that's been, I don't know, fucking with my mojo, fucking with my mind, is like sitting here, and this is always the problem, is I just spend so long on VNDB just trying to think, what should I read next? Let me come, I gotta figure out what to read next, because it's gonna be a big commitment, so I have to make a good decision, right? And, you know, that's the situation I'm in, so I've been thinking now, like, actually I've opened up my options, like, maybe I want to read Hoshizora no Memoria. That's a VM that I've been wanting to read for a long time, and that's also a pretty long game. It's actually, I think it's probably longer than Tenchi Sozo Reboot. It's pretty long, but it's much better liked it also has an immortal character in it. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's something I want to do. Maybe I want to go into that instead, right? And then there's also some games that are shorter. Like maybe I could read. I quite liked Amachoko. There's 3 Amachoko games. I've only read the first one. Like, I could read Amachoko 2 and 3 in the same, like in less than the time it would take me. That's not even very. Those games are short. But I also really quite liked Slavish Doratri one. Doratri Guta Raifu. I only read the first one. There's 3 of those. Like, I could read the next 2 of those. Those ones are really short. I could probably read one a day if I wanted to. There's also, if I like, since I liked Amachoko, right? Well, one of the good things about Amachoko is the art. The art is great. Well, that artist, Shiratama, he also did the art for a longer visual novel, which is called Sugarten, which is actually quite similar to Amachoko, because it's also set in a cafe and quite Gochiusa inspired. Maybe I want to read Sugarten. And then I was thinking, it's been a while since I read a Moonstone game. There's this Moonstone game called Love Sweets, which also, by the way, has an immortal kara in it. And Love Sweets is like a bizarre game. If you don't know anything about visual novels, which just statistically you don't, but you know a little bit about anime, you should go on the VNDB page for Love Sweets and just tell me what your instant thought is when you see the cover, when you see the picture of all the girls. Just tell me what your instant thought is, because okay, I'm giving you a moment to do that. I'm giving you a moment to go do that. Okay, so they look like K-On! They look exactly it's almost suspicious. Like, it's almost weird. Like, it's the K-On! Girls. And you know what's crazy is the one that looks like Yui is actually named Yui. They didn't even change her name. I mean, they changed her name, but they still kept it like her name is Yui. It's ridiculous. They are like so obviously the K-On! Girls, and I don't know how to feel about that. I just like. There's no Ui though. My wife Ui is not in the game, unfortunately. We love Ui, of course, but she's not in the game, or she doesn't have an equivalent. I don't know how to feel about K-On! The Moonstone visual novel. The legally distinct K-On! It feels, when you see something like that, it feels sketchy, right? That feels like sketchy, but maybe it's not sketchy. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. I like some of the Moonstone games. Maybe I want to check out Love Sweets. Yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I don't fucking know. Not to mention, I started Love Pickle Poppy ages ago. Read a little bit of the Komaru and then never finished it. Now, partially that's because I started to realize that I really didn't like the art style. This is actually something that keeps me from reading a lot of visual novels. There's a lot of studios who have the artists that are associated with them, and I just don't like their art style at all. The studio that makes they made what the fuck is it called? Mashiro Hiro something like that. They also made the 9 series, not Nonoru series, but 9 that sucks. Mashiro Hiro Symphony, that's what it's called. I don't really like that's a game that I'm kind of interested in, but I'm not sure how I feel about the art style. It might grow on me. I'm not sure, but I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that just yet. And yeah, so there was some, and this LPP game, it actually doesn't even look that much like the other SME games. It's kind of got its own thing going on. Now, I have to remember, I did pay money for this, but I'm just sort of thinking of that as just a donation to the visual novel industry as a whole, Oh, and there's also this game. So, Kamiyaba is by a studio called Hulot, and they have another translated game which is something called Cupid, something Honkotsu Cupid, something, I don't remember the exact title. But that game looked kind of interesting. And then there's also another Alcott game that I was interested in. And actually, this is very tempting to me because this is a medium-length game that's like a Molige, and I don't know. I really like Alcott's character design. I don't remember what the name of the artist is, but I was a big fan of Clover Days. And that game is, if I remember correctly, is called Yomegami, which is a funny pun title because Yome means wife and Megami means goddess. Yomegami, that game looks interesting to me. Like maybe I check that out. So basically, right now, my top three questions, my three options are Tenji Sozo Reboot, Hoshizora no Memoria, and Yomegami. Those are the three that I'm considering. Now, statistically speaking, if we're just being based on reviews and general attitude, Hoshimemo has the best reviews and is the most considered a classic, right? Secondly, I don't know, probably the Yuzuge, probably Tenji Sozo Reboot, and then probably Yomegami. However, then there's also length to consider. Yomegami is the shortest, and I don't know if I'm mentally in the state to read a really long visual novel right now. I don't know. I don't know if I am. And I'm worried that I'm not. Like, I'm worried that I'm, like, hella into it right now. I mean, this is actually what happens very often with me in visual novels, which is I read the common route, and I'm super fucking into it. And then I read, like, the first character routes that I'm doing, and I'm, like, still pretty into it. But then by the time I'm at the end, especially, well, whatever, but by the time I'm at the end, you know, I'm kind of like, okay, like, can this be over now? Not that I don't like it, but, like, can this be over now? It feels like a chore. A little bit. And it sucks because I like visual novels. I mean, no one has read as many visual novels as me who doesn't like visual novels. I like them. But it's a skill issue on my part, which is why I keep saying I need to get on Vyvanse or meth or, I don't know, some sort of stimulant that can keep me activated. Some sort of thing to keep me activated on top of the visual novels. But I don't think I can get any of that. I think this is all just one of my delusions. So that's kind of why I'm worried about, because it sucks. It sucks to, like, fall off of a visual novel, not because the VN is bad, but because you're bad, right? Because you don't have to, you're having a skill issue. That just kind of sucks to happen to you. And it's happened to me before. I don't want it to happen. And yeah, there's also LPPs that I gotta consider. Plus, let's not forget, right, that there's a whole bunch of older visual novels that I want to read. Like, for example, I started Snow at some point, never finished it. I also have, Shuffle, Yuki Zakura, Wind, A Breath of the Heart. Let's see, what else is there? Older visual novels. I mean, Da Capo 3, that's not that old, but Da Capo 3 is it's definitely in my purview. It's definitely it's gonna happen at some point. And then, I mean, we could just start listing off everything on my fucking wish list, but I mean, then we'd be getting ahead of ourselves. My question is basically, I'm lost, and like, here's the thing, okay, let's say these three visual novels, Hoshimemo, Tenchi Sozo Reboot, and, Yomegami. But here's the thing, I just read all three of those games, right? Like, I am gonna read all three of them. I'll just read all three of them. Like, if I just had superpower of, like, not being fucking ADHD or whatever the hell I am, I would just sit down and just be like, well, why does it matter which one I pick first? I'm just gonna go through and read them back to back to back, right? But I do not have that superpower. I have something else, which is called mental sickness. I have full spectrum mental illness, is the thing. I have FSMI, and I don't know what to do about this. I don't, strictly speaking, know what to do about this. So, I think, I don't know what to do about this. I need someone to tell me I need something to happen that is a sign from Allah. I need Allah to tell me which visual novel to read. But He doesn't even like visual novels, because they're haram. So what am I supposed to do about that, right? So, like, He's not going to help me. If He can't help me, then who the fuck is supposed to help me? I kind of want to vaguely talk about, for some reason, the James Bond movies. The Daniel Craig James Bond movies. because everyone knows they fucked them up, right? That the first one, Casino Royale, is really fucking good. And let's be real here, it has a really, really good opening. That's what's really good about Casino Royale. The movie itself after that is a little dumb, but it's not bad. It's like pretty good. It's definitely the best of all of the Daniel Craig Bond movies by far. And that opening is like one of the best of all time, any movie ever, in my opinion. I think a lot of people agree with this. So Casino Royale is good. Quantum of Solace is not good. And then they like rebooted the reboot with like Skyfall, and then I don't fucking remember what happened next. But the point is that you had Casino Royale was like the Batman Begins situation where they were like, let's show his backstory and how he became James Bond in the first place, right? The problem is they didn't know where to go from there. Unlike the other James Bond movies, they made him into an actual character. But then he has a complete character arc in that movie, and at the end he is James Bond, the character who is designed to be static, unchanging status quo. How do you make him interesting in the rest of the movies? And they never really figured it out. I mean, there's the final one, No Time to Die, where they try and do it by making him like a family man and having him sacrifice himself at the end. It doesn't really work. That movie kind of sucks. I've been thinking about it. What should they have done? Well, I think I have the answer. I can't tell you what they should have done for the whole franchise, but I can tell you an idea of what could have been interesting post Casino Royale. Because the Quantum of Solace fucks up in one way immediately, which is it picks up minutes after Casino Royale ends. It picks up like the cold open of Quantum of Solace is what happens directly after the ending of Casino Royale, which is dumb. Here's what they should have done. After Casino Royale, time skip forwards like 5 years. He's now an experienced 00 agent, right? Here is what you do. You make him a bit of an anti-hero. You have him fuck up morally. Like he kills a kid or something. He does something that actually is like too far for him, right? And it's too far for the audience. You push it, you have something happen, whatever it is. But what if you think about it, who James Bond is, right? He's already like not a good person, setting aside the fact that he is literally a mass murderer. Maybe he only kills baddies who deserve to die, but he's killed hundreds of people. Second to that, he's also like a womanizer. He's a bit of a bad person. He's got a bit of that edge to him. But what would happen if you leaned into it? If you took that aspect of him and pushed it a little further? No one's ever done this. Like, what happens when James Bond goes from being, like, edgy to being, like, actually kind of, like, okay, you went too far this time. Like, what happens if he kills a kid, is what I'm saying. What happens if he accidentally causes killing a kid is a bit much for a Hollywood movie, but, like, accidentally, he's trying to save the day, there's a baddie, Blofeld wants to put sarin gas in the Tokyo subway, he wants to do a gas attack. Bond tries to stop him. In stopping him, Bond sets the gas off himself and is responsible for like 100 innocent people dying. Or something like that, right? Have him fuck up bad. And if you really want it to be good, you could make it like, have him... You can make it you could do it one of two ways. You could do it either it's an accident like that, or you could do it, he gets pissed off for some reason, someone pushes him past his breaking point, like fucking The Killing Joke, and he, does something bad intentionally. The important thing is that happens towards the end of the movie, and he isn't redeemed in that movie. So the movie builds up to him doing the mistake, doing the bad thing, becoming the anti-hero. That's what you see his evolution in the movie, from him being somewhat experienced field agent, cool guy, James Bond, into being the guy who did this fucked up thing. He's pushed too far, and he ends up doing something bad. It doesn't really matter what it is, because then you automatically get a sequel where he redeems himself, right? And like that's actually a good arc. It's a good arc because you get the first James Bond movie where it's like, okay, this is how he became like hardened. His like love interest died. Then you get the second one, which is now that he's hardened, he gets too. This is the result of him becoming the hardened, stoic, unemotional, uncaring James Bond. Oh, actually, that like pushes him too far in that direction. And then you get a third movie where he goes back to being, like, he redeems himself somehow and goes back to being cool, suave guy James Bond. Like, that's three actually good Bond movies which are about his character and deepen his character. Oh, all of these fucking people. Oh, spend the next 2,000 hours of your life fucking listening to Japanese that you don't understand so that you eventually learn it. Spend 2,000 hours of your life memorizing fucking flashcards. The Virgin memorized flashcards versus the Chad just use a fucking text sector, you retard. Bro, it literally just works. It literally just fucking works is the thing. I bet it's gonna show a fucking translation. Oh, I mean, look, it's not. Oh no, the translation, it's not perfect. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Name one fucking good visual novel translation. Pro tip, you can't, okay? I read the whole fucking Amaterasu cross-channel translation, and that shit was pretty good. I liked the visual novel, even though that's a bad translation. Okay, listen. It just is what it is. It just fucking is what it is. Oh, but now I can read Gakuo, The Royal Seven Stars by Lump of Sugar, right? I can fucking read it. And can you? How long have you been reading Japanese? How long have you been learning Japanese? Can you read this? No. No, you fucking can't. You probably can. But look, I'm reading it. I'm reading it and it's working perfectly fucking fine. Okay, so I don't know what all the fuss is about. Oh, if you want to read untranslated visual novels, there's no option but to learn Japanese. The humble OCR text recognition translator. You know why I'm doing this? Because of China. Because of China. Okay? The Chinese, they've been doing this for years. And that's what convinced me it's a good idea. Now, I'm not actually going to read this whole visual novel as OCR. And I'm sure that there are many translation mistakes. It's obviously kind of clunky, as you can see, as you can read, setting aside the memes. It's a little scuffed. Direct text hooking isn't working because Windows programs on Linux. But the OCR works pretty well. Like, I can tell this is the tsundere, you know? It wasn't that difficult. I got through the accidental pervert scene at the which is basically the opening of this visual novel, which I had to skip through because it had too much booba. It was too hot for YouTube. This is just a proof of concept. This is all just a proof of concept. But the point is, I summoned Gakuo, the Royal Seven Stars. I summoned it from the ether, and I am now reading it. To some degree, you know, it's like working, sort of. So like like look, that's a joke, and it like I got the joke, you know. I'm surprised that it works, but I'm also not surprised that it works. Anyway, listen, my point is this this is fine. This is fine. And I'm not going to really do this right now because I'm reading Yomegami instead of this Gakuo, aka Gakuo. But this was a proof of concept to see if it worked, and it fucking did work. And at some point, I'm probably going to read a visual novel like this at some point. Because it just is. Would I trade? Is this as good of an experience as just knowing fluent Japanese? No, I think pretty safe to say it is not as good of an experience as just knowing fluent Japanese. I think that's pretty safe to say. By the way, this game costs $100. Why does this game cost $100? That's insane. And they couldn't use any of that money to make an English translation. I don't know. But anyway, it has an unofficial machine translated Chinese translation, but no English one. Most of the Lump of Sugar games don't have English translations. I forget which. I think like one of them does. Is it Tayutama? Tayutama? Yeah, Tayutama has an English translation, probably because that has an anime adaptation. Anyway, let me run back to what I was about to say. So, is this actually like the best reading experience? Obviously not, right? Like, setting the memes aside. However, let's talk about ROI. Just think about the ROI briefly. Think about the value proposition here. If you spend a while learning Japanese, most of that is actually spent if you're learning Japanese with visual novels. Most of that is spent reading visual novels that you barely understand, right? Reading visual novels and not really having a good idea of what they're saying, right? Missing a bunch of stuff. You know, this Lupati has died, or this Lupati is dying. You remember that? If you don't, then don't worry about it. But trying to read with 90% comprehension is actually a very unpleasant experience because you miss 1 in 10 words, right? So most of that is going to be quite unpleasant for quite a long time, and effectively you're getting an inferior version anyway. The difference is that takes about 10,000 times longer than just installing a text tractor, and then you can get another subpar experience for free with no time sink. Okay, which if your only option is to have a subpar experience, then which one would I go with? Well, the one that doesn't take 2,000 hours, please. Actually, by the way, I didn't even fully explain. Like, it's actually worse. The value proposition is actually worse because a lot of people, almost actually, it's the recommended thing to do. Set up text extraction, or OCR, or whatever, for Anki mining when they're learning Japanese via visual novel. So if you're going to have to do it anyway, like that's the thing. It's not even like an either or situation. It's like you're going to have to do it anyway. Learning Japanese is the most retarded thing you can do. And here's the thing: if I actually wanted to like do that seriously, if I really was going to use machine translation to read a visual novel, I think what I'd probably do is actually spend money to get an API key for some sort of large language model. I don't know which one's best at Japanese translation. I'd obviously have to look into that. But at least as of right now, I mean they're pretty damn good at translation. Yeah, you can use that as your translation engine. So if I were to actually read a visual novel like that, that's how I do it. But for now, I'm gonna read Yo Megami instead of Gaku or whatever the fuck. But it's good to know that I am not actually in real life limited only to translated visual novels. Every visual novel is translated if you're not a pussy. I haven't been playing that much Team Fortress 2 recently because I've been reading visual novels. But I have been playing TF2, inspired in part by since I've been playing Spy. Now, I was already playing a bit more Spy than usual prior to this, and what I've been doing is playing, like, as God intended Spy, as in being actually sneaky Frenchman, right? I like to call it stabby stabby style, which is you actually try and disguise and get behind the enemy, and you trick stab only if you're like caught out in like a bad situation. Basically, not playing aggressive, playing spy like a spy. No one ever does this, but I was doing a little bit and having some fun. But I thought, and then what happened is I just randomly for one game decided to try out the Diamondback. I've never used the Diamondback before because I think it's kind of a cheesy weapon. People kind of don't use it because it feels cheesy to use, which is weird because people use all the other cheesy weapons in the game, but for some reason Diamondback is like not even that bad, honestly. Like the crits on the Diamondback don't like really put you in front of any like really important damage thresholds. I mean, it depends. But anyway, point is, the Diamondback's a little bit of a cheesy weapon. I agree. It's a bit cheese. But also, Spy basically thrives on cheese. Anyway, the point is, I thought I'd try out the Diamondback, and I wasn't having that much success on it when I was playing like Sneaky Spy, but I was having a little bit, and I was like, oh, this is kind of good. But I find myself missing the extra cloak duration that the L'Étranger gives me. Let me just try it out with the Deadringer. And it's like Spy just clicked for me. It's like Spy just fucking clicked for me. I don't know why. Because I'm not even using the Diamondback that much. So I actually do know why. I think my problem was with Deadringer, Kunai, Trickstabby, Spy. My problem was that I was relying on the extra cloak because I would equip the L'Étranger. It seemed like a no-brainer, right? The downsides are very minimal, and you get extra cloak, and you get to something that actually when I'm on Deadringer, like, the L'Étranger has two, if you don't know, it's a pistol, it's a spy, and it has two, the downside is it does less damage. The upside is it gives you longer cloak duration, and you gain back cloak duration by shooting people with it. And on Deadringer, I thought this is super useful because you can't refresh your Deadringer by picking up ammo like you can with the other Invis watches. So if you don't want to wait, if you're caught out and you need Deadringer, like firing a couple of shots with the L'Étranger is a good way to quickly refill your Deadringer so you can get out of a sticky situation. That was my logic. But I believe what I was doing was relying too much on that extended cloak duration. Because when you look at spy mains play with that loadout, actually most of them barely even use the Deadringer to like seriously cloak. They use it just to tank damage most of the time. And I think not having the extra cloak duration has made it so that it forces me to play ultra aggressive, to not like try and cloak in behind like I would with a normal Invis watch, but to just tank damage with it, right? And so, yeah, I started playing Spy and actually going for aggressive trick stabs. And while I'm not going to say I'm like good or great or whatever, I'm like surprisingly good. Like for a guy that hasn't played that much Spy until now, I would say I'm like surprisingly good. And I will now explain trick stabs to you, as I understand. So there are a bunch of like trick stabbing guides on YouTube, and there's like a million like really basic beginner ones, and there's nothing else other than really, really long, complicated ones that do a terrible, terrible job of explaining how any of this stuff works. For example, the famous one is the Circle Strafe tutorial series, which is like, I think it's like 4 hours long or something. And it's some of the worst produced video content on the internet. It's like you couldn't possibly write a worse script, right? Like this guy is just so bad at explaining himself, it's insane. And I have watched the whole thing, so yes, I am justified in saying that. I have watched the whole thing, and I have now hit every stab in it. So, like, I can justify myself in saying that tutorial is bad. It doesn't teach you how this works. So I'm going to teach you right now. There are only 3 trick stabs. Number 1 is a stair stab. A stair stab is just when you jump over someone's head to get behind them, right? So a trick stab is just a way of getting behind someone. So number 1, you jump over their head to get behind them. That's a stair stab. Now, it doesn't have to be on stairs. A surf stab is a kind of stair stab because you get launched into the air, you go over someone's head to stab them. So that's pretty much self-explanatory. Everyone knows how that works. The second kind of trick stab is a matador. A corner stab is a type of matador. It's just a matador with a wall in the way. You could also think of it as a matador is a corner stab without a wall. And that works by breaking the other person's ankles. You go one way and then you strafe back the other way. So you trick someone into turning to look one way, and then when they turn, you double back the other way and you stab them in the back. And then the final type of stab is a backpedal. And a backpedal is the most complicated kind. It's the weirdest kind, but it works by effectively walking backwards next to someone who is also walking backwards, and just like walking backwards slightly faster than them so that you get behind them, and then you can stab their back. And that's it. So a circle strafe is a type of backpedal. A circle strafe is just an instant backpedal, or it just gets you into a backpedal. So there are only 3 kinds of stabs: stair stabs, matadors, and circle strafes, aka backpedals. There are only 3 kinds. Every other kind is a variation on one of those. So how do you know which one to go for? This is why the tutorials are bad, is other than the stair stab, which is obvious, because there's stairs, you know. The other 2, how do you know whether to matador or circle strafe, or like the specifics of how you should matador or circle strafe in a specific scenario? Now they're gonna start saying shit about strafing towards versus strafing away. They're going to start saying shit about mirroring. They're going to start saying shit about river. Like, it's all nonsense, okay? Because it's just vibes. It's pure vibes because you don't have time to think about it when it's happening. It's pure muscle memory. You just have to do it and trial and error until you figure it out. That's how you do it. I'm sorry. There's no tutorial that's going to fucking help. Like, once you know what a backpedal is, and you know that it's an option, like, once you've been made aware that that's a possibility, that's the only tutorial you can get. The rest of it is just a matter of fucking slamming your head against the wall repeatedly until you figure it out. And, like, if you ask me to explain how it works, I don't fucking know. I will tell you that, like, it's easy to backpedal someone when there's a wall in the way. And I will tell you that, like, when I look at someone, I can tell if I'm going to be able to matador them based on how they're moving. But I don't know why. I don't know why I can tell whether I'm going to be able to matador them. But I can tell. I can tell by looking at the way someone moves, the way someone looks around, moves their mouth, and the way someone strafes or doesn't strafe or whatever. I can tell whether I'm going to be able to matador them. And circle strafes are basically RNG because it's such a small, like the timing increment is so small. Or it depends on which class. Spy is the second, like, he's pretty fast, right? He's up there with Medic and, actually, is it just Medic? I think it's just Medic, yeah. Spy and Medic go the same speed, and they are the second fastest classes just behind Scout. So, as long as it's not a Scout, you, so, setting aside Scout, Medic, and Spy, another enemy Spy, all the other classes, you can backpedal because you will just be faster walking backwards and strafing than they are walking backwards. So you will always, if you're locked into a backpedal, you always go faster than them. When it comes to an enemy spy or an enemy medic, it's RNG. It's basically just a matter of who happens to be one pixel behind the other guy when you get locked into the backpedal. This actually comes into play often because medics are often at the backline, so you will be stabbing medics quite a lot. And spy v spy duels are also surprisingly frequent. Because you're both like fucking hanging out in weird areas of the map bumping into each other. So it will happen surprisingly often that you run into one of these guys where the backpedal competition is basically just RNG if there's not a wall that you can abuse. And as far as I know, there's nothing you can do about it. It's also a matter of whether the other guy is stupid and doesn't know how backpedals work, right? Because if the other guy knows how it works, then no matter what, they're just gonna stop walking backwards. They're just gonna not let you do it, right? Like if I'm playing demo or whatever, if I'm playing, like I'm not gonna get backpedals, you know? Like it actually does happen to me if I'm like not paying attention to the game. But if I'm locked in, it's not happening, bro. It's not happening. I'm not gonna keep walking. Like I know what you're trying to do, and I'm just gonna stop and let you do it. So just like all the other kinds of stabs, a backpedal is only works on bad players. But I said earlier that a circle strafe is just an instant backpedal. That's how it works. So circles, I don't know why, but I can tell when I'm going to be able to circle strafe someone. That's what I'm saying, right? Just like when I look at someone's movement, I can tell if I'm going to be able to matador them in the same way I can tell if I'm going to be able to circle strafe them. And circle strafes just work. And the guy in the circle strafe fucking documentary doesn't explain this very well at all. And frankly, I don't understand it. But for some reason, if you circle around someone, they think you've stopped, they misjudge the speed at which you're moving around them, basically, and so they flick away from you for like an instant. And either it's because they run out of mouse space on their mouse pad, or it's because that just happens for some reason. Like I don't know why, I don't know how to explain it, but it just happens. And you can like get the timing down and just tell when it's going to happen. The other thing is, and this is what's particularly strange about Spy. Spy lives in a different timeline. Spy lives in a different timeline. You actually like stab people in the future, basically, because it takes a few milliseconds for your stab to go through to the like. Basically, you're not stabbing someone actually where they are on your screen. You're stabbing someone where they will be by the time that input goes to the server or whatever the fuck, however it works, right? Like effectively, the way like face stabs work, it's very simple. It's that what you see is an illusion. TF2 is not. No online game is actually a continuous stream of data. It is a discrete data set. And secondly, it is not happening simultaneously for everyone on the server. There is always actually every action that's taking place on a multiplayer server is like weirdly offset by everyone having slightly different things, right? And so what you're really doing is playing on an invisible version of the game that exists on the server that you can never see. That is has the ultimate last say on where everyone is and what they're doing. And so I thought, like, I was genuinely kind of convinced that, and I'm not even joking, that there were secret spy main configs that let you sidestep better, basically. Like, I thought that when I was playing Spy and I would go for a Matador, because it was like I could do it sometimes, but other times I just couldn't, like, it seemed like, according to the videos I've watched on YouTube, like, there should have been a Matador where I sidestepped them, right? But it just didn't work on my screen. Like, despite the fact that I stabbed them in the side, for some reason it just wasn't as lenient for me. And now I'm going to say something very controversial. I don't think there are secret spy main configs, but what I do think there is, I think sidestabs might be somewhat server dependent. I think it's inconsistent between servers. And it wouldn't be the only thing in the game that's like that. For example, B-hops are server dependent. And this is like 100% I am certain about this. Because sometimes I load into a server on like Troja, and I can hit every single B-hop. I can chain 9, 10 B-hops, scroll wheel, no problem, right? And sometimes I load into a server, and it's impossible to hit one. And I'm doing the same fucking shit that I've been scroll hopping for a decade. Like, I know what I'm doing. It's not me. It is server dependent. So it's like there is stuff about the way servers work that works like this, where it can be inconsistent between servers. I am like, I would say 60-70% sure that there is something about the prediction, the lag compensation, and how it works on Valve servers. Something about it differs from server to server, and there are some servers that are just more lenient than others, and I don't know why or how it works. But I'm not 100% sure about that. As I said, I'm like 60-70% sure that seems like a thing that might be true. But what I will say is that a lot of what I thought was my side stabs not being lenient enough was actually me stabbing too late. Because I was stabbing when I could see the guy's side. Like if you looked at the demo, if you go back to the screen recording or whatever, you would see me swing my knife when the guy's side comes into view. Everyone seems to believe that Spy's knife is instantaneous. The thing is, it's not instantaneous. It takes as much time as your ping. And so you have to actually stab just before you can see the guy's side. And that's how you hit your side stab. So every correctly hit side stab, if it's really, really tight, if it's really close, will look like a face stab on your screen, just barely. It was just a timing issue, basically. Like, it wasn't actually a lack of leniency, it's the game being fucking broken. The thing is, according to the visual feedback that the game gives you, I was doing it right. But the problem is you can't rely on the visual feedback the game gives you because the game is lying to you. You're not actually playing that game. You're playing the invisible version of the game that only exists on the server. And this is pretty much only an issue for Matadors. And Matadors are weird. And you know what else is weird? The way that Stabby does Matadors. He's the guy that invented Matadors. And yet, he does it different than anyone else. Because he strafes with W and S when he Matadors someone. If you watch how he does it. Whereas everyone else strafes with A and D when they Matador. And he also does much bigger strafes when he Matadors. And I suspect that it makes his Matadors more consistent somehow. But I haven't been able to figure out his technique reliably. So that's something interesting that I'm going to have to experiment with. But I will say, getting, I'm still pretty bad. I'm still not necessarily up to scratch where I can reliably trick stab a group of people and just farm them. But, it is pretty sad. I've had chain stabs where I've trick stabbed like I've got like 3 people coming after me and I've trick stabbed all of them. And that's extremely satisfying. I understand why everyone likes to play Spy. I understand why the Spy mains are like that. However, I do have one issue. My biggest problem on Spy right now, on Dead Video 29, is getting that first stab. If I manage to get that first stab, I'm pretty much guaranteed to get like 1 or 2 more, based on just the extra health from the kunai and whatever. But oftentimes I find it quite hard on Deadringer to get behind and get that first stab. And any Spy mains want to tell me how that works? Because that's the thing I'm actually having trouble with. Not the trick stabbing, but they're getting behind and getting that first stab, which is not a trick stab. My fucking vape broke. The tank got smashed when I fucking dropped it. I'm so pissed off about it. So I'm vaping bullshit right now. But anyway. Today, I watched, I've had a bit of an odd experience. I woke up. What happened? Can I retrace my steps? What just happened to me? What's happened to me today? Why did I do that? Alright, well, yeah, I remember what happened. I was looking at the current season. Because actually this season kind of parks. There's a lot of stuff that I want to watch, including this. I want to add this to my planning. And there's probably some other stuff that I want to add. But I was going through some of the stuff, and this as well. I also want to add this to my planning. I have like a fuckload of shows that I want to watch this season, right? There's actually so many shows that look good. I already went through some of these, but yeah, and I was just like going through, seeing what was airing, and like adding stuff to my planning. You can see just how many have a little orange square. Maybe you can't because it's kind of overexposed. There you go. You can see just how many have like a little orange circle next to it, right? Like there's quite a lot of shows that I want to check out for sure. And then I saw this, which is Iyanokao Sare Nagara Opansu Misete Moraitai returns, right? Season 4-ish of I Want to Look at Your Pantsu While You Give Me a Disgusted Face. And I was like, oh yeah, this show. Damn, I forgot about that. And then I saw it's the 10th anniversary. And I was like, damn, that was 10 years ago? And so I went back to it and I was like, what did I think of this after all? So I went back to it and it seemed that I dropped it on episode 4. And I was like, this show's only 4 minutes per episode or something, 5 minutes per episode. Why did I even bother dropping it? I should just go through and finish it. So I watched it, I finished it, and then I watched the sequel, and I finished that one. And then I wanted to watch this one, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't exist on the internet. I don't know how people are watching it. I'm sure I could find a summon of it, but on my streaming sites, I couldn't find it. It's also only one episode, so it's just 1 6-minute episode. So I don't feel like I'm missing out that much. But anyway, I watched all of these ones, and I was like, you know what? That was kind of fun. What else is like this? Miru Type. So then I went and I watched both seasons of Miru Type. Right? This was all this morning. And then I scrolled down and I saw this. Iyanokao. Oh no, wait, that's not right. Where was it? It was maybe here? Yeah. Dogeza, this one. Dogeza de Tanon Demita. Dogeza de Tanon Demita, which is also a very similar kind of show, although this one is much less popular as far as I can tell. It also clearly has the worst art out of the three. By quite a wide margin. But honestly, it's much more comedy focused. Like this show, it's like basically the whole thing is a joke. Like it's framed as comedy, and it also is the only one which shows full boob. I don't know if I'd like super recommend it, but like it's like literally 4 minutes per episode. You could like it's kind of funny. It has a lot of like weird meta humor in it, like fourth wall breaks. So I watched all of those. I watched those 3 extremely lewd shows. And then I was on this, I guess, and I scrolled down. Where was it? I was watching one of them. I was watching fucking one of them, and it must have been this one, yeah, because I scrolled down and I saw what is this? Niten Go Jigen no Ririsa. And like I've kind of vaguely wanted to watch this for a while. So I thought, like, maybe I'll check this out. And at the same time, again, remember, this started because I was going through the current season. And in the current season, you've got Otonari no Tenshi-sama ni Itsunomani ka Dame Ningen ni Sareteita Ken Season 2. And so these are the 2 shows that I was kind of interested in checking out. Because, I don't know, I just kind of was. So I kind of started watching both of them. Like, I watched the first episode of this, and I watched the first episode of that one, and then I watched the second episode of this, and I watched the second... Like, I don't know, it was weird, right? And then let's talk about this show. So here's the thing about, I'm just going to call it 2.5D, right? I scrolled it, I'm watching it and I'm like, this is like fine. This is like okay. I don't know how they're going to get 24 episodes worth of content out of this, but sure. I mean, it's watchable. So I scrolled down to the reviews just because I'm like a few episodes in now and I'm curious what people think about it. And I see both of the reviews here are complaining that the anime is like really censored. And I'm like, is it that censored? Like, I feel like the anime is pretty ecchi. But then I go and look at the manga, and I don't even know if I could show this on YouTube. Like, damn. They weren't fucking lying. They were not lying. I checked out the manga. It is like, I thought there'd be like the way that they were explaining it in the reviews is like, oh, the real outfit has more underboob. And I was like, how extreme can it be? Oh, it's a big difference. Everything is a big difference, okay? This show is actually significantly censored from how it is in the manga. Like, it is way less lewd than the manga. Which, given how the show is already pretty lewd, the manga is kind of crazy. Right? I mean, it's like a edo manga. Honestly, the story's not that bad. I kind of like the characters. But now that... Also, I think that the art in the manga is just so much better. The manga just looks much better. Let me pause and... Okay, like, I think here you can see also good typesetting from our translators here. But, you can see, like, this character, this girl, she just looks much cuter in the manga. Like, her character design is just better. It's much more detailed, and she looks less generic. She looks more, I don't know, it's just better. It just looks better. The art in the manga is just actually pretty good. Kind of genuinely pretty good. Yeah. Which makes and so now that I know this, I went back to finish the episode I was watching, and I was like, I can't even watch this. Like, I just feel like I'm getting an inferior version of the product. I just feel like I'm getting a shitty version of the product. So, both of these reviews talk about how it's censored. But I would say the censorship is bad, but also, like, the art quality in the manga is just so much higher. You know, this just feels like a shit version of it. Secondly, I want to point out, I actually read the first chapter of this light novel a while ago. I read the first chapter before the anime even came out. I believe. When was it, 2023? Oh, okay, maybe it wasn't before the anime came out. Maybe it was around the same time the anime came out. I don't remember why I read it, but I read it. It was not very well translated. I don't really have that many feelings about this show yet. I'm going to watch more of it before I talk about it. But I do have one thing to say about both of these shows. So I'm probably going to drop this, and maybe I'll pick up the manga. In fact, I will pick up the manga. But one thing I want to say about both of these is they're both kind of romances, right? And frankly, like, this is... I've been ruined. I can't enjoy these, like, anime romances anymore because I know they'll never go anywhere. And that's just incredibly frustrating, given being into eroge means you have access to all these stories about romances that actually do go somewhere. And it's just better. It's simply better. So you're asking me why don't I just play an eroge? Well, I fucking was in the mood to watch anime today. I don't know. Fuck you. You know what I mean? I probably will. I will keep playing Yomagami. I have been. Yesterday I was reading it. I haven't read it yesterday, but I will read it at some point. You know, it's gonna happen. My point is, it's annoying. Why don't I just fuck? Why don't I just let him fuck, man? Just let him get it on, man. Just let him get it on. So that's just frustrating. It's just a frustrating thing. But anyway, so right now, in terms of anime, I don't know, I'm in a fucking weird situation. I still can't, like, super find... I mean, I'll probably finish this, I guess, but, like... I don't know. I know I'm having a little bit of a weird time trying to find anything that I'm actually interested in. Like, I just want to read visual novels, but at the same time, I want to watch anime. I want to watch good anime, and all the good anime is on a season that hasn't finished yet. So then I'm just like, I don't know. I'm watching Prepare, I guess, a little bit. I should probably watch like a few episodes of Prepare today. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I'm in a weird situation. I got to reevaluate. What am I going to do with my time now that I'm dropping 2.5D? What am I doing? Am I going to go watch? I just want to marathon a show today. Like, I'm just in the mood to just sit down and watch 12 episodes of an anime. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to sit down and watch Tonari no Tenshi-sama. Yeah, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Otonari no Tenshi-sama was kind of boring as fuck, and I didn't finish it. I dropped it on episode 3. I gave it a fair test, 3 episodes, you know. A show like this has to function on the cuteness of the main girl, right? And I find most of them don't work. If you look at the recommendations, you know, some of these I haven't seen, but many of them, like the Hides Her Feelings in Russian, the Boku no Kokoro no Yabai Yatsu, Kubo-san wa Mobu or Yurusanai, even Bunny Girl Senpai, none of these are very good. Now, some of them are good, and it's, for example, Senko-san. Senko-san is actually pretty good. I think, let's see, is there anyone that I've actually seen here? This one, it's okay. Big mid. Joker is good, but it's not really the same kind of show. I don't know why that's in the recommendations. Sonobisk Doll is a somewhat... The point is, it's what I'm going to call a 1v1. It's a 1v1 romance, right? It's just centered on the romance between one main guy and one main girl. And the problem with all of those other shows is the girl isn't very cute. Like, why Senko-san is so good is because Senko is cute as fuck. Senko is like god tier, kami tier, one might even say. Yeah, most of these other characters aren't. Now, one thing I did want to see. So, one thing I gotta do at some point is rewatch this, because I tried to watch this many years ago, dropped on episode 2, and ever since then, in the back of my mind, I've been like, I should give Nogisa Haruka no Himitsu another try. So I gotta try this at some point. But for now, I'm giving up on anime once again, and I'm returning back to Yomegami. I guess anime is just bad. I guess anime is trash. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know why I can't find anything I want to watch recently, other than fucking Miru Tights. It just feels like nothing I watch is any fucking good. I don't know why. Am I just watching the wrong stuff? Maybe I should watch Frieren Season 2. I heard that nothing happens, though. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. From what I heard, Season 2 is mostly like build up for a hypothetical Season 3, right? Like it's mostly just, you know, setup. I mean, not build up. Maybe I should watch some of these Silverlink shows. I should watch, which one was it? Fucking one. It was one of them. I don't know. Whatever. Basically, my plan currently is to just wait until the next season, because I'm not really that interested in that many shows that are airing this season. Excuse me. Yeah, if we look through the shows from this current season that's airing now, there's a few shows that are kind of interesting. But basically, like, I want to wait until this shit finishes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of the shows that I'm interested in. For example, let's see, where is it? I mean, Jiro Hanbaiki Season 2, but like the one I actually wanted to find, where the fuck is it? Yes, this one. This show looks great, and I'm really excited to watch it. But obviously, it's not finished yet, so I'm gonna wait until the season's over. But like, I think maybe until the season's over, I might just check out on anime. I might just check. Was there anything? I'm pretty sure I've checked out all of the stuff from Winter. Like, there's a couple of things I haven't watched that I was kind of interested in, but like for the most part, every time I try and watch something, it's just like fucking mid as hell. Like this show, did I watched the first two episodes. Bro, I'm like fucking keep forgetting to. This is like a 5, 6, 5. Bro, I just forget to fucking mark shit on my list so often. I bet that's why like my list is so much lower than everyone else's around me, because I just constantly fucking forget to mark shit. Yeah, that show was kind of bad. I didn't like the main character. What is this? There's another Yusha party. But this girl looks cute. I don't know. Might not be very good. But we check these things out. You know, you got to. So maybe I should go through some of this. I don't know. I haven't really been in the mood for an isekai recently. I mean, I guess I'm watching Meitante Precure, which is actually kind of an isekai. A little bit. But it feels like the past season just wasn't very good. Other than Medalist Season 2, this was fucking great. Medalist Season 2, you should watch it. I don't know, maybe actually, now that I'm looking at it, there is a lot of stuff that I didn't watch. Maybe this is on me. Maybe I should... Hold on. Let's put down the visual novel, and let's try and watch something that's on my list. What should we go for? Anything look interesting here? This maybe? No. This? No. Let's go with something higher rated, I think. Surely there's something. What is this? I don't like that art style. Right now. Not doing it for me. What is this? An isekai of some kind. I closed the game and the music is still playing. That's odd. Tensei shitara Doragon no Tamago datta. That sounds interesting. Maybe we just check out one of these isekais. We call them isekais. What is this? Anything else? No, that's it. Alright, let's see. This is a toddler reincarnated, lifetime of knowledge, child prodigy, magic production, bad at magic or something, banished to a podunk town. Alright, that seems kind of fucking sick, actually. I might watch that. What is this about? Reborn in another world as a baby dragon. Okay, that sounds kind of interesting. And traumatic incident, teaching career, hates humans, Monster Girl anime. Okay, this is a Monster Girl anime. Demi-humans, yeah, this is a... Okay, so we got building up a failing backwater isekai, we got dragon isekai, and then we got Monster Girl teacher show. None of them have particularly good ratings. This has a 63, this has a 63, and this has a 68. But when have we ever let that phase us? I wish I could somehow figure out how to get this music to stop playing. That would sure be useful. Maybe if I just like unplug the drive. There you go, that worked. Which one has the cutest girls? That's how we figure this out. Or any voice actresses. Or let's see the studio. That's probably Naz. I don't know what that is. No, I don't know what that is either. Okay, so no studios that are interesting. Any Seiyu-san that are interesting. None of my personal favorites that I'm seeing. Not that I have anything against any of these people, I'm just not familiar with them. Okay, so yeah, we go back to our initial test. Which one has the cutest girls? These ones look like VTubers. These all look like VTubers, like fucking mid-tier EN VTubers. That's a dragon, first of all. Okay, this was drawn by a furry. Look at that. And tell me that that wasn't drawn by a furry. Come on now. Maybe. And this, I guess, is what we're going with. Alright, so it's this one. This show's pretty good. Something I've never been able to show you guys because I have to be careful of doxing myself, so I'm going to be extremely careful in how I show this. Turn the exposure up a little bit. Okay, can you see this? This is my window back here, which I can't show you out of because that's doxing myself. But this is like Mylar, and I've covered my windows in Mylar at some point. Any deep lore knowers will be aware that I had a year of suffering while my neighbors, who said it would take 4 months. They said the construction would take 4 months. It ended up taking over a year. And they built this big extension to their house, which has a glass roof. And it's angled in such a way that in the evenings, that glass roof reflects the sun directly into my room, which is obviously very unpleasant. And so I purchased this like Mylar to like put up in my window, see if it would help. And in fact, it has helped immensely. It's one of the best decisions I've ever made. Of course, it does lessen the amount of sunlight getting in, which is a plus, not a minus. Because it means I can, given the direction my bed faces, I've never really been able to sit in bed with the curtain open and like use my computer because the glare was too intense. But now I can do that because it softens the glare significantly, and also it gives me a lot of privacy. It just looks completely reflective from the outside. You really can't see in at all. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Consider doing it if you live in a place. If you have a house with windows, you might want to consider putting up some sort of reflective Mylar. Now, it's not like, I don't know if you can tell, but it's not like fully opaque, right? Like you can still see through it on one side. Like it works like a one-way mirror. Yeah. I'm just about to finish this random piece, okay? Don't worry about it. The thing about, I feel like I always spend a lot, I just finished. Oh no, there's a little epilogue after the ED. Okay. I feel like I always spend a lot of time deliberating over the question, what is the next eroge I'm going to read? What is the next visual novel I'm going to read? And the reason for that is quite simple, because it's a big time commitment. When it comes to anime, I've been very frustrated recently because I keep watching shows and just like dropping them. Like I finished this show, but I keep finding it hard to find shows that I actually want to finish. But the thing is, I can check out like 4 shows a day, 5 shows. When I'm doing my seasonal watch every first episode thing, I can check. You can pretty much figure out if an anime is good based on the first episode most of the time, right? Which is only 20 minutes. And oftentimes before those 20 minutes are even up. With a visual novel, in the first 20 minutes, you might have not even met a single character yet, right? Like, you definitely won't have met every character. Normally, it's a few hours in before you've met every character. And then a few hours more than that before the plot even gets started. And then there are situations in visual novels which are just designed to fuck with me, which is very common, where the common route is one thing, and then the character route is something entirely different, and you just can't know before it happens. Like Grisaya, for example, which has an excellent common route, but I did not like the character routes. It's got, Fureraba, which had an excellent common route, but I did not like the character routes. Um, and so you've committed however many hours that is, probably around 4 to 8 hours to read a common route. Probably actually a bit longer than that. Probably, yeah, maybe like 8 to 10 hours, let's say. It depends on the length of the visual novel. I don't know why I'm generalizing, but it's long, okay? Before you even get to the character routes, is what I'm saying. And, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is you gotta be careful. You gotta pick your battles. Because you don't want to be in a situation where you've been reading a visual novel for like 3 days straight, and then you're realizing, I actually am not even enjoying this. Like, this is actually not good. But you're already 3 days in, and then you're like tongue costed, and you're like, do I want to finish this? Do I want to finish this visual novel even though I don't particularly like it, or do I want to just drop it? And then those 3 days have gone to waste, and my cost has been sunk. My falaki, my tongue cost falaki, like, it's a, you gotta be careful is what I'm saying. But anyway, I'm debating whether I want to watch Yomegami, whether I want to watch anime tomorrow or read Yomegami. Because if I start reading Yomegami, that's basically saying that's what I'm doing for the next week, right? Which I'm not against, but I won't have, I mean, I could, but it would be a lot of, perhaps I could try expanding my power level, watching some anime alongside it. Not a bad idea, actually. Okay, I don't think I'm a good enough, hey, you're just gonna have to look at some, like, colors for a second here. I don't think I'm a good enough writer to actually make this happen. I've never really written long-form fiction before, and I wouldn't know where to put it to begin with. Um, but I think I have an idea for an isekai that is actually kind of good. And so I'm just gonna do a fucking Max Landis pitch for the first like 3 arcs or the first 2.5 arcs, basically. And you're gonna listen to me and tell me if this is a good idea, if like this story is good enough that I should learn to write. So it's called, so it has to have a ridiculously long title, of course. So I'm gonna call it something along the lines of, I was summoned to a failing kingdom, but they don't know that I've been planning for this my whole life. And so this is how it opens. So the main character is at his computer, gaming, when he just dies suddenly of a heart attack. And you hear his internal monologue like, so this is how it happens, kind of standard fare. But then, when he closes his eyes, and he dies, and then he opens his eyes, and then he's in the isekai world, right? And he sees the fantasy world around him, and he says, finally, Kata OP, right, or whatever. End of the introduction. Then you get a flashback immediately. The flashback is that he, basically when he was younger, he read some isekai manga, and he started to think, like, I need to be prepared in case this ever happens to me. And so he then spent the rest of his life researching medieval history, reading as much fantasy as he could get his hands on, and playing a bunch of like video games like Hearts of Iron, like all of these political video games, RTSs, whatever. Pretty much reading and researching everything he can do, because if he thought, if I ever get isekai'd, I can't rely on just having a cheat skill to win me through. I need to know how to like do all of this stuff. And basically this is because there's always this problem, which is like, there's even like a famous meme image about this. Of like, if you got sent back in time, you'd be able to like bring everyone forward in technology. but then like trying to explain, like, okay, so how does this electricity stuff actually work? I don't know. How do computers actually work? I don't know. So he's like having this thought, but then he decides to dedicate his life to figuring out how it actually works to the point where he could build it from scratch. Like he knows how all of this stuff works. So you get that flashback to introduce the character. As for who he is personality-wise, he is like the smug genius type. So like House MD type of guy, but not that much of an asshole. Think like No Game No Life. Think Dr. Stone. Think something like this, right? But he's also very socially awkward, is the other thing. Because he's just been holed up in his room researching for the isekai, so he hasn't had any like practice. He basically, maybe he even became a hikikomori and like dropped out of school in order to learn all this stuff. I don't know. That could be pretty good. So he's really, really bad at socializing. He's very socially anxious. So now he's in the isekai world in present time, and you introduce the kingdom. So you see the king and the queen, and they basically introduce themselves like, this is the country, you're king now, have a good time, we're gonna go run away. And so effectively what's happened is, the king and queen have driven the country into fucking poverty, they've taken all the money for themselves, and now they see the jig is up and they have no reason to stay, so they have just summoned a hero to be the king, and they are running away to live out the rest of their lives with the money they've stolen and leaving him in charge. And he's like, great. This is, everyone around him is, so the people around him, he has a butler and then he has 3 maids who are all cute moe girls. I actually don't, strictly speaking, know what I'm going to do with the girls yet. I've got to figure that out. But it's a harem situation, obviously. And they all understand what's happening. So they're like sad for him, right? Because they know the state of the country that they live in, and they're like, you know, this is a fucked up situation that we've put you in. We've taken you away from whatever life you had in the real world and put you here. Like, they're all like kind of trying to commiserate with him and saying like, there's no way that you can manage this. But the whole time he's basically like, fuck yeah, this is exactly what I've always wanted. This is what I always knew would happen to me somehow. Okay, so that's the opening. That's like that's basically how it starts. So what does he do? The first thing he does is where they are, to clarify, the city. So their state is pretty small. Their country, or the kingdom, I suppose, the kingdom is pretty small. It's on the southern edge of a continent, and it's a port. The capital city is a port city. So they have good access to the sea. Outside of that, they have a few other regions. Most of them are just agricultural. And then they have one minor city which sort of trades with their neighbors in the north, right? And so the first thing he does is he sells off a bunch of land. He sells off a bunch of land, like to the point where they barely have any left, right? Because they were already pretty small. And everyone around him is like, I guess you needed the money, we are kind of fucked financially, but like, we're not going to have the agricultural capacity to keep up. Like, this is a problem, what are you doing? And he just starts funneling all of that money into the shipbuilding industry, which is one of the few industries they even have, being a port city. But he starts funneling all of it into the shipbuilding industry. And he starts funding these voyages. And whenever he is asked why, he's like, I need to know what's going on in the world. Like, I need to understand where we are. I need people to go out, find stuff, and report back to me. And the only way to do that is to send them out to sea and see what they find. And then everyone around him is like, you know, sure, that's all well and good, and I understand that you're from another world and don't know this world, but like, there are more important matters, right? Like, we're really running out of money here. You know, you can't be wasting all of this on building bigger and bigger ships. And people start to think that he just likes ships, that he's just like sort of an autistic, obsessed with ships. And even you as the reader may come to believe this about him, right? Because every time they build a ship, he goes on long, you know, you see long descriptions of how magnificent these ships are. Meanwhile, they're surrounded by poverty. And so he is like hated, basically. Everyone thinks, oh, this is it, it's over for us, we're gonna die. People start trying to leave the country. He says, fine, fucking let them leave if they want to leave, whatever. And he just keeps putting all of their money into ships until he's selling off royal assets to pay for more shipping voyages. Everyone's like, this is a disaster. What is going on, right? And because this is a somewhat more realistic setting, these voyages take months, right? So he's sending people off, and then if the money is just gone, and then by the time they come back months later, he brings them in front of him, and they're like, "This is what we found, some of this, whatever the fuck," and he's like, "Okay, cool, next," and then the next guy comes in. So he's going through all of this, and then eventually, just as the country is on the brink of bankruptcy, one of the ships comes back and he's like, "We found this island. It has some iron. It's not like great quality, but there is some iron." And he's like, "Okay, whatever. We already found a bunch of other islands with iron. Doesn't matter because this other country has the best iron supply in the continent. We don't need to import foreign iron." He's like, they could be the people who live there. Maybe we could like kidnap them and enslave them. That could boost our economy. And the king guy is like, slavery is actually a bad idea economically. We shouldn't do it. That sort of thing is happening. And then just before the guy's about to leave, he's like, "Oh yeah, and we also found this like weird fruit. I don't know if you're interested in this, but I thought I may as well show it to you." And then he like throws it to the king, and the king looks at it, smells it, licks it, and then he's like, "That's it. Finally, we fucking got it." And what that fruit is nutmeg and mace. If you didn't know, nutmeg and mace are the same plant in real life. They're two parts of the same plant, the seed and then like a sort of outer coating of the seed. Now, in this fantasy world, it's not called nutmeg and mace. It's just like got its own name. It's like a fantasy fruit that doesn't really exist, but like that's what it is in terms of real historical context. And he's like, "This is what we've been trying to find the whole time." And then he starts going on a spiel about the historical spice trade, about the history of Venice and the Netherlands controlling the spice trade, and how having a monopoly on the spice trade basically gives you infinite money in a medieval setting. And that's what he's been trying to do the whole time, is find out where there are spices, make sure this information stays hidden, and keep all the profits for himself by getting a monopoly over the spice trade, especially nutmeg and mace, which so he starts spreading the word about this spice, and you see a bunch of scenes. For example, there's a scene like, they're trying it for the first time. It's dinner time, with his three maids, and you see them like try this thing that they're very suspicious of with the spice. They're like, "Oh, it's so delicious, what the hell?" Right? And then he starts, this is when they start, okay, we need to make a deal with these islanders that gives us exclusive rights to their spices, right? Maybe you even have a scene where he gets on a ship and there's like a voyage that takes place over a month where he goes to this island to meet them, and they know what they've got. Like the second that he showed that a bunch of like, basically this is what happened in real life with the Spice Islands, right? They knew what they had, and so like when traders start coming back to buy more spices, the people on the island are smart, like the indigenous people, the natives who live there, like they're smart. They realize like, oh, if a bunch of people are coming here desperate to buy our fruit, like we must have something important here, we hold all the cards. So he goes over there to negotiate with them, and he's like, we'll pay you a bunch of money, we'll supply you with whatever you need, as long as you make sure that you only sell to us and no one else, right? And you never, and if they come to an agreement because everyone's getting rich, it's a win-win, right? And then he starts exporting spices, and this is how he starts to get wealth back into the country. And now you start to see the country doing well for the first time, or the kingdom doing well for the first time, actually getting some wealth, getting some money. They start to buy back some of the land they sold off, and they increase their agricultural capacity. They spend the money on even better ships, which means they can transport even more goods. They're trading with their neighbors, and whatever. So then he says, we're going to do what Venice did. right? So that's the first arc. The first arc is the Spice Island arc, right? That's the first arc done, the first book maybe. Okay, so now for the second book, or the second arc. So in the second arc, he basically goes, right, so the gimmick of the first arc, right, was that you as the audience didn't know why he was doing what he was doing until late, and it was kind of a twist. In the second arc, you know what he wants to do. He says very explicitly right up front, this is what we want. We want to take the money from spices and start funneling this into general manufacturing and industry. And the reason is that we can take that money and we can try and build out a guild system where we have the best artisans and producers and skilled manufacturers in the world, so that when people need something high quality produced, they come to us first. And given that we have this port next to us, we can ship all over the world very easily because we've been spending so much money on boat manufacturing that we've gotten really, really good at boat design. We have good expertise in shipping, so we can start spending that money on the artisans, like trying to build out artisans and craftspeople to come out here, build the resources for them to come here, and we'll start a university where people can learn all of these crafts and stuff, and that's how we'll get our next bunch of money, right? We'll control the spice trade, and then with that money we'll fund manufacturing, and now we'll really be swimming in it. So he's beginning to do that. But as he's beginning to do that, you remember how I said there's like a smaller town in the north, and they're using that smaller town in the north to store a bunch of these spices and trade with their northern neighbors, right? They live on the south of the continent. So they have a massive warehouse of these spices, and what happens is that town gets attacked. It gets attacked by the neighboring country. They do a big war on it, right? And he loses a bunch of stock. Not only does lots of people die and the place is overrun, they eventually manage to recapture it, but they've taken all of the spices from the warehouse. And he's like, fuck, I thought this may happen. We made our economy overly dependent on this one commodity, and that made us vulnerable. And that's why I needed to expand into manufacturing, but I was too slow. The neighboring country figured out what we were doing, and they just stole our supply on the spices. Now, they don't know where we're getting it from, so this is not going to be like a permanent win for them, but they can now interrupt our spice monopoly. And if we don't do anything to stop them, they're just going to keep raiding us, because they have a bigger army, they have a bigger economy, we're just fucked. We have no choice but to go to war with them, right? This is an active war. They pay as much. And then this is where this book gets interesting, is that from here on out, the perspective changes to the king of that country. I don't know what his name is, I don't know what the country is, but that country is much bigger and much more successful. And they have a giant army. And the book is told from their perspective, from the enemy side's perspective. And at first, what's happening is that these bandit attacks start increasing. And they are sort of like surprised by this, but they're not that surprised by it, right? They're like, oh, fucking bandits, right? Random bandits, it is whatever, it doesn't affect me, I'm the king. So I guess if these random merchants and whatever are getting attacked by bandits, like that kind of sucks. We can just hire out some adventurers to go protect them or whatever, right? But then, too late, they realize, hold on a minute, these bandit attacks weren't random. They've actually been targeting important military supplies the whole time. And not the stuff that you'd think of, not weapons and armor, but stuff like food and timber and feed for the horses and, all of the sort of minor logistical things that keep an army running. And they realize this too late, and that's when they realize these aren't random bandit attacks, this is a targeted attack from someone else. And they still don't know who is targeting them, but they have a pretty strong suspicion that it's the guys they just stole a whole bunch of spices from. But they can't prove it, so they go and they say like, hey, we know what you're doing, you're not allowed to do this to us. And then the king, our main character is like, what are you talking about? These are just random bandits. I don't know what you mean. We would never attack you. We have such strong trade relations with you, right? And then the guy, it's like, we both know what's really going on here, but like, you can't actually justify a full-scale war to your populace based on a few bandit attacks, right? But what they have done is significantly weaken the enemy side's military. And then the bandit attacks, just the mask comes off. They're no longer, like, they don't pretend they're bandit attacks anymore. They're just full-on guerrilla warfare campaigns, hit-and-run campaigns. And so you see, from the enemy side's perspective, always, like, our fucking supply depot of weapons and armor, our armory was just attacked. We killed a couple of them, they killed a couple of us, but then by the time we were able to send in reinforcements, they'd already scarpered off, right? And they burned the whole place down. Stuff like that keeps happening, right? These hit-and-run attacks. And so finally, the king, he's like, all right, let's stop playing games. We're just going to declare war on these people. I don't care if it's unpopular. We're just going to fucking declare war on these people, right? And so they do, and they start attacking. While they're marching on campaign, they get ambushed and by archers and slingers who manage to do a little bit of damage, but mostly target the horses, right? And so they're down on horses, but they're like, they basically assume that the attack was a failure because they only killed the horses, which is like not great, but we still have a way bigger army than them. There's nothing they can fucking do, right? I don't know, maybe there's a poison attack at some point. Maybe they poison the food, something like that. That could be a fun little guerrilla tactic thing. But the important thing is that this is how the arc ends, is the army rolls up on this fort. And it seems to be a somewhat shoddily constructed fort, right? It's on a big mound of earth. It's mostly made of wood. And it's going to be a little bit tricky to take, but not impossible with the size of their army. And this guy has clearly put his entire military force inside this shoddily constructed fort to try and fight me off. And he thinks this is going to fucking work. It's a good try. At least you managed to build some fortifications in time to stop us on marching on your capital. But, it's a shame. There's nothing you could do. We just have more military than you. And so they fight on this fort. They fight for a while. Both sides lose some men, but mostly it's the attacking side, the foreign country that you're reading from the perspective of. They're struggling because they have to climb up this big hill and attack the fortifications, and the archers are just killing them from up there, right? But eventually, they manage to break into the fort, and what do they find? It's fucking empty. It's been abandoned. By the time that they managed to break in, everyone had already left it behind. And so they're like, God fucking damn it. Well, you know what, let's just keep marching. So they keep marching and they come across another fort. It's very similar. It's built on a big mound of earth. It's mostly made of wood. And there's a bunch of guys inside firing arrows at them. And they're like, well, fuck, I guess we got to take this fort too. So they try and take the fort. Again, they lose a few men. They lose a chunk of men. They maybe get a few killed themselves. Eventually they manage to overrun the fort. But there's no one inside. Everyone's already left. They're like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're tiring us out. You're slowly trying to whittle down the amount of men we have so that by the time we reach your capital, there's not as many of us left. But we're not fucking stupid, right? We can catch on to what's going on here. So the next time they come across another shoddily built fort on top of a mound of earth, they go to attack it, right? What would you expect when they finally manage to overrun the fort? It's fucking empty. The military guys turn around, the general who's in charge of this campaign, he goes in first and he's like, of course, it's fucking empty. Who would have thought? Well, maybe, whatever. Maybe we can recover our arrows or whatever. So he takes off his, fucking helmet and heavy-ass armor and he's just like, look, guys, let's do what we've been doing the last 2 times. Let's search, make sure there's no one here that we missed, make sure there's, if there's any supplies we can take, just in case they're left something behind, and then we'll keep on marching. And so the rest of their force comes into the empty fort and starts searching for empty stuff. Out of the fucking ground, fucking 500 people start fucking springing out of the ground and attacking them with spears. They didn't abandon the fort, they just made it look like they abandoned the fort by digging into the fucking ground, and they come out with spears and they just destroy this completely unprepared force. And then the general's like, it's fucking over, we were fucking outsmarted, holy fuck, they got us good. But they don't kill the general, they capture him. Right, they ransom him back. And then rolls up to the fucking place, the main character of the story, who we now go back to his perspective. And he says, this was a tactic that was used by the Maori against the British, where they would build these forts and abandon them to get them used to the idea that oh, you overrun our fort and we've just left. You pick off you slowly whittle them down. You make it much harder for them to make progress. And yet they don't really manage to get that much progress, even though they worked really hard. And then just when they're used to the idea, you bury yourself underground and then all spring out of these tunnels and fucking kill them. And so that's what he did. And now he ransoms back the general, basically for a bunch of money and land, and says like, look, I don't know. It could be something like he ransoms him back to the neighboring country, like another country who's his brother. Like that's a normal thing that would happen. You know, the general is the cousin of a guy who's the king of another country. That's who he ransoms him back to. Like some bullshit like that happens. But basically, he manages to get some more land and some more money, and that's pretty much the end of the second book. The second book is about that like guerrilla warfare campaign. That's the most thought out part. The third book is him actually doing this merchant thing, where he sets up the university, and he sets up a guild system, and he starts to get all of these like craftspeople to build out the manufacturing capacity of his city. And in the meantime, in the background, he's building out a massive navy. He's spending all of the extra money they have on trying to create the best navy in the world, because his real goal, I don't know, there's like a big fucking country that's across the sea that no one can touch because they basically are a massive island nation and there's no one who can take them on because they have naval supremacy. But he's going to build up this giant navy and form an alliance with another neighbor that's also on the coast and something, and then they're going to eventually take on that giant guy and conquer them, right? Because he's basically like, look, we can do this. Like we can build up our manufacturing capacities. We can keep a monopoly on the spice trade. But ultimately, if we don't have enough land, there's nothing we can do. Like we need agricultural land, and we need lots of it. And the only way to get it is to get it from someone else. And that's what we're going to do. So effectively, either we conquer this nation, or we build up a big enough navy that we have enough military power, hard power, that puts us on equal negotiating terms. And if we have equal negotiating terms, we can both help each other out. But they're not going to listen to us if we're weaker than them. So that's what he starts doing. He needs to somehow demonstrate a high amount of military might. So that's pretty much where I've left off. There is one more idea that I have, which is taken from the Romans, where I forget, was it the Scythians or something? There was a Scythian style of fighting which was giant spears, basically. Like they would organize themselves into big rows with giant spears. And the Romans won because they used these tiny swords, and what they would do is they'd get super up close in between the spears where you couldn't hit them, and then they'd just kill you. And so I think stealing that tactic from the Romans would be really cool, because normally when they steal tactics from the Romans in whatever, it's just a shield wall Tortuga formation thing, which is like cool, but like the Gallius, little tiny sword to get up close in between spears, is also really cool, and actually never gets talked about. So I think using that at some point would be pretty neat. And yeah, I didn't even talk about like modern technology. Presumably at some point this guy is going to be like, well, let's fucking hook up let's start making textiles, right? Something like that. That could be cool. Like we spend a bunch of money on some land in some fuck off nowhere place that's all too hilly and mountainous, and all it's good for is sheep farming, and everyone's like willing to give it us for cheap because sheep farming is not considered a particularly valuable industry. But little does everyone know, we have invented the water wheel powered looms, and we're doing that. That could be a cool little arc as well. But basically those three arcs are what I thought through. I think it would be pretty cool. I think it would be a pretty cool story. I don't know. What do you think? I had a dream, and this is what happened in my dream. So here I am, I'm outside in the darkness for some reason, and there's like two big, like commie block type, but they're not really commie blocks. They're big like apartment complexes, right? Blocks of flats. Uh, and there's like two tower buildings and they face opposite each other, right? And I see, um, like I can see through like the windows that are open, and I can see like one of them basically fires a firework all the way from one end into the open window on the other side of into the other flat opposite. And I think I was with someone, I don't know who, but I was like, that's fucking crazy dangerous. And they were like, no, no, no. If you look, they're having a conversation. And then I looked closer, and I could see that the guys both of them had their fridges open, and they were talking into the fridges. And I was like, oh, there must be some sort of crazy connection between the fridges. And then next thing I know, I'm inside the apartment building, like in the hallway, and I just like walk in, to this guy's flat, and there's a bunch of people in there, and everyone's having a good time. And I go to the fridge and I open it up, and I can hear all these people talking through the fridge, like it's the way I imagined it working in my dream was it was some sort of acoustic phenomenon where all the fridges were in some sort of like tunnel together, like somehow like they have these like whispering galleries, like there's one in Grand Central Station or something, where like you can stand on one side and like talk into the wall and like bounces off and reflects to the other. Like I was imagining somehow that it works something like that, like that you could like open your fridge and then like you could just talk to all the people in the building. And I was like, damn, that's so cool. And everyone had discovered this simultaneously, and they were all very excited about it. Everyone who lived here. Everyone was like in the hallways, coming into each other's houses, talking to the fridges, talking to each other, whatever. I was very comfortable in this atmosphere, so I just started like wandering around. And for some reason, I don't really remember what happened next, but like for some reason I ended up like walking into someone's apartment next door, like walking into the next door flat, and I saw like it was just like covered in all these anime posters. I just like somehow knew everyone here was like an otaku. So I was looking at all these anime posters, and I was looking for Hidamari's sketch, but they didn't have anything. And I was like, okay, dope. This is dope room, right? And so I go next door, and then the next like flat, I like slowly open the door, and I'm like, sumase, ojamasimasu, for some reason. I open the door, there's a girl there, and then the room is like tilted, like it has a sort of diagonal on one side where I came in, and then like a flat wall, and then like a desktop or something, and everything is just covered in anime posters. And I'm like, damn, this must have been so expensive. And I'm looking around at all the posters. They all have like a weird style. This is like indescribable, but somehow they're all like in the same style, and it's kind of like a weird style. I don't really know how to explain it, but I'm in the dream. I'm like impressed by the cohesion of all of this, how everything is in the same style. And I'm like, damn, this is so cool. This must have been so expensive. I look around and I'm dying to find like something that in my brain I'm like, oh yeah, that's Hidamari's sketch or whatever. I look on the wall to the left, and there's this exact poster. I guess because I've just been staring at it, not playing the game. Right? Like this exact Yomegami poster. And I'm like, oh, Yomegami, yo, I just started playing that yesterday, I say in the dream to the person. And she doesn't really seem to give a shit. And she also has a big trans flag in the room. And she's like, yeah, yo, you want to see something really cool? Come with me. And she like walks outside, goes to the next place, the next door room, and I'm like, oh, this person must have a really cool otaku room. So I go in there, and then it's just like dark, except there's like a desktop, and it's just that she's sitting there at the desktop with just the glow of the desktop monitor, you know. And then like I don't really know what happened next, but that was basically it. And I was thinking like, oh, yo, I can make friends with this person who's like really into anime. That's gonna be sick. That's all I remembered. But yeah, I think this was, if anything, was a sign to stop watching anime and start reading Yomegami. Then this was the sign. And another reason, finally,
1,000. Finally, 3,000. It's embarrassing because it's so low, right? It's embarrassing because it's so low. Also, I've been giving out way too many 7s and not enough 6s. Not enough 6s, way too many 7s, it seems, on my chart. I gotta fix my normal distribution. Maybe I should go through and see if I can downgrade any of my 7s to 6s. But anyway, I think seeing it in a dream is a good sign to actually start reading it, first of all. And secondly, my impetus, which is like, I'm embarrassed about how little anime I've seen. Like, the next milestone that I could aim for is probably 1,000. I mean, it's embarrassing to even talk about how few anime I've seen, really. But the next milestone I could aim for is like 1,000 shows completed, because that's 1,000 shows total. But if I could get one, but I'm like 70% of the way there, so I still have like hundreds of shows, and I calculated how much time it was, and it was something like 400 hours, which is like a pretty long-term goal. So I think, and here's the other thing. I mean, I talked about this already, but whenever I keep picking up shows, and I keep like picking up these shows that look cute, but then it's just like a romance show, and the romance shows are just frustrating to me because they never go anywhere, and I'm just like used to visual novel style romance stories. So then I just end up watching like isekais, and I actually watched this isekai. It's Tensei Shitara Doragon no Tamago Datta, and this show is actually really fucking good. I don't know, this is the problem, like no one understands, like this has a 63. This is like a terrible rating for a show this good. It's insane. No one has any fucking taste. It's so frustrating. I'm telling you right now, you gotta put your faith in me. Watch this and don't drop it, because it's okay, let me give you what it's similar to. It's quite similar to Kumo Desu Ka Naniga, right? I'm sure it's the number one recommend. Yeah, of course, it definitely is. It's also a little slimy isekai similar. You know, reincarnated is a weird guy, right? So like, these all the reincarnated is a weird guy, right? But the reason it's most similar to Kumo is because it's very stats focused, and Kumo is also very stats focused. I read the manga, I haven't seen the anime of Kumo this time, but in the manga there are like double page spreads where it's just all stats, like a big spreadsheet, like all the stats pages, which is super fucking sick. And so if you fuck with Kumo, then you will fuck with this, because it's very similar in the sense that it's quite stats oriented. But, and I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but I think the reason that this has such low rating is because, like a lot of isekai, it does start off a little generic, right? This is something that I should have talked about in my video. It's something that Unim pointed out in my comment section, which I thought was a very astute observation. That many isekai start quite similar, and they diverge as they go on to become quite distinct from each other. And I think that's probably true here, right? Well, I think it is true to some degree. Well, it starts quite normal, orthodox, I guess, and as it goes on, I don't want to spoil anything, but the last sort of 4 episodes, there's a, I don't really know if I should call it a full-on twist, but it goes in a direction I've never seen any isekai go in, which was genuinely quite emotionally affecting, and a really, really interesting and cool narrative decision, which I did not expect at all when I started the show. So I think if you're going to watch a recent isekai, this is probably the best one to check out. Ignore, the one, obviously, if we're talking fantasy shows, right, the big ones that everyone's talking about are, hold on, let's see, popular 2026, let's just go. So you've got Frieren, you've got this one. These are like the big ones. This one I'll watch when it's finished. This is probably pretty good, actually, the Atelier show, and ReZero Season 4. Not that there's anything wrong with Season ReZero or Slime Isekai Season 4 or Frieren necessarily, but I think if you're gonna watch an Isekai, definitely don't watch this one. This one fucking sucks. Instead, you should watch the Dragon one. That's my opinion. If you're gonna check out one Isekai. Wait, this is still airing, right? No, hasn't released yet. Okay. Let me use the Isekai tag. Isekai. Okay, so here's the 2026 Isekai, right? I mean, Mushoku Tensei Season 3 is probably going to be great. Yoda Senki Season 2 is probably going to be pretty good. Hell Mode was also really good. This show is actually really good. I'm definitely worth watching, in my opinion. This show was very mediocre. Like, pretty much, if you like Isekai, you'll like it, but it's nothing, like, crazy. Damn, this year is fucking great for anime, man. It's just that most of the good shows are currently airing, like, right now. And so, I'm waiting for them to finish airing before I watch them. I'm very excited. There's so many shows that I really want to watch. But anyway, I was gonna give you a recommendation over a bunch of other stuff, but there's so many other like season 2s and later seasons that are good. But now I feel a little strange about it. But if you ignore sequels, I think the Dragon Tensei Shitara Doragon no Tamago is the best one. Yeah. I picked up the manga because I want to know what happens. There's no second season announced yet, and yeah, I'm gonna read the manga to catch up to where it's at, which is exciting, and I like doing that. So hell yeah, anime. I just want to say real quick that I've been eating the same 3 meals every day for like the past 6 months. I know I sometimes show my meals on camera, but I will tell you exactly what I eat every single day. It changes a little bit. It's not literally exactly the same because it depends on what I have. But effectively, for breakfast, I always have something with bread, almost always. Now, once in a while, occasionally, as this happened last week, I woke up, I went to make my sandwich, I realized the bread had gone moldy. So instead, I had rice with an egg on it. But most of the time, I have either a cheese toasty, which is, cheese in a press, right? We call it toasty, cheese sandwich, or I have scrambled eggs on toast. Now, sometimes if I'm like feeling fancy, I'll make poached eggs or fried eggs, but normally I make scrambled eggs, on toast. Second meal, so that's breakfast. Then the second and third meal they can change order. And it's always either rice or pasta. So those are the 2 meals, and one of them will come first, or the other one will come first, depending on how I'm feeling. So the pasta is normally penne, which I cook first, then I drain it, then in the same pot, then I just put it to the side, reserve some of the pasta water. In the same pot, I have store-bought pasta sauce, which is actually cheaper than making the pasta sauce yourself, by the way. I used to always make pasta sauce from scratch until I saw that the store-bought pasta sauce is £1, and you can make like 4 batches of sauce for 4 portions, which is significantly cheaper. It's 25p per portion compared to the cost of making it from scratch. So it's crazy how fucking cheap this shit is. But so I used to make it from scratch, but now I use that. So I just put that on. Now this is where it changes up, is depending on the meat I'm using. Now normally, oftentimes I'm using mince, either beef or pork mince. So in that case, I put that in first, cook that off until it browns, then I add the sauce and some of the pasta water, and normally chili flakes, maybe some garlic powder, a little bit of extra oregano, a little bit of MSG. That's what I might add. A bit of black pepper, maybe even a touch of salt, depending. I'll taste it. That's pretty typical. If I'm not using mince, sometimes I'll have tendies with it, or frozen chicken type of situation, in which case that just goes straight there. Or sometimes I have beans, which just goes straight in. So that's pretty much that. And then there's rice. Now rice, I always do the same thing. So the rice is almost always with chicken, with frozen breaded chicken, which is a significant portion of my diet. So I cook that. I cook the rice at the same time, and then they should both be done at the same time.
Now, this isn't always the case. Sometimes I'll make it with a different meat or tofu sometimes. Or if I'm going Mexican style, sometimes I do beans or like a chili type of situation. Um, uh, with mostly beans. But in recently, I've been doing chicken. And then yeah, and then I take my scissors and I cut the chicken into little strips, like little tiny bite-sized cubes. Also, the rice has a fuckload of vegetables in it. I put like loads of frozen vegetables in it, so it's like maybe if you were to look at the portion in a pie chart, like in terms of rice and vegetables, it would be something like 70% vegetables, and then 40% rice. Uh, and as a total, it's probably like one third. I don't know. Listen, fuck you. Anyway, so chicken, rice, and vegetables. Then I season it with some soy sauce, some sriracha, some MSG, maybe some chili flakes, pepper flakes, and a little bit of sesame oil. And that's pretty much it. I've been eating those 3 meals, and that's it. That's all I eat every day, pretty much. So there's variety in there, right? Like I switch up the rice, I switch up some stuff about it, right? Like I switch some shit up. But generally speaking, I have 1 meal of bread, 1 meal of pasta, and 1 meal of rice every single day. Yeah, it can change. For example, today I'm gonna go to the shops to pick up some stuff that I'm run out of. Right, I'm gonna go grocery shopping today, so I need to pick up some. I need to go there anyway, and I'll probably pick up like a snack of some kind while I'm there for my breakfast. Uh, but that happens sometimes. Or sometimes, like I actually really like having instant noodles for breakfast. So I don't put them in the soup. I just have them like yakisoba style, and then I have a fried egg on top. That shit's good as fuck. That's what I'm gonna do! Oh, I'm gonna go to the shops and buy some Shin Ramyun, make an fried egg in it. Oh, that's gonna be great. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm a genius. I'm gonna go buy Shin Ramyun now. I'm sure. Oh, sorry for blinding. Like, this is minimum exposure. What the fuck? Um, I don't know how to deal with this. Okay, to fix it, I had to close this application, which lets me set my resolution lower, and change it to the default camera application, then tap the screen so it adjusted adjusted the exposure, and then go back to this application, which for some reason carried over. I don't know why I thought that would work, and then I don't know why it actually worked. Anyway, I've discovered this application, this program, called Hayase, and I think I might be the last person in the world to find out about this, but this might be a bit of a fucking game changer. What it lets you do is stream torrents. So it looks like Netflix, right? I'm sure this is vibe coded. Who cares anymore, man? But it looks like Netflix. It lets you browse all of the, you can make sure that you know about fucking all of the dog shit anime that supposedly people care about, and you can just watch it, and you can search. It has a pretty decent search function. I haven't experimented that much with it, but it seems to be pretty good. And this is all local. It's all fast, and it's on Linux. And there's like a watch together, I guess. There's an airing calendar. Oh, that's cool. And yeah. So what is this? What does this button do? This support sponsors. Okay. This is settings. I see. Interesting. Default dialogue style options. Okay. I mean, just whatever. I don't care. Client. Whatever. I'll look through this later. Where's it? The only thing I want is go back to what I was just fucking watching, because I clicked off to show you guys. But where that exists on. Oh, it's here. Never mind. Okay. So how fucking sick, bro? This program is very well designed. Look, it's just like in the corner here. And yeah, it just, instead of having to, because the problem has always been, right, streaming sites suck. Everyone knows streaming sites suck, and they're constantly getting taken down these days. But the problem with torrents is I have like 1, 2, and then like 3, which is currently attached to my computer. I don't know if you can see this, so I'll turn the brightness up a little bit. damn, whatever, 3 fucking terabyte drives full of anime. Like, it gets to be a bit much after a while, right? It gets to be a bit much. Not to mention, obviously I've deleted a bunch of stuff over the years to make space, so it gets to be a lot, torrenting everything. But this lets me have the best of both worlds. It's streamed torrents, So yeah, I mean, you pretty much get the picture. This is how it's like the optimal. It's optimal, and it's literally a better experience than a streaming site. I'm sure there's some drawback that I'm not seeing. I mean, I guess it's a drawback that you have to run a separate program and not like a super fucking bloated Netflix-ass program. That's probably the drawback. But on my desktop, I don't care. So this seems to be, this is my advert for Hayase, if you're interested. And like this is, I'm watching Maho no Shimai Lurutodili, which was recommended to me in my stream yesterday. And oh boy, am I fucking loving it. I'm only on episode 2, but episode 1 was like brilliant. It was really, really good. I might write a video about it. I really liked it. Much better than Meitante Preacher, I have to say. Hot take, but that is my opinion. I don't think it's that much of a hot take, but maybe in Japan it would be a hot take. Anyway, I don't have anything else to say other than this is neat, and you might want to look into. So obviously I don't have Twitter or anything, right? But I have my blog, but I haven't really been. I don't know. I said earlier on in this blog, kind of amusingly, in this post, that like I would like to propose a less meaningful future for this blog. That I'm just gonna write some stream of consciousness bullshit about whatever anime I'm watching. Yeah, I mean I never really did that. Like the format that this blog takes is not ideal for microblogging. It's not made for microblogging, right? There's this blog I follow, which is eona.com, and this guy has like this very cool microblogging format where it's like split up into days, and there's an RSS feed, and this is a really nice sort of microblog in my opinion. So I kind of wanted to. I feel like microblogging might be more appropriate for me as of right now, because if I just want to like say something that I don't care, whatever. Okay, enough about that. But the point is, I don't know if I didn't mention this anywhere, but I did it. If you go to the navigation panel of my blog right now, you can see a micro tab, and you click on it. It's just a .txt, like it's literally just a text file, and I will just update this with new posts from time to time. Like I'll just add it. I'm not going to set up an RSS feed for it. If I decide to, I've been doing this for like a week. As you can see, I haven't been posting like that much. But I realized I haven't actually mentioned this anywhere. I think. Did I mention this anywhere? I don't remember. Anyway, the point is, if you've ever been interested, if you like once in a while are like, I wonder what that weird guy, that hypothetical man, has been up to recently. Go on my website and go to Micro, and you'll see whatever the hell I've been up to. I don't know. Maybe I was kind of inspired by like this website, textplane.blog. Because who said blogs have to be written in HTML? It really actually kind of sucks to navigate this. This is because you have to copy paste the links. Like this is not a good format for a blog. But here we go. I saw this, right, and I also follow this person. This is how I found out. This Terrence Eden is how I found out about textplane.blog. But all of his blog posts, if you just add txt to the end of them, oops, I will demonstrate by doing it right now. .txt, and you can see all of them can be served as just plain text, which is a very cool feature. And I really, I mean, you know me and minimalism, right? I like it. But he has this sort of list, which is mostly similar things, where if you want to add .txt, kind of like as an accessibility thing for a lot of people, right? But you know, I think it's just very cool. These like plain text, it's like, yeah, just fucking give me some text, man. You don't need to show me. I don't need to see anything. I don't need images. I don't need hyperlinks. Like, if I'm just doing a microblog, that's literally all I need is just plain text. I don't need anything else crazy, right? Even the formatting on my website, which most people would see as like very minimal, is like overkill. I literally just want to type words out as quickly as possible and put them on the internet as simply and quickly as possible and not have to think about anything. Like a .txt is fucking perfect for my use case, right? And I don't even like. I considered, I considered, how do I put this? What was I going to say? I mean, I think this is kind of interesting, right? The lesson is the human readability of plain text is a spectrum. This is the human readability index. Plain text, gem text, Markdown, BB code, HTML 1.0, modern HTML, RTF. I don't know, whatever. But my point is, I gotta be honest with you, I've been reading Yonagami today. I'm not sure it's doing it for me. I think it might not be very good. I think this might not be. I don't know what to do about this. This is scuppering my plans. This was literally in my dreams. It was in my dreams, but I don't know if I'm necessarily fucking with it that much. I mean, it doesn't have the highest ratings on VNDB or anything like that, but normally Moe-Gay don't have the highest ratings in general. I mean, it's not that bad. I guess it's kind of bad, actually. Yeah. Let's see what the reviews have to say. They both gave it a 7. It's a lot of sex jokes in a way that's kind of grating. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Is this what I want to spend the next 5 days of my life doing? Because I wanted to read this and then read Tenchi Sozo Reboot, but maybe I should just jump straight into Tenchi Sozo Reboot if I'm not fucking with this so heavy. I mean, that's also not supposed to be that good, but at least I know for a fact that it's going to be a Ubisoft quality, hopefully. None of the characters are super doing it for me. I'm split. I'm split on this situation. I'm gonna need some time to think about it. Actually, I don't know why I decided to stop reading Yomegami. I don't know what's going on with me right now. Now I'm reading Tenchi Sozo Reboot, which is not, it's okay. I mean, I know why. I had this idea that I wanted to read I wanted to read a visual novel with an otaku heroine. And I know that this has one. Perhaps, I don't know what's going on with me. I'm basically living the life out here. You know, I started reading Tenchi Sozo Reboot yesterday, read for a couple hours. I've been reading it all day today. And I'm waking up in the afternoon, getting on my PC, reading Eroge and just watching the sun go down in pizza, with frozen pizza. It's pretty much the best life anyone could ever imagine for themselves as far as I'm concerned. I'm having fantasies about starting a political special interest group, which is called SPOC, the Society for the Proliferation of Otaku Culture, um, as, where we advocate for diverting resources towards funding for genetically engineered cat people for domestic ownership. Yes, cat people. You can have cat boys as well as cat girls. They're allowed, but and I was having fantasies about going on TV and talking about how Gotchi Yusa is better than The Sopranos. Anyway, that's just another one of my delusions. Back on topic here, I started reading Yomegami, and it's not that I have any problem with Yomegami, that I hated it or thought it was bad or anything like that. It was just not what I was in the mood for just then. And so I picked up Tenchi Sozo Reboot, and it's been quite a while since I played a Ubisoft game. I think it's been like maybe 3 years maybe. I think the last Ubisoft game I played was Riddle Joker, which actually I was a little disappointed with, to be honest with you. But in the time since, I've read quite a few visual novels, and I think I'm much more experienced with the medium now, and I feel like coming back to Ubisoft, I'm actually understanding why they have their reputation, finally. Because I always thought, like, oh, Ubisoft games, they're always pretty decent. They always have really good art quality, but, like, there's nothing special about them. But I think maybe it's just the translation of this particular game is better or something like that. I don't know, but I feel like the dialogue is just a step up from anything I've read recently. Like even if the plot or whatever is not like insanely incredible, whatever, it's just like the casual dialogue moment to moment is just a step up in a way that's kind of hard to describe. But that I can kind of understand why, you know, Ubisoft is seen as the goats of Moege in the modern era, at least, to a higher degree now, I guess, having played a number of other Moege, which maybe were not on the same level with dialogue, even if many of them were good, even exceeded some Ubisoft titles in other aspects. But let's not get so into all of that right now. The point is, I'm very much enjoying Tenchi Sozo Reboot, even though I'm only in the common route. And so it's important to bear in mind that this is a long-ass game, first of all, and that this is just the common route, which, we don't know how I'm going to feel about the character routes yet. I am bearing in mind that this is one of the lower-rated Yuzuge, so I'm not necessarily going in expecting a masterpiece. But anyway, I think I used to have this issue where I would, from like 2022, 2023 is like the drought years in my anime consumption, which is what necessitated 2024. Wait, am I getting my years mixed up? Sorry. 2023, 2024 was like the drought years in my anime consumption. It's not that I completely stopped watching anime. It was just that I didn't watch that much. I didn't really watch much anime. I didn't read much manga. I just wasn't really on. I just kind of fell off. I fell off of it for those 2 years. And that's what necessitated 2025 being the year of the otaku. And I think the year of the otaku was the single best decision I've ever made in my entire life. Because I feel like I am more passionate about this stuff than I've ever been previously, and that passion hasn't faded. Sure, there have been periods where I'm thinking about it more than other periods, right? I have many other hobbies that I like to indulge in from time to time. I'm not, like some people are just non-stop watching anime, and that's very impressive, right? But I'm not like that. I'm not marathoning a show every single day or anything like that. That can only sustain that for brief periods. But I feel like in terms of there are some times like there's maybe a week where I'm not really watching any anime because I haven't found anything very interesting or something like that. This stuff happens and it's normal and fine, in my opinion. But yeah, one of the things that stopped me from watching anime during the drought period, during the Ota drought, as I will now be referring to it, the Ota drought, one of these things was caused by the fact that every time I would start an anime, I would just think to myself, well, why am I even watching this when I could be reading a visual novel right now? You know, like I would be getting a more whole experience. And I think this is something that Angie VNs talked about in their one of their videos, which is called something like why visual novels are the best medium of art or something like that. And one of the things that he said was, um, you know, watching anime can get real frustrating because so many anime just adapt a portion of a manga, uh, and so like you never get a complete story. And like we all know, you know, I think by this point we're all like just just over that. I guess we're all just like how do I put this? We're all used to it. We're all desensitized to it. Of course, there are some famous No Game No Life out there which are like, oh, there's no season two ever, please, you know. But for the most part, it's like I pick up a random seasonal show, especially these days with sequels being so prevalent. I pick up a seasonal show and I'm expecting it to not wrap up the story in one season, right? You know, that's just the norm. I would say it's only really a minority of anime that truly wrap up the story after one core. Um, and that once you start to actually notice this, it gets frustrating. And the same is true of manga, right? That when you read manga, most manga, well, I mean, obviously there are a lot of finished, completed manga, but a lot of manga that's being adapted into anime. You know, this is I should have gone with a different angle. My point is, uh, even if you're reading manga or light novels that are being adapted into anime, if you're saying, oh, well, just read the manga or just read the light novel, well, the issue is that they're also ongoing. And so they're serialized, and you don't know when they're going to end, and they might, you know, that's also frustrating in many ways. Uh, whereas when you start reading a visual novel, you know that you're going to get a whole story, you know, front to back, and then you can get like bonus stories on top of that with fan discs and DLC sequels, whatever. But uh, for the most part, you're getting a complete story when you purchase a visual novel, and that's actually something that is quite valuable, and I think is under discussed. And yeah, this is a good point that Angie VN's made. Now, yes, I do think it's more true about anime than it is about manga and light novels, given that you can always go back and read older manga and light novels to get completed storylines. And I think it's also true that for the most part, a lot of anime only exists specifically to be unfinished because they're just an advert for the light novel or the manga. You know, they're just you watch your season that adapts a little tiny section of something, and then it makes you want to go, oh, I want to see what happens next. You pick up the manga. I can tell you I've done that a bunch of times. Of course, the other way around happens all the time. This was something I found quite interesting with my discussion with Overworked Salaryman, where he's a big manga reader, and he was talking about how, like with every anime we discussed, he talked about what was important to him was like, does it feel like it deserves to have an anime adaptation in the sense that does it feel like this, like the new medium is actually adding something that you couldn't have just gotten out of the manga to begin with, or the light novel, I suppose, for those that are light novel adaptations. The original source material, I should say. And yeah, so for him it was, and this is something that's interesting because to me, like I don't really care that much about animation quality. I care about art quality. Don't get me wrong. I care about art. I like it when shows look good, as in the art is good, but I don't necessarily care that much about the animation being good or bad. Um, right, and like it doesn't really. In fact, it sometimes frustrates me when the animation is so good for a story that is so mid, and I'm just like, you're not. It's almost like feels condescending. Like you're not going to impress me with these flashing lights and colors. Bro, your fucking narrative is shit. Uh, but I would much rather watch a show with a great story and terrible animation than a show with great animation but a terrible story. Um, uh, where was I with this? Where was I going with this? Right, but if you're a big manga reader, I guess that doesn't play into it, right? Because you're just thinking, if this looks like shit, then why do they even bother adapting it, right? Like, what are they even adding in the adaptation if it's just an inferior version of the manga? And until we were having that conversation, I hadn't really considered that before. But that makes a lot of sense, I guess. Uh, I don't know how I feel about it. I think out of all, manga is something that I just don't know how to deal with. I just don't know how to fit manga into my life. Like, I'm gonna have to, if I want to become a regular manga reader, which I kind of do at this point, um, then I'm gonna have to, like, try and figure out how to fit that into my routine and my lifestyle, because I have a life that's very optimized for watching a lot of anime, but I don't have a life that is optimized for watching a lot of manga. I don't have the workflows sorted out, and things like this. And that might not make any sense to you, to anyone who isn't me, but, I'm autistic and I have like a routine, and it's very hard to shake me out of my routine, I guess. Uh, so I'm having basically a great time reading Tenchi Sozo Reboot. Shout out Unum, for kind of recommending this to me. I mean, I was going to read it anyway, but Unum definitely recommended it to me. That guy knows my taste. Um, where was I going with this? Right, so I have this like wonderful, I'm having such a wonderful otaku experience. I'm having a wonderful aesthetic experience. There we go, more broad. I'm having an aesthetic experience of just sitting there reading for like hours, and getting into the plot of the game, taking a couple breaks to do whatever, but blah blah blah. Wow, I'm really rambling around the fucking point I'm trying to make. I'm watching the sun go down outside my window, but there is one problem. That one problem is that I've spent hundreds of fucking pounds on all of this stuff. I spent hundreds of pounds on all of this fucking, maybe thousands, on all of my merch, and yet I'm spending all my time in the other fucking room, which is just the kitchen where my desktop is. And, I'm like sitting here wondering, is it worthwhile to migrate all of my stuff into here? And you might think that sounds like a no-brainer, but here's why it's not a no-brainer. Because it's the desk situation. There is this like fuck ass fucking garbage bag in here. This is from when I was getting my new bed put together. This is like some of the plastic stuff that I still haven't fucking thrown out. But you can ignore that for a minute. This desk is too small. I'm very tall. I'm 6'3". So like I hit my legs. Uh, hold on. Have we considered something crazy? This is my crazy consideration. What if I put the desk next to my bed so I can sit on the edge of my bed? Like, this could theoretically be a good place to read eroge. Like, I've had it in my head that I need us just to use my standard desktop setup, but what if I don't? This computer doesn't work. I need to buy a new hard drive for it. This has been like a year that it's been sitting here not working because I haven't bought a hard drive for it, but isn't hard drives cheap now by now, or are they still expensive? I don't know. I have to look into that. Anyway, maybe this could be a setup. I don't know if I necessarily want this though. This is a bit awkward, but this is just an idea. No, there's no back to this. So that's I can't really lean back. That's gonna make it a no-go, I think. So I've basically been saying to myself for like 5 years at this point that what I'm gonna do eventually is buy a desk from IKEA, put it in this room, like a big desk that will go all the way across, and because I also want to do some gaming. Like I like playing Team Fortress 2, but this fucking mouse pad is not acceptable, right? Like I'm a low sense gamer. I come from Counter Strike. I play on low ass sensitivity, so like I need a lot of fucking desk space, and this desk is just simply too small. I also like my full size keyboard, so Although I do have this tiny keyboard, but even with that, it's still not enough desk space. Which is just a shame. Anyway, where was I going? Right, so a setup in this room would be really nice, pretty much. Is, like, actually, it would be very comfy, I feel like. And I'm wondering if I should just send it. I've already spent money doing this room up. Maybe I should just send it and get a desk. The only problem is it actually worth bothering with all of that? Alternatively, it's actually a very easy alternative. The easy alternative is to just plug in one of my many ThinkPads or any old computer I have lying around into this monitor and just stream from my desktop. At which point it's like, why not even using Steam Remote Play? But at that point, why not just use a regular ThinkPad sitting in bed, which I already do from time to time. I don't really know. So that's an issue I gotta figure out at some point, just for my own peace of mind. It's like, these days, all I really do in this room is sleep. Right? And it's like, well, what the fuck is the point of having this awesome ass? I mean, it's not that cool compared to some other people's, but I'm happy with it. You know, I've been slowly working on it for like the past 10 years. I know. Been slowly working on it. I mean, it's only one wall. It's like, because this wall I've been reserving because I want to hang some stuff on there. I don't want to get too into my plans, but like the reason this wall is blank is that I have plans on specifically, well, firstly I wanted to put shelves there, first of all, but then I've kind of changed my mind on that plan. I don't know if I'm going to put shelves there anymore. I was thinking of removing this and putting shelves there instead. Now I don't know what to do, but anyway, I have a plan of what I want to put on this wall. And I just haven't. I've been looking for deals. I've been waiting for deals to come up because it's been too expensive to justify so far. But soon enough, I'm sure I will. Although I've spent too much money recently getting on various issues in my house. Anyway, this has been my little short break to brag about how awesome my life is. How I'm just a NEET who gets to wake up at fucking 4 in the afternoon and play Autogame until the sun comes up. And you have to do some fucking work, you stupid fucking wagey. After all of that, it just straight up would not compile. The first thing I tried, new WLD, just would not compile. And I think maybe with a little bit of effort and some back and forth with like a Claude or whatever, maybe I'd be able to fix it, but I don't want to have to involve Claude in this, man. And the software is too obscure for anyone to have like documented it outside of that. So, you know. I'm watching this 5-hour-long video called Meta Deception, The Truth About Oz Perlman. Now, Oz Perlman is a mentalist, and this video is very interesting because it's doing two things at the same time. On the one hand, it's just going through Oz Perlman's entire repertoire for 5 hours with this guy who clearly knows a bit about magic, just revealing how he does the tricks, right? But on a second level, it does this in a way that I've never seen any magician's revealed, trick secret revealed video do before. And that is to talk about not just the literal mechanics behind the trick, but what makes them work as a performance. So, you know, as an example, something that gets brought up very early on is this concept of do the same effect twice, but with a different method each time. So, like, and then that way, in the spectator's brain, the one cancels out the other. So, like, if you see me produce a coin, my hand open this way, then you think, oh, maybe the coin's behind his hand. But then the next time I do it, I produce it with my hand this way, you're going to think, well, he showed me both sides of his hand, so the trick is magic. How could he have done that? But actually, if I was doing it with a different method each time, that's perfectly reasonable. You could have, you could have been right both times, but in your memory, you think, oh, he showed me both sides of his hand. He can't possibly have been hiding something. That's a very common technique in magic, and it's the sort of thing that isn't strictly necessary for a trick to function, but it makes the trick work. It makes the trick work in the context of performance, and it's something that never gets talked about in these like magicians revealed things because they're just concerned about the mechanics of the trick, when actually all of the performance surrounding a trick can take a very mediocre off-the-stock effect to a completely different level. What really matters is, and this is something, I never talk about this because I was a kid when I did it, but I did magic for like 4 years. It was my number one special interest for a significant chunk of my childhood. So I think, although my knowledge is outdated, magicians are always on top of the newest technology, so there's lots of new stuff that's come out using technology that I'm not aware of. For example, something that gets mentioned here is like a gimmicked notepad, where you can transmit what was written on the notepads to like a phone or something. When I was doing magic, those existed, but they were dog shit and no one used them. They were really unreliable, and you could only use them for stuff that was very, very basic, where like the shape was really obvious, but like you couldn't like have someone write something down because the handwriting would be unreadable. But like I guess now they're really good, so you can get away with stuff like that. So anyway, I find that very interesting, and then so that's most of the video, but the video also has a through line, a philosophical through line underneath the whole thing, which at first, when I started watching it, I thought was stupid, and then when I kept watching it, I realized it's actually quite interesting. And it's in the title, it's meta deception. Meta deception is a term I hadn't heard before, but it's basically setting it up so that you not only do you not know how the trick is done, but what you actually think is the trick isn't even the trick. And the thing is, this is a part of most magic, but I think what Baskin, the YouTuber, is trying to show here is that you actually can take meta deception too far to the point where it becomes an ethical issue. And the ethical issue is that this guy, Oz Perlman, is a mentalist. And mentalism is a particular way of dressing up magic to make it look like mind reading rather than like stage illusions or close-up magic or anything. Most magic uses the same fundamental principles no matter what kind of magic you're doing, but you can dress it up in different ways and present it in a different format. And that's kind of what distinguishes like stage illusions from street magic, from close-up magic, to card magic, to mentalism, to whatever, hypnotism. There are all kinds of different subgenres, even though most of them use the same fundamental principles. And what he's saying is, Oz Perlman basically says, like, I spent a really long time learning to read people and read people's body language and micro-expressions and so on, and that's how I can read people's minds and do all these tricks, right? And obviously that's not possible. You can't actually do that. And it's similar to like that guy who said he could bend spoons, right? Like it was a magic trick, but he lied. He took the meta deception too far. He said like, no, I'm genuinely psychic and I can bend spoons with my mind, right? And then he got like owned by James Randi on national TV or something. But this is a similar thing, where it's like, that's not how you're actually doing it. You're doing it with the same principles of magic everyone else uses, but all mentalists basically lie, and they say, like, what I'm about to do is like a form of psychological reading, like I'm using like body language reading and subliminal messaging and that kind of thing to read you, right? Darren Brown is someone who does this a lot, for example. And what the argument of the video kind of is is that if you take this too far to the point where people genuinely believe that this is possible, then you're basically no different from a scam psychic, right? You're tricking people into believe that you have this special ability that you don't really have, and where the trick starts and the reality, where the trick ends and the reality starts, is not clear anymore, to the point where people are being deceived in a way they didn't actually consent to be deceived, and that's possibly morally dubious, especially if you start using it to sell books on psychology and reading people's body language and stuff, as Oz Perlman does. When you don't know anything about that, you're just a magician doing sleight of hand like everyone else. And I think that's a pretty fair point, honestly. So when I first started watching the video, I was like, that's idiotic. Obviously, no one really believes that you can read people's micro expressions and guess what word they're thinking, right? Like, it's just a magic trick. No one believes that magicians really have magic powers. It turns out, actually, a lot of people do believe that, and upon thinking about it, I remembered when I first found out about Derren Brown when I was a kid, and I was just starting to get into magic, and I thought the same thing. I also thought Derren Brown really could read people's micro expressions and subliminal messaging really worked and stuff like that. Now, obviously, I was getting into magic, so I eventually learned how a lot of those effects are actually done. And came to realize that wasn't true. But imagine if I had not been getting into learning magic myself, I may have just carried those beliefs with me for the rest of my life. And perhaps that actually is, to some degree, unethical. It's like believing in psychics. It's like tricking someone into believing that you have psychic powers, It might actually be unethical. So despite this being a 5-hour-long video, I actually do think it's worth watching. I'm going to recommend it to you. I've played 50 visual novels, and this is the first time I've ever seen this. The characters are walking along, and the background is scrolling behind them, and the sprite is bobbing up and down as they're walking. Like they're actually walking side by side. You never see this. I don't think I've ever seen this in another visual novel. I've played a bunch of other Ubisoft games. I've played a bunch of visual novels with animated sprites and all of the fancy stuff. I've never seen anyone. Oh, I guess I rambled for too long and they ran out of background to scroll through. So now she's just awkwardly bobbing up and down without moving. But anyway, that's a cool gimmick. This is a very funny use of the visual novel format, where in this line, with you can't really translate it very well into English, but what she said was met, and then the line ends, and then only when you go to the next line, it says cha at the beginning of the next line, which is I don't know, funny way to do many. I wonder what the Japanese is. Hold on, let's see what it actually says. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Loads of small Su's. Shisai Su's. And then chat. I can't really see it because of the fucking exposure. But guy in a completely blacked out room. Hold on. Can I adjust this at all? That barely made a difference. I don't even think it made a difference at all. Okay, well. I recently discovered how much I like being highly caffeinated, especially because I've been reading for hours and hours each day, and it really helps me to stay focused on the visual novel I'm trying to get through. So I've upgraded from 1 monster a day to 2 monsters a day. The problem is, this is having negative effects on my sleep. I should have been asleep let's see, approximately 2.5 hours ago. I'm wide awake. That second monster is still powering me. I think I drank it a little too late. We're gonna have to. I'm still adjusting to the 2 monster a day lifestyle. Okay, it's gonna take me a while to optimize and to figure out how this works. I bought about 25 monsters. Sugar-free, of course, to support my new lifestyle. So anyway, because I couldn't sleep, I decided to watch Project Hail Mary. I've always been a big fan of The Martian, Andy Weir's other book that got turned into a movie. The Martian is what I would describe as Reddit Kino. It is one of these movies that feels like it should have come out about 5 years before it came out. Like if The Martian had come out in 2014, it would have been a meme on the scale of like Lord of the Rings was a meme, you know, in internet nerd circles. Obviously, if it had come out earlier, it would have been even bigger. It was like the perfect movie for like millennial science guy, which is kind of me, or at least that's the people I grew up around on the internet and looked up to. This one is coming out at a very different time in human history, when I feel like the Reddit science situation is kind of behind us, unless you're like a tech billionaire. Or you like worship tech billionaires for some reason. Anyway, enough about that. The Project Hail Mary, I thought it was a good. I already knew it was going to be a good movie, and it was a good movie. It wasn't as good as The Martian. I'll tell you exactly why it wasn't as good as The Martian. Because it's a great movie that then just keeps cutting away to a bad movie every like 15 minutes. The flashbacks are completely unnecessary, and they ruin the flow of the movie. They don't add, I mean, I'm just repeating myself, but yeah, they don't add anything, and they are just, every time it's a flashback scene, I'm like, please can this be over with so we can get back to the cool shit, to the interesting stuff that's happening. Imagine how much better the movie would have been if there was that. You need the initial flashback, okay? The initial flashback is important where he's the teacher in the class. You can't establish that on the ship. Like, have that flashback, that's fine, right? To explain what's going on, you know? But the rest of the stuff, while some of the flashback scenes were fine, for the most part, I think the movie would have been way better if you saw him reconstruct what happened in his memories, like on the ship, by like finding stuff or something like that, you know? That like jogs his, like he finds something, it jogs his memory. Something happens between him and Rocky, it jogs his memory. And then you don't get a flashback. I mean, maybe the flashbacks are the only way you can do it now that I'm thinking of it. But I don't know. There's some stuff that you kind of need a flashback for, but I don't know. I just think it was stupid. Like, I don't know. It just took away. It just broke up the pace in a way that sucked. I also don't know about the Ryan Gosling casting decision. Frankly, like I think they could have cast someone else in that role, perhaps. Not that he did a bad job. I mean, obviously, he's acting against no one for most of the movie. He's just on his own talking to a CGI creature, right? Like, it's on a technical level, I'm not saying that he was a poor actor. What I'm saying, he pulled off the role very well. It's just that I'm not sure if he necessarily fit the role. Because it's hard for me to believe Ryan Gosling as like bumbling idiot, despite the fact that he was a great bumbling idiot in that one detective movie. Now that I'm thinking about it, in fact, he's been that in a couple of movies. But here it just doesn't feel believable to me. He feels too suave. He feels too confident in Hollywood. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't seem like a pussy, which he's supposed to be. But I'm not gonna rag on that too much. My main issue with the movie is I don't know what they could have done differently. Like it would have required restructuring the entire movie and like the writing. But those flashback scenes, man, like they were just annoying. They just kept getting in the way. Everything else is great. Great movie. It's basically, uh, what's that one movie? You know that movie with the guy, the Italian guy and the black guy who's a musician, and is it called Green Book? He has to drive the guy around the south, and then they start off, and then they become friends. It's basically that, but between instead of an Italian guy and a black guy, it's Ryan Gosling and an alien, and they're in space, and the sun is gonna go out if they don't work together. It's a good body movie. Uh, Yeah, I mean, there were lots of cool things in it. I really like. I mean, I think this is probably what's getting a lot of praise. I honestly have been avoiding the discussion about this movie because I knew I was going to watch it, and I'm sure the spoilers wouldn't have mattered that much, but I thought may as well avoid spoilers. Not that I'm really anywhere. Actually, you know, not that I'm anywhere where I would see spoilers. Good thing about not being on social media, you don't see any of that stuff. But I assume a lot of the talk about this movie is on about Rocky and the mechanics of how he works, which is very cool. There's also some nice stuff in the movie where it kind of like treats the audience as if they have a brain and they can, you don't have to literally say everything out loud for them to get it. Uh, like the fact that Rock, you know, at the beginning of the movie, it's like, oh, uh, the main guy thinks there could be life that isn't based on water, and obviously Rocky is probably life that isn't based on water, right? Which is just like very, very heavily implied, but never like literally stated outright. Um, yeah, I mean that it's like little things like that where it's just like the fact that it's really obvious, and yet at no point does the character turn to the camera and just explain it to you. It just makes it feel like the movie is actually respecting that you have a brain, which I always appreciate. There were a ton of cool visuals. However, there were also a few extended sequences of like visual montage that I thought kind of dragged. It might be because I'm just kind of like past my bedtime, but yeah. I would like to keep talking about this movie, but I actually need to piss. So that's what you get. So I took a short break from reading the Amane route in Tenchi Sozo reboot, and while I was taking my short break, which was only supposed to be half an hour, I came across a YouTube video that was something along the lines of like, why Marvel le bad now? Why Marvel is le bad now? Was the title? There's not the title, but that, you know, what happened to the MCU? I think was the name of the video. And I was like, fuck it, fine. I've seen it. Normally, I would never click a video like this, but I've seen this guy's I know this channel. Like, he normally has decent things to say. I watch it. The video is like fine, right? Like, it's kind of interesting because it's like it's like a good mix of like critiquing the actual creative decisions in the movies, while also talking about like the behind the scenes stuff that was going on at Marvel and Disney that I didn't know about, and like talking about what happened with like Agents of Shield and how like many of the problems that would later manifest across Marvel were like you could see them coming. They first like appeared in Agents of Shield, but no one fucking watched that show. But I don't know, like it's actually just an observation. Anyway, I watched that video and it was like, wasn't there two Marvel movies that were, and he says even in the video, right, like even though there have been a few Marvel films now that have actually been kind of well liked, right, like there used to be flops in the MCU all the time. Thor: The Dark World was a terrible movie, right, like a bunch of people, that's like famously bad, the Iron Man sequels are bad, like, and some of the movies that people say are good are actually bad. He brings up Civil War as being not as good as people remember it, which is 100% true. I didn't like it when it first came out. I was very surprised to find out that a lot of people actually liked that movie. You know, there were flops before, but the overall aura of Marvel as a whole remained intact, right? But now, even though when there's flops, like Black Widow or the Eternals or Iron Fist or whatever, even when there's good movies like Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, it's like people just see them as independent, standalone good movies, not as like. But Marvel doesn't have the aura they used to have, where it felt like not just that was a decent movie, that was a shit movie, but it felt like this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe's one collective thing that's all tied together. Um, and so I was like, okay, I did hear that Thunderbolts was pretty good. When it came out, I had no interest in watching cape shit, the garbage, right? But you know what? I'll check it out. And so I watched it. I realized that's not actually what happened, because I turned it on, then I realized I've seen this before. I had actually watched the first like 10 minutes at some point, and then turned it off immediately, or 5 minutes, and turned it off because I hated it. And I was pretty much right to do so. The movie is bad, but I think after 3.5 minutes of introducing this segment, I think I actually do have an actually well-structured critique of why the movie sucks. So, and I also know I'm like like a year too late to talk about this. But this is why Thunderbolts is a bad movie. Number one, the opening. The first act is garbage, but especially the first like 15 minutes are really, really bad. Because it opens with a meaningless fight scene that serves to introduce our sort of main character, who I think is like the girl from Black Widow, but I never watched Black Widow because who the fuck watched Black Widow, right? Like I don't know who this character is. And they don't really spend much time introducing her. Like I know that she's basically a Black Widow guy, right? That she's like a child, abducted as a child assassin, whatever thing, right? But it's like, and she's not too pleased about this situation, but like, she doesn't have anything like the same vibe as Black Widow actually had. Like, Black Widow as a character was, I don't think anyone's favorite MCU character, but she had like, kind of a vibe going on, which is like the femme fatale, like, sexy badass thing going on, you know? She had the sexy badass thing going on, which is like, was it actually ever like that well executed? No, but she had a thing. This girl, I don't even know what her name is, despite having just watched the movie, so I think that tells you a little something. She doesn't have that. She's not sexy. She doesn't have any swagger. None of the characters have any swagger or aura about them like a superhero would. But that's not the really big deal. The big deal is that they introduce her with this pointless fight scene that you have no reason to care about unless you care about this character already, and you don't because no one watched Black Widow, right? So, or I haven't, and they should probably assume that people haven't watched Black Widow. So I don't know who this character is. I have no reason to care about her, and they don't bother trying to make me care about her. Instead, they just have her do a fight scene, and then right after that, they go straight into another pointless fight scene that is now all four of the main guys punching each other in a basement somewhere. And so, like, the first, 15 minutes of the movie are just fight scenes with characters that you either literally haven't met yet, or, you're supposed to care about from other properties that I didn't watch because they were bad, or, that sort of thing. They didn't spend any time introducing, normally, the way you make a fight scene good is, bare minimum, I have to care about the characters and understand why they're fighting, on an emotional level. Not just on a literal level, but I have to have some emotional stakes in the fight. It's not possible when that's the opening 15 minutes of your movie are two fights that are both completely emotionless. So that's a real fucking bad start. Then, the movie starts to get a little bit better. They have to escape this vault together. And it's not great. It's a lot of sort of really kind of poorly written banter. There's some really bad ADR in certain parts that was very distracting. The vault is it's simultaneously too easy for them to get out of this place, but also this whole sequence just takes too long. And all the characters are really annoying. But they do eventually escape, and then the movie is just sort of slop. Like, I don't know what the fuck happens in the middle of the movie. I couldn't tell you. But anyway, that's the problem number one. So, problem number one, the opening 15 minutes is terrible. Problem number two of the movie. The movie, this is a broad problem. The movie is telling you that what it's about is a ragtag group of misfit anti-heroes who are all kind of socially maladjusted have to learn to come together and work together to overcome their problems, and like in a found family sort of situation. That's what the movie is telling you that it's doing. When the movie came out, I saw all kinds of people talking about how it was a found family movie, and they literally say, like, I don't remember the exact quote, but a character basically turns to the camera and says, "We're just a misfit band of anti-heroes that have to work together." Like, they're very, very, like, they're like really clear on this, that that's what the movie is. Right? They're very, very explicit. The problem is, that's not what the fucking movie is. That's not what the movie is, because the second part of that statement never happens. They never actually have to come together and work together and figure out how to, like, work as a team or anything like that. That doesn't happen in the movie. There's, like, one scene, there's a couple scenes with the main girl and her dad. That's a separate thing. But as a team, as a collective, there's one scene at the end of the movie where they all hug one guy, right? And that's supposed to be them coming to, but they never, like, if let me think. Okay, there's other movies where people have to come together and learn to work as a team, even though they're they initially don't like each other, and then by the end of it, they're all good friends, right? You've probably seen stories like, I mean, bro, it's fucking Enkidu the fucking Enkidu and Gilgamesh, bro. It's like it's literally the oldest story. It's like the oldest story, right? I don't know, I'm trying to think of a superhero movie that does this. Even the Avengers does this to some extent. Is there like an anime that's like a shonen battle shonen that does this? I can't think of one right now. But I'm sure that these movies exist, right? We've all seen them. This movie isn't one of them. Because, yeah, they don't actually have to work together to solve any problems. At no point is that a thing. They just sort of are next to each other. They're just in each other's vicinity. They don't, like, actually work together. And they don't seem to really become friends either. They just seem to find each other, like, mildly annoying, and are just, like, sticking together for convenience, which is not the same thing as found family. It's more like a group of people who are sticking together for political and practical convenience, rather than a group of people who actually care about each other, like found family. So that's number two. So issue number one, the opening 15 minutes is bad. Issue number two, it thinks it's a movie about one thing, it keeps saying it's about that thing, but it isn't actually about that thing. Issue number three, the one good thing about the movie is the villain. Actually, there's two good things about the movie. There's Bob, aka Sentinel, who's like hard to explain. Whatever. If you've seen it, you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. And then there's the villain, who's like this lady, right? And the lady, is like kind of an interesting villain because she's like a manipulative politician, right? She's kind of interesting. Bob is by far the best character. He's good because he's extremely well cast. I don't know the name of the actor who plays him, but he's great in the role. He does a very, very good job. However, they fucked it, of course. So the interesting thing about Bob is that he's like a kind of a messed up guy. He used to be a meth addict. He has bipolar, right? And he was sort of taken off the streets by this company, like Vought, like the boys, and like put into an experimental trial to like give him superpowers because the Avengers are gone now. And so like this company wanted to make their own superheroes. Everyone else just didn't survive the tests, but he did, right? But he's like mentally unstable because he has bipolar disorder. Actually, interesting concept, right? Actually kind of interesting. At least it has potential. The problem is that their depiction of bipolar is like, I don't want to be too much of like a snowflake here, but like it's genuinely kind of insulting as someone who has bipolar. Like it is kind of offensive, because it's like, instead, you know, like there are plenty of actually interesting situations like this. There are plenty of interesting characters in the history of fucking storytelling that are like this, which is a guy who's powerful, but also like kind of fucking messed up and is like in a constant internal conflict, right? Like that's an interesting dynamic, and it's not something we super saw in the MCU ever. They almost did it with Iron Man 2, but they didn't. They ended up going away from that darker direction, and so they never really had a character like that. I guess the Hulk is kind of like that in some movies. He's more like that in the comics. Batman is kind of like that in the comics. He's also not really like that in any of the movies. And also that's obviously not Marvel. Like I don't know that we've ever had a superhero who actually has like mental illness and like an internal conflict between like a sort of, you know, self-hatred, self-loathing situation. Hey, like Wolverine kind of has that a little bit, but they never go super far in it. I don't know. It could have been interesting, but instead of it being, you know, a guy who's in a constant like battle with himself and like has to like become a fulfilled and well-rounded human being and overcome his bipolar disorder, right? Or at least learn to live with it, which could have been interesting. Instead, they take that metaphor autistically literally, and they make it so that he literally has to defeat a dark version of himself, like he's fucking Link versus Dark Link. Okay? Like he has a shadow version. It's fucking Super Mario Sunshine. They Super Mario Sunshine him, where there's just Dark Mario. There's just a evil Mario. He just has to fight the dark shadow version of himself, and that's how he wins. It's like, that's not what it's like to have bipolar disorder, right? Like, you know, this is what I hated about it, is when he's like experiencing a depression, right? When he's depressive, the characters are like, that's not really you, and then it actually isn't really him, and he's like, I know it's not really me, but the thing is, that's not what it's like to be depressed. What it's like to be depressed is to be like, this is me, right? Like, there's no, it's not like, oh, I have to fight the dark version of me. No. You are the, like, there is no dark version of you. Like, there's just you. And, like, that's a much more interesting, aside from it being, like, a more accurate depiction of how this stuff actually works, it's also just, like, how you would perhaps write an interesting character who has, like, internal conflict, you know? But instead they externalize all of the internal conflict. So he never has to, like, introspect, think about himself. You don't really learn too much about him, to be honest. Like, you know, instead of doing any of that, because that would have been difficult, they turn it into he has to fight Dark Mario. Or he has to beat Dark Mario. Oh no, Dark Mario has taken over. Right? That's how and it's just stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's like you had an interesting dynamic and you just threw. And when the Dark Mario guy takes over, what happens? Well, you get a really cool visual of him being a shadow guy flying around in the sky, turning people into shadows. The problem is that was all in the trailer, and that's literally just everything you saw in the trailer is all there is in the movie of that. They don't do anything interesting with it. I don't know why. Like, that was obviously a really cool visual. They could have done a bunch of stuff with that as an action set piece. They don't do it as an action set piece. Instead, all the people that descend into shadows aren't really dead, which is dumb, because there's already trying to be a darker, more mature Marvel movie, right? There's not as many quips. The characters are more down to earth and gritty. They swear. There's alcohol. There's meth. You know, it's trying to be a bit more adult. Why the fuck did they not kill anyone? Why are all the people that get turned into shadows just fine at the end of it? Like, have it be actually dark. I know that they want Bob, aka Sentinel, to be redeemed at the end, which is why it would be so much more interesting if he actually did kill a bunch of innocent people. But he didn't, of course. Everyone just comes back and is completely fine. So there were no stakes ever, and none of it fucking matters. Which is the thing I hate in movies, of course. Once you start undoing deaths, or it looks like this character died, but they were actually just in the shadow realm and they've come back completely unharmed and everything is fine. Once you start doing that, it's like, oh, so I feel like I was tricked. Like, I thought there were stakes, but there were no stakes. Everything was just a lie. Okay, now, even in the movie, this doesn't work that well because it's pretty clearly signposted that these people aren't going to be really dead, in which case it's like, okay, there just are no stakes. Why should I fucking care? It's dumb. It's dumb. And then instead of having like a fight, they don't fight, they just go into the dream world and just like talk about it, which like would have been cool. Oh, except they can't actually do that. They have to turn it into like an actual fight, sort of. Like they have to somehow turn like having a conversation about mental health into an action scene, and it's a terrible action scene. It's boring, and it ends in the most sort of cliche, trite, corny way possible, where everyone just hugs him and then he's like, you don't have to be alone, we're all in this together, right? Which is like, it comes back to the second issue, which is, that's not really what the movie has been about. The movie keeps saying it's about that, but no one's really doing it. That's the third problem, is that they had a character with a lot of potential, but they fucked it up by not being brave enough to do a actually bold depiction of a character with a fucking internal conflict, and instead turned it into like a Super Mario Sunshine situation. Okay, problem number 4. I think this is a big problem. Every single character in this movie is just a guy that punches guys. They have no diversity of superpowers or action styles. All of them are just guys that punch guys. You've got main girl, who is girl that punches guys, and that's all. She's just an assassin or whatever. You know, in the MCU, it was always kind of weird that Black Widow was there, because like they're fighting fucking aliens and she's just like got a gun. It's like, what can she do that the military can't do? It was always kind of confusing, but they never really drew much attention to it. Right, and it's like she was the only one that was like that. But now they've got her, who's punchy and shooty. Then they've got new Captain America guy, who is also just Captain America, but like not as strong. So he's basically a slightly stronger guy who punches guys. They've got Bucky Barnes, who is also a slightly stronger guy who punches guys. Then they've got the Russian guy, who is a guy that punches guys. And they have one character who actually has a superpower where she can like go invisible and walk through walls. And what does she use that for? She uses it to teleport behind you and then punch you. Like, now let's compare this. So it makes all the action scenes just melt together. They're not readable, and they have no personality. Compare that to another cape shit movie that came out recently-ish, around the same time, Superman. So Superman, who are the main characters of Superman? Well, you've got Superman himself. Now, within his action scenes, they take great care to make sure that there is characterization. He turns around to ask, hey, he gets hit by a fucking glass, and then he turns around and says, hey, you guys alright? Behind him, and then only when they say yeah, he goes, oh, okay, good, and then he keeps fighting. He takes the time to save a fucking squirrel, right? Like, he's fighting a big monster, and he's like, I'm trying to find a way to get it out of here without killing it, so that we can, study science. Because like, he's constantly like expressing his characterization through fighting. That he like is just like this super empathetic and nice guy who's trying to save everyone, even the monster, right? Then you've got Green Lantern, who's constantly chewing gum the whole time. He has this smug look on his face, and he's beating people up with giant green fists that are like middle fingers that come out of the fucking ground and literally like flip tanks in the air. He's like, when they're fighting that monster, he makes a little machine that just pokes the monster in the eye repeatedly. And it's like kind of painful to watch, right? Like, he's kind of an asshole. He's kind of a smug asshole. You wouldn't even need him to open his mouth ever for you to understand that about him, because you can tell just from the way he fights. Then you've got Mr. Terrific. Mr. Terrific is standing there fucking aura farming the entire time, every time he fights. He's just aura farming, and he's constantly doing the little keyboard stuff to indicate that he's the smart guy. He's like emotionless. He seems kind of done the whole time. Like, the fact that he's not very active when he's fighting, and it's all very elegant, it kind of feels like he's above it all. Like, he's not really concerned with what's going on. He just is, like, annoyed that these guys are in his way, but he doesn't care that much. Like, he's just, like, better than you, right? But not in a, like, braggadocious way. He's not going around like Green Lantern, ha ha ha, I'm better than you. He's more like, oh, I don't have time for this, right? You can tell that just in the way he fights, right? He's very pragmatic. He just flies his little orbs into the guys' faces and knocks them out, knocks them away. He just flies his orbs into the monster's mouth and blows it up, right? He's just very pragmatic in that way. And then you've got Hawk Girl, who is basically like very animalistic, right? She's just flying around, hitting things with a club. She's screeching, she's just, that's her style. And so, despite none of these characters, like even if none of these characters ever open their mouths, just by watching them fight with their different styles and their different powers, not only is it dynamic, because you get to see them interact with each other in interesting ways, but it's also character building. That you learn more about who they are as people just by watching them fight. In fact, if I remember correctly, in the Superman movie, the Justice Gang are introduced in that fight scene. And so that fight scene has to do the work of setting up their characterization before you've even had time to meet them, which is something I just said you shouldn't do, except that this movie does it because the fight is well choreographed, because the powers are taken into account and the person Thunderbolts does fucking none of this, because every guy is just the same guy that punches guys. It's just the same fucking guy that punches guys, and they have no diversity in their styles. Nothing about their personalities comes through when they fight. They're all just John Wick. Every single character is just John Wick. And it's like, it sucks. I couldn't tell you anything about the personalities of the different members of the fucking Thunderbirds. And the only guy with an interesting power is this Bob guy. And he barely gets to use it. So, yeah, that's the fourth problem. The fourth problem is the powers, the lack of diversity in terms of powers. I think, compare this to, like, your average low-tier action shonen, right? Just to, like, a mid-tier, whatever, like, you're gonna have villains with more interesting powers. You're gonna have characters with more interesting powers, right? like some random B tier guy in the background of one of these manga or anime is going to be more interesting than any member of Thunderbolts. So, like, those are my 4 primary issues with the Thunderbolts movie. I actually have one more, which is the color palette. Come on, man. Be brave. Show some fucking colors in your movie, man. You don't have to keep doing this desaturated gray nonsense, man. You can show a fucking color from time to time. Like, they're all wearing these goofy fucking suits anyway. Like, you know, when Marvel first started, they were kind of careful to make the suits not look as goofy. And the movies also had this sort of muted color palette, right? Because they thought people wouldn't accept the goofy superhero thing. And they slowly introduced more and more of the goofy superhero stuff as it went on, especially with Guardians, which has a very bold color palette, right? And a very sort of different tone. But now, everyone's okay with the goofy superhero shit, okay? No one has a problem with it. So they're doing this weird middle ground where they still have the muted color palette from, like, Civil War, which they got rid of by the later Marvel movies, so I don't know why they brought it back. But they have this muted color grade, this desaturated grade over the whole movie, which just makes everything look lifeless. And at the same time, everyone's still wearing their goofy fucking suits. So, like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, what are they going for? Because when you have all of these very obviously superhero guys in superhero costumes standing in the middle of a street in, I believe it was Washington, D.C., right? Or maybe it was New York. I wasn't really paying attention. And they're standing in the middle of the street having a shouting match. And you have just pedestrians walking past the whole time, and none of them even turn to look. If I saw 2 regular guys having a shouting match in the street, I'd turn to look. Let alone if it was 5 people in superhero costumes. Why does that scene go on for so long and no one even turns their head to look at what's going on? Like, this is the most normal thing they've ever seen, especially given the fact that, I mean, it's ridiculous. The scene is just so stupid and so distracting that these pedestrians are just walking past the whole time, not paying any attention to the characters. Like, it just makes it feel like that whole, you know in Monogatari, where there's that whole season where everyone's just like outside of the main characters is just represented by like stick figures or whatever. It's been a long time since I watched Monogatari. It's like that. It's like, what are we doing here? Okay, I think that's right. So yeah, visually it looks like shit. Again, compared to Superman. Superman has like such a distinct aesthetic. It has super bold, saturated colors, and it has big sweeping camera moves that are very, big sweeping, smooth camera moves. The whole movie has these like massive moves, right? And it also makes heavy use of wide-angle lenses, which give the whole film just kind of sometimes it's like a GoPro look during an action scene, and sometimes it's kind of like a dreamlike look, right? And no hyper-real. I mean, that's not how I know people. I'm now doing the thing I hate it when people do, which is misusing the term hyper-real, but a sort of like cartoonish, larger-than-life effect, right? Like that movie, I can just think about it, and I'm like, that's what Superman looks like, right? It has a distinct aesthetic. It has a distinct color palette. It has a distinct color palette. It has a distinct directing style, and it has a distinct sort of even the lenses, right? This movie just looks like soup. It looks like beige soup. It doesn't have any moment where I'm like, a human being directed this. Someone was in charge of cinematography on this movie. There was a guy whose job it was to figure out how to light scenes, and he put thought into it. Like, there was a guy who did that, and he probably did put thought into it. He probably would have liked to, but he probably didn't have time, or was told not to, or it's like, let these fucking guys make something interesting. Let someone have an opinion about what a movie, like, it feels like only the writers were allowed to have opinions on how the movie would work. Like, the writing actually has a style to it. It's not a good style, it's a really, really annoying style where every single character is the most obnoxious person you've ever met, and I don't want to spend any time with them, and yet you're watching a whole movie that's nothing but them talking, interrupted by the most bland action scenes you've ever seen every 10 seconds. But, at least it has a style, the writing, but nothing else about the movie has any feeling like a human being was involved at any point. It feels like they just throw it on the screen as inoffensive as possible. I haven't seen the new Fantastic Four movie. I don't know if I will. It looks kind of bad. But at least that movie has an aesthetic going for it. I will say, that movie looks like something. It looks like someone had like an idea of what it would look like going in. So yeah, that's my critique of the new Avengers, the Thunderbolts. Pretty fucking dumb.
From time to time I watch this guy named Evan Edinger, who's some sort of American guy who lives in London. And he sometimes makes videos about cycling in London. For example, this one with not just bikes. This one is about cycle infrastructure. There's a few. Okay, so the thing I don't necessarily like about his videos is he always focuses on central London. Like in this video, right? Oh, he's gonna take not just bikes on a cycling tour around London, right? But this is not around London. This is in fake London. This is in, like, real London is not any of the places that they go to in this video. Not really. It's too central. It's too touristy. It's like all where the businesses are and whatever. All where the money is. And it's not a good representation of what London is actually like. Like, these guys have some cycle infrastructure. You go to the places where people actually like live. These are the places that people commute to. The places where people commute from, there's fuck all in terms of cycle infrastructure. Like, even Not Just Bikes was pretty unimpressed by the state of London. Like, this is by far the best that it gets. Pretty much. I mean, there are a few neighborhoods that have been designated as, quote, little Amsterdams, that's what they're called, that are like supposed to be really good for cycling, that are more residential areas outside of the center of the city. I've actually never been to any of those, or not, I don't know, I never knowingly, so I haven't really paid attention, like I don't know what they're like, but outside of, I think they're very small neighborhoods, but outside of those few areas, the rest of the sort of residential areas in London, the places outside of the center, are much worse, are much worse. And this video makes it look like London is sort of doing well in terms of cycle infrastructure, when it really fucking isn't. Like, the video makes it look like, oh, well, London's pretty bad now, but it's much better than it used to be, and it's only heading in the right direction, it's only gonna get better. But that is not the experience that I've ever seen. There are so many high streets, there are so many neighborhoods that are fully car dependent and not safe to cycle around, and it sucks, frankly. Now, I will say, London does have something that pretty much no other city in the world has other than Tokyo, which is the second best train infrastructure. I think Tokyo has the best. Well, actually, there's obviously a lot of countries I haven't been to. I've heard Seoul has a really good train network. I think Chongqing has a pretty good train network in China. I don't know every country in the world trains, but from what I'm aware of, I think London and Tokyo are the two best like local underground train systems in the world. A lot of the Tokyo Metro is actually above ground. A lot of the tube is actually above ground also, but only when you get like far away from the center, like on the outskirts of the Northern Line and stuff like that.
Anyway, the tube is great. It's just too expensive. They really gotta fucking fix London. They gotta fix London. They gotta build more housing, man. So I just finished Tenchi Sozo Reboot, and it was... I have mixed feelings on it. By no means was it bad, and it had one really good route, which might be the best route in any Ubisoft game I've played. The rest of it, however, was less so bad than bland, I guess. In particular, there are a few heroines in the game who are just forgettable. Most pertinently, Orie. Orie should have just been cut. She's not an important character for the plot, and her route is relatively short and completely uninteresting. She has no personality to speak of, and she doesn't really fulfill any notable moe archetypes. They could have easily saved this by very justifiably making her a maid. She is Kaguya's like assistant, right? Servant, effectively. Who Kaguya is a princess in the isekai world. Like, it would have been completely reasonable for her to be a maid. She doesn't have to be a maid already, but like, I could so easily see her being like, I dressed in this costume, isn't this like the traditional garb of those servants in your world? You know, it would be a great excuse for her to be a maid character, and it would have been a cute outfit. It would have improved her route significantly, but they don't do that. Instead, she just really has no personality traits to speak of that are particularly notable, and so I just think her route should have been cut. The same can basically be said of the, I'm forgetting her name, the teacher character. She has a bit of a sort of, it's kind of, her character is muddled, because she's the oldest heroine. She's older than the main guy. So you'd kind of expect her to have like some Onee-chan moe going on. But all of that is in Kaguya's route, which is actually one of the better routes in the game. And really done well in Kaguya's route. So instead, the teacher is more like the Otonanajimi archetype, with a bit of like a Christmas cake archetype mixed in, which is a weird combination, and they honestly don't, like, I could see that being interesting, but they don't go anywhere with it, they don't do anything with it, and it was, yeah, just frankly kind of disappointing. Now, then there were these, so those are two of the worst routes. Then there's, two routes that share one commonality that was very disappointing, and that is, Kurumi and why am I forgetting her name? I literally finished her route about 5 seconds ago. I've forgotten her name. Oh my god, what is going on? The angel, the Tenchi in Tenchi Sozo Reboot. What the fuck? Anyway, her. Both of them have this characteristic, and you will see this in their character tags on VNDB of pervert or closet pervert, right? And that's a great characteristic. I personally very much like it, and it's something that they've pulled off successfully in the past. Ubisoft with Ayachi Nene in Son of a Witch. So they can do it, and they can do it well. They don't do it well here. It's mostly confined to basically being a gag, like and the gag gets boring, and it's also too similar between the two characters, where they basically both have the same character quirk, where they misinterpret things as like, sexual, and then they get embarrassed about it. Like, they both of these two characters have the exact same character quirk, which is, it makes the joke lose its humor faster because it's happening twice as frequently, and at the same time, it's not very good in the first place. Now, I think that they could have pulled it off, especially with Kurumi, if they had actually had her be like particularly kinky, which is how she comes off in the other characters' roots, and it's kind of how she comes off as like someone who's secretly like super. But when you actually play her root, she isn't. The H scenes are like completely vanilla, which is just baffling. It's like you put one thing on the menu, and then when I ordered that option, I didn't get what I ordered. It's like it's like if I went to a restaurant and I ordered, or I'm in a ramen restaurant, I order ultra garlic ramen, and it comes and it's just a regular amount of garlic. Then I'm like, why would you advertise it as the ultra garlic option? That's how I felt playing Kurumi's Root, because she is like, one of your first introductions to her is her making an accidentally very lewd comment, which implies that she is like a closet pervert, right? But then when you play her root, none of it ever comes up in the actual H scenes or in the storyline of her. It's very, very disappointing. Extremely disappointing. And outside of that, she definitely, her route actually isn't that bad story-wise, which is why I can't really complain. She has one of the better routes story-wise, and she has other interesting character traits to sort of back it up, as in has this strange mix of, she's like kind of the popular girl, almost like a gyaru, maybe not quite gyaru, but like popular, fashionable girl. But then they don't really go that hard into that, to be honest. Like, I think they should have gone harder on that, like, on that detail. And then she also has this like friendship with the MC's sister, which is kind of an interesting detail. They play Dead by Daylight together, and then in her, like, outside of her route, it's like Amane, the main character's sister, is constantly frustrated because Kurumi, like, doesn't take the game seriously when they're playing Dead by Daylight. But then if you, in Amane's route, like, in Kurumi's route, Amane actually confronts her and is like, hey, please take the game seriously. And then she, like, locks the fuck in and becomes a god gamer. And, like, that's actually that's, like, a pretty fun, like, plot detail, in my opinion. I like that. Then you have, Noah, that's her name, Noah, the angel. Noah also has this strange sort of closet pervert, which she also has a little bit of a, Dori Baba situation going on. But they mostly, if you were to ask me what her main character trait is, it's that she has this sort of fallen angel, gap moe, kind of like, what's that show from back in the day? The one with Satania in it. Does anyone remember this? Gabrielle Dropout. Anyone remember Gabrielle Dropout? Now there's a fucking classic. Man, I gotta rewatch Gabrielle Dropout. I have very fond memories of that show and the whole culture, the 4chan, the A-post around Gabrielle. It's a shame that seems to have been forgotten. It's like, whatever. That was a classic. Anyway, I just got real nostalgic for Gabrielle Dropout. I haven't thought about that show in so long. But they set that up, but they never pay it off because they just sort of keep saying it to you. And yes, it does literally pay off in terms of the plot, but not in the gap moe never pays off. Is what I'm saying. Like in the plot, yes, she literally does. Big fucking spoiler alert. She literally does fall from being an angel. I say big spoiler, this is the most heavily foreshadowed thing in the entire game. If you somehow missed, like, there was no way if you played the game that you didn't know this was going to happen. It's so choreographed early that you, like, it's the one thing that you know is going to happen in her route. But anyway, telegraphed, not choreographed, telegraphed early. But, so yes, it does play into the plot. But in terms of her character, and in particular in terms of her moe trait, I thought that it was just not really, they didn't go deep enough to it, because it never really evolves. Like, they could have gone further with the gap moe, is all I'm saying. And the reason it doesn't work is because you never actually see, Noah as the pure angel that she's supposed to have the gap with, right? Like if you her character doesn't. I mean, her character does change as her route goes on, but like she's all basically the instant she comes to Earth, she's instantly corrupted, and that's a joke in itself in the common route. But which is like funny in the common route, I guess. But it would have been better if they'd actually had. Like the joke is, she comes to Earth and she immediately gets hooked onto like Dolgen's eroge and like eating crisps and watching late night anime and drinking Coke all the time. It's like she just instantly becomes a degen, which is pretty much the exact same as what happens in Gabrielle Dropout. This is not like a particularly like it's a trope that exists. But it could have been a better trope if it happened over a longer period of time. Instead of it just happening instantly in the common route, it should have been that her entire arc was her gradually getting like fucking, becoming a degen after coming to Earth. Like in the common route, she's much more of a pure angel situation who's being tempted by earthly pleasures. And then it's only in the common route that she becomes more of a degen. Of course, the problem is that the main character is not really much of a degen. It's mostly Amane, his sister, who is like the otaku hikikomori kind of guy. Like the main character is not like completely normie, but he's like a rope. He's like a cyborg. He's like not particularly hardcore. Um, uh, if the main character had been an otaku, it would have been an excellent chance for that. That arc would have been incredible, but they missed that opportunity by having Noah be corrupted way too early. And then, so the two good routes in the game, Kaguya's route is pretty good. She actually has, like, what you want to see in a game like this is for there to be some character development during the common route, so that the common route is a full arc, and the common route is also a setup for another second arc that happens during the character route. And Kaguya executes this very well because she has a character arc during the common route, which is more about coming to figure out how this world works and stuff. And then it's in her arc that you see her have a character arc where she sort of basically becomes a dom, which is extremely hard and very well executed, and not something you see too often in visual novels, in my opinion. Her sort of Onesan moe and like femdomy teasing vibes are very well done. The voice acting is great, although the levels are a bit fucked. Sometimes she's like whispering softly and like cheekily, but like it's really quiet. Like they should have adjusted the levels on her voice recordings a little more carefully because if you're gonna have a character who's constantly teasing the main character Takagi-san style, whispering in his ear, ASMR shit, you gotta make sure that those levels are a bit boosted so you can actually fucking hear it. But anyway, I generally thought her arc was pretty good. I thought her route was pretty good. I thought she was an interesting character, and she wasn't one of the ones that I actually thought I was going to be very interested in going in. But I just thought that she was pretty moe in that Onesan type of way. And then the best route in the game, probably unsurprisingly, the reason I decided to pick the game up in the first place, if you know anything about me, it should be unsurprising. The Amane route, which is the Immortal route, of course. One of the best Immortal routes I've played in any VN. Amane is wonderful. She is peace, she is justice, she is everything right in the world. She's a fucking, it's actually kind of a trope in itself, right? Like, I mean, this happens in Renai X Royale. The Emoto character in that game is kind of like this. This also happens in Nukitashi. The Emoto character in that game is kind of like this. Having like a otaku degen Emoto is like a trope in itself, and it's a fucking great trope. Oh boy, I love it. It's like my favorite fucking character trope. It's like my favorite fucking archetype, and it's very well executed here. When it comes to the incest is wincest stuff, it's actually handled very well. I know there are some games like Yotsuga no Sora and Saku Saku, which are like famous for really going in depth on that stuff. And I wouldn't say it's quite. I haven't played either of those, but I wouldn't say it's like to that level of taking it really seriously. but definitely takes it more seriously than a lot of other Immortal kind of routes I've done. Um, and that makes it better. It makes it more interesting. And it's also like the other characters, unlike most other Immortal routes that I've ever done in visual novels, even at the end, the other characters are still kind of creeped out by the whole thing, which makes it much better because the taboo is half the appeal, as everyone should know. Um, and she's just great. She has this sort of snarky personality, this banter, which feels so natural with the main character. They, out of all of the routes, I mean, they clearly have the best chemistry, even well back into the common route. Like just instantly from the get go, they have the best chemistry. The writing is really good. Like she just has excellently written dialogue. Um, and she's multifaceted in a way that none of the other characters are, except for maybe Kaguya, where she, you know, there are characters, as I said, like someone like, um, some of the other, like Kurumi or uh, Noah, they try and make the character have multiple layers to their personality, but it can sometimes come off as just being a bit muddled. Like they aren't really sure which direction to take the character in, and none of it gets pushed particularly hard, and so it just feels a bit weak. Whereas with Amane's route, it's all executed on flawlessly. All of the multi-dimensional characteristics to her personality feel authentic and fleshed out in a way that was very successful for me. Definitely the route I had the most fun playing. It's also, I think, the longest route in the game. If you are interested in Tenchi Sozo Reboot, like, you could get away with just playing her route. Like, it's fine. If that sounds interesting to you, like, you're really... I mean, I think every route is worth playing except for Audier's. I think if I'm recommending this game, I would say Audier's route is completely skippable. Obviously, I played it for completionist's sake, but you know, if you like actually want to play the game, then you know I'm someone who basically thinks you should play every route if you want to play a game, even the ones you don't like, because that just proves this is the way I see it. Is like I didn't read Amane's route until second to last, um, and so that means I went through quite a few routes that I didn't particularly like before I got to Amane's route. And the way I see this in my brain is this is me demonstrating my love for this character. That I'm willing to go through all of this in order to get to the character that I really want to read. Um, and I've done this many times with other immortal characters in other games, where I feel like it is a demonstration of the power of my motivation. That I will read through the routes I have no interest in because I want to complete the game before I get to the character that I actually want to play. But I did read Noah's route after I did Amane's route, and that was the last route I did. And that was a little tough. That kind of sapped my motivation because I knew that I wasn't that interested in Noah as a character, and I knew that I'd basically gotten everything I came here for. There was a mistake. Although maybe it wasn't, but it did take me 2 days to read Noah's route instead of just one, so I like read, I didn't read that much yesterday is basically what I'm saying, because I found it kind of boring at times. But that's not to say Noah's route is like particularly bad. In fact, in terms, if you were interested in the plot of the game, Noah's route is probably the best. Either Noah or Kaguya's routes have the most sort of plot in them, I guess, and the most interesting plot stuff. Um, I just didn't find it to be particularly like moe in a powerful way. So if I were to rank the heroines, it would be Amane number one, Kaguya number two, and then the rest. Maybe Kurumi, then Noah, then Orie. And wait, I forgot about the teacher. I don't know where she fits in. I've forgotten everything about her already. I don't even remember her name. She's barely a character. Like, it's weird that she has her own route. I think it is a short route. I mean, I know it is a short route. Like, she is definitely a side heroine. Um, Probably also skippable, to be honest, alongside Audier's route. You do get a little bit of plot context from her route, I guess, but it's nothing crazy. Uh, as for the plot itself, honestly, I never found it to be particularly interesting. Um, I'm pretty sure when I was talking with Unim about this game on stream once, that he was talking about kind of like how he was disappointed that the plot gets dropped once you're in the character route. I felt the opposite. I felt like the character routes were held back by the fact that they had to keep coming back to the plot stuff. Um, I, maybe that's just my preference. I do like sort of pure Moege, maybe more than most people. But it's not that I didn't like the plot stuff either. Like I don't think it was as strong as any of the other Ubisoft titles I've read, but I don't think it was bad either. Senden Bunker and Son of a Witch, and actually Riddle Joker kind of sucked, if I'm being honest with you. I know some people like that game. I really did not find any of the sort of spy antics in Riddle Joker to be particularly interesting. I also did not particularly like the Immortal character in Riddle Joker. Out of character for me, but I did not think she was particularly well done. Compared to Amane, who is like one of the best Immortal of all time, in my books. Um, but yeah, in Send and Bunker and Son of a Witch, which I think are the two best Ubisoft games, the plot is actually genuinely interesting and like intrigue keeps you reading. Here, it kind of felt like, oh, we're interrupting this romance story to talk about some isekai bullshit from time to time. And sometimes that's interesting. Right at the end of Noah's Root, what happens right at the conclusion is actually quite a satisfying scene. I'm not going to say what happens in case you don't want spoilers, but quite a satisfying scene that happens right at the end of Noah's Root. And there are some interesting plot details. Like, honestly, I mean, I'm just going to spoil it because no one in my audience even reads visual novels anyway. I know you're all just laughing. So, basically, the premise of the game is that the demon lord, the Mao Diablo-sama, has reincarnated as the main character of this visual novel. And a few people from the isekai world are coming to help save him, including an angel who's not actually from the isekai world, but angels from the angel world. And in addition to that, the people around him are also reincarnations of people who were close to the Mao-sama, the demon lord, in the isekai world's history. Um, and pretty much the main plot thread is discovering what the deal was with the original demon lord. And the deal was that there was basically a forever war going on for profit in the isekai world kingdom between the demons and the humans. That, this war had been going on for lifetimes, and it was basically extremely destructive and killed a lot of people, but basically kept going for the sake of profit on both sides secretly. And that the demon lord had made himself look evil and bloodthirsty and warmongering and whatever, in order to that secretly he wanted to end the war, and so he was playing the fool guy. Because when he died, the war ended. But that was all his plan. His plan was to set it up in such a way that he would get killed and that would end the war. Basically, to sacrifice himself for the good of both humans and demons in the future. That's pretty much, that's what happened. And you learn a little bit more of the details of exactly how that happened in each character's route. But I think it's kind of an interesting plot. It's just there's not quite enough to it to stretch it out this far. It's a long visual novel, and that is an interesting concept. But yeah, I mean, it's a little stretched thin by the end of it. You do tend to find it kind of going over stuff that you've already gone over in other routes, and there could have been technically speaking, each route covers a different section of the timeline of this happening, right? Noah's route covers literally the Demon King dying, what happened the moment he died. Kaguya's route covers what happened while he was in power. Amane's route covers why did he decide to gain power in the first place, right? They all cover different segments, but they all really talk about the same thing, and it's not bad per se, but I think that there could have been more detail in terms of literal story events that happened in the isekai world for you to find out as you kept reading. So, this is kind of where I'm at with Tenchi Soldo reboot is I don't think it was a bad game by any means. As I said when I just started reading it, I do think the dialogue in Ubisoft games is just kind of a cut above the rest, and the art is also kind of a cut above the rest. And the voice acting was incredible. So on a technical level, it's pretty much some of the best Moege you can find, as expected for a Ubisoft title. Compared to the other Ubisoft games and compared to other similar games, this is where I find myself struggling to think of like a nice, neat number rating for it. And this is kind of why I've been thinking that number ratings already kind of suck for anime, but I think they might really suck for visual novels because there's often so much difference between the different routes. You know, there are so many situations where there's a visual novel I've read where one route is like so fucking good and I would want to give that a 10, and then the other routes are like dog shit or I have no interest in them, and like, what do I rate that game? You know what I mean? And this is a game like that, where if it were just Armane's route, this would be maybe in my top 10 visual novels, probably in my top 10 visual novels. And the other routes aren't bad per se, but some of them are just kind of mid, some of them are they're just kind of forgettable. And so, yeah, it leaves me in a little bit of a difficult position if I'm to try and rate this. So, you know, I'll just put some bullshit on IMDb and then call it a day, I guess. I might get rid of all the ratings I've put down on IMDb. No, I shouldn't. Should I? I don't know, I can't decide. I wish the IMDb would just have like a nice, like you know how AniList lets you just do smiley face, neutral face, frowny face? I've been thinking of changing my AniList to that for quite a while now. I don't know if I actually will, but I'm thinking about it. But if I could do that for VNs, I definitely would. That's a much better way to rank VNs. So I think I've given you my thoughts. That's the video. I guess I'm posting this, I think I'm posting this on IDMR. I think I'm going to go edit this right now. I also have this thought. I don't know if you guys will ever see this video because I don't know if I'll make it, but it's been something that's been in the back of my mind as a concept for a video for fucking years. And that is to get up super, super early at like 4 a.m. And what would you know? It happens to be 4 a.m. right now. And go take a trip to some sort of like nature place, like a giant park or something, like like a big open naturey place, and like get there super early to catch the sort of sunrise, and bring my ThinkPad and read a visual novel for a little bit in the park at like dawn, completely alone. This is like a concept I've had in my head for a while, and I feel like I don't know if I want to do it today. I sort of thought about doing it yesterday, but then I didn't want to do it. I sort of thought about doing it today. I don't know if I can be bothered. But like maybe I don't know. Like the thing is, I know what's gonna happen is that I'm just gonna be like, well, that was kind of weird. Why did I do that? Right? Like I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna be like, well, this is kind of unpleasant. The grass is tickling my shins, and like the glare is getting on my screen, and it's cold. And like then, what am I supposed to do? Like when I run out of battery, I have to check all the fucking way home. Like like there's no way, rationally speaking, it's worth it. But maybe it's worth it from like a poetic level. But then like I've also thought like it would be an excellent aesthetic. It would be a great clip to put in a YouTube video. But you know what? It would be fun to just do it for the video. Just make it completely hyper real. Just complete LARP, completely performative, and just own it. Just own that fact. This is obviously, why would you ever do this? It's obviously performative. I suppose it could be fun. I'm not entirely sure. I'll think about it. But anyway, that's the video.